Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa koti womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give you me, give me you. Obunu kife la chasha so Obunu kife me chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you, Aqua Monagi, my baby. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuni kife la chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuzi kife mi chasha me, my baby.
Tell them, let them know, say, one lay back. Then they see us as they emulate. Then one begin, they imitate. Maybe someday they go graduate. Many people don't know about Baba. I see they go. Oh, well, I'm glad Ìjẹ̀bú Àwùjalẹ̀, Ìjẹ̀bú ọmọ alárẹ̀, kékeré Ìjẹ̀bú o. Àwọn tó mọ̀ wá o. rẹpẹtẹ. Come on. Ìjẹ̀bú jó dáadáa. Ìjẹ̀bú jayọba. We done the ball with the represent. Olówó lọmọ ṣe yóò. Ìjẹ̀bú lọmọ kò sóṣì. Ajẹ́wò la ọ̀jẹ̀ rí. Tell them, let them know say wọ́n lè bá. Ìjẹ̀bú Àwùjalẹ̀. Ìjẹ̀bú ọmọ alárẹ̀. Kéré Ìjẹ̀bú o. Come on. Àwọn tó mọ̀ wá o. Àgbà Ìjẹ̀bú o. Àwọn alábòsí o. Egbe. Ọ̀pọ̀. Come on. Mo fọ́ kó yínú.
When you go to major parts, they live as if they are in the jungle. Lagos is Lagos. It is not jungle. You either obey our law or go to your own jungle.
Okay now.
To pẹ̀sẹ̀ bí fi máa ń pẹ́. Àti padà wá tàdó wẹ́n ní ìfọ̀gẹ̀ mẹ́wọ́n.
Okay.
Ọkọ̀ yẹn ló fi fi. Ìdílé ayá. Màmá mú sí na nwa m etogo kwa. Maka na nwa m jẹ ló ń bà. Òwe bú n'ike. Ọ̀gàdínú na-ebute ịlụ nwanne m. Ọ̀tà mẹ́wàá nke ya dịka akpa ya jọkwa. Orin tí fẹ́ kọ orin àyájọ́ ni wọ́n dìde wọ́n pínlẹ̀ ogun oyin tí mo rí ká bá mi wá yẹn dà ká ní kó bá mi wá.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkànbí ewé ayò, ewé tún méje, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wọ́n á fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wọ́n á fi jó ẹrùkù. Bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀ mí, wọ́n á fi jó aláré. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n ń pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n ń pàdé ìyọ̀dà ọmọ àtàlàbọ̀bà àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé ṣàpadà dé ọmọ bá Ìjẹ̀bú mèrè ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi nìyẹn kí n gbọ́ àkọ́bí ewé ayò ewé tún lè jẹ ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni bọ́bá lọ bèbèrè wá fi jóye ẹlòkò bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé wá fi jóye aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n ń pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n ń pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ àtàlàbọ̀bà àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé ṣàpadà dé ọmọ bá Ìjẹ̀bú mèrè aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ náà máa ń darí jọ wí àpérò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọgọ́ tí ṣìgìdì bá gbé àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ àkọ́bí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀lẹ̀ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ gómìnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ dẹ́pútì sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ọ̀túnba sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ spíkà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ bàbá Ìjẹ̀bú.
And there it is, Baba Ijebu. So there it is, Baba Ijebu. From Baba Ijebu to Baba Oyo. So there it is right there. Let me spruce up a bit. Not that it's only a t-shirt. So, you know, this side looks a bit lopsided to this side. And if I don't straighten it up, it's going to freak me out for the... and because the camera looks at me the other way around, I'm not quite sure which... but there it is. There it is. Okay, let's do that. And let's do that. Otherwise, my mind will be fixated on it. So good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So we go again. So we go again. Good day to you. So good day to you. Pardon me. I've got a frog in my throat. Right. Okay. So we go again. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So we do that again. So today is actually, is it still? Yes. Today is actually a public holiday in the UK. I'm not quite sure if it is where you are. It's called a bank holiday. You lose track of just so many bank holidays that we do have in this country. But so good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So we start with that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. How are you? So we kick it off with the protocol. Click on the like button. Just do that now. So as I'm inviting you to do it, then just go ahead and do it. So we don't have to tussle over it every single session. So click on the like button. If it's not already clicked on, then click on it now. If you're not already subscribed, use that same motion to quickly, swiftly click on the subscription button as well. So click on like and then click on subscribe. So do that now. And then if you want to come and join us on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard right here. So click, I'm going to send it in the comment section again. Click on the click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So do that. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So do all those things. Like, share, subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and participate. So do all those things and your body will be subsumed with a glowing feeling of warmth. So do those. So should we just launch into it? There's just so much to go through. Let's launch immediately and straight into it. So there is so much going on within the Nigerian space at the moment. Just as early as yesterday, the leader of the National Intelligence Agency, he resigned. Rufai Ahmed, I think his name was, still is, so it's not was because probably still his name. So Rufai Ahmed, his name is, so he resigned. And then swiftly followed now by Yusuf Bich also resigning. So very swiftly, all of the at least not all of, but two key security parastatals lose their leadership, who are of course of Fulani stock. Ahmed, whatever it was, the NIA guy, he's from Katsina, so Buhari's own next door neighbor, a full-blown Fulani man, and then Yusuf Bich, of course, full-blown Fulani man. So the two of them leave that space. But what are we reading into this is really where the question is. So they've left swiftly to be replaced, and there are two strands to who replaces them, but we'll get into the readout and then we get into the discussions of it. But there's a recalibration going on now with somewhat of a cleansing of the Aegis table, cleaning it out entirely of all of the vestiges of the Buhari administration to birth a new dawn. So all of the vestiges of the Buhari administration, bar one, and we'll get into that one that is barred at the moment. So all of the vestiges of the Buhari administration being cleansed from the, is it Aegis table or Aegis table or however that's pronounced, being cleansed from the firmament to birth a new dawn. So we are 15 months now into this administration, and you wonder what took them so long. But now the last vestiges of the Buhari administration being sent out to sea. The last vestiges of the Buhari administration being sent out to sea. President Tinubu appoint new DSS NIADG. So it is quite striking, actually, that two important parastatals will lose their leadership in that quick succession. I'm not quite sure what that says to national security. President Tinubu appoints new DSS NIADGs as Bich resigns. So this resignation, you can translate that into that they were pushed somewhat. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has approved the appointment of new Director Generals of the National Intelligence Agency NIA and the Department of State Services DSS. Correspondence reports that this was made known in a statement on Monday by the Presidential Special Advisor on Media and Publicity, Ajuri Ngalale. Actually, let me take that from top again. Actually, let me play you a bit of music. I need to get myself a tissue. Let me play you a 1 minute track. I need to get myself a tissue. So let's do that. So let me play you a 1 minute track. Should we go to our traditional go-to, which is the Fulani rap? Yes, let me play you a 1 minute track. So this is a literal 1 minute track.
I wish I go back to the old days when I used to be the kid in the 3rd grade, playing in the street with my homies all day. Cause we live so fast, now we can't relate. We come a long way, money can't wait. And no worry about a thing, happy all days. This is how we live, we cannot complain. And nobody leave, keep the old plans. Hey, when I'm better, I'm in Garti. Mingari Zuda Kari Party. Kodomin Moni Domin Darty. Yo go to phone Bonnie Bucket as a party. And when I'm better, I'm in Garti. Mingari Zuda Kari Party. Kodomin Moni Domin Darty. Yo go to phone Bonnie Bucket as a party. Hey, Chuagamne Welly focus souvenir the film. Hanky wana hande hanky jamambale sim. Minyala fide nange jamaleng bada tin. On sa kurang ala wura men ko jaro find. Sifty namo ala chifty ala ind. Idi now will the iwi.
And there it is right there. Shifty Nama. according to our brethren from the north. Shifty Nama. So shifty Nama. President Tinubu appoints new DSS, NIA DGs as Bich resigned. So that's where we were. So that's where we kick on from. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has approved the appointment of new Director Generals of the National Intelligence Agency, NIA, and the Department of State Services, DSS. Correspondents report that this was made known in a statement on Monday by the Presidential Special Advisor on Media and Publicity, Ajuri Ngalali. Tinubu appointed Ambassador Mohammed as the new Director General of the NIA. So now let's pause here for a moment. So I'm not sure that this guy would have been the first instinct to appoint him to that position. I think this appointment here is in tandem with what we were discussing yesterday, where Tinubu was saying he was going to start giving more important appointments to the north to douse that narrative of marginalization. So I suspect this may well not be his first instinct, his first choice person. Sorry, we take it. Let's take it from the top again, and then we speak through. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has approved the appointment of new Director Generals of the National Intelligence Agency and the Department of State Services, DSS. Correspondents report that this was made known in a statement on Monday by the President's Special Advisor on Media and Publicity, Ajuri Ngalali. Tinubu appointed Ambassador Mohammed as the new Director General of NIA. The president also replaced Yusuf Magaji Bichi with Mr. Adeola Oluwatosin Ajayi as the new Director General of the DSS. So this is it now. So is it a Kwara man? Oh, okay, somebody is saying the NIA is a Kwara man. So that more in tandem. So now it's not. We still let's I'll give you this readout, and then I'll play you a clip that really addresses it, maybe even in more language familiar to you than I could. So I'll read you this readout, and then I'll play you a clip where somebody explains it to you in language more familiar to you than I could. But we take it from the top one. Should we take it? I know it irritates some of you when I go back and start all over again, but it's just for the flow through. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has approved the appointment of new Director Generals of the National Intelligence Agency and the Department of State Services, DSS. Correspondents report that this was made known in a statement on Monday by the President's Special Advisor on Media and Publicity, Ajuri Ngalali. Tinubu appointed Ambassador Mohammed as the new Director General of the NIA. The President also replaced Yusuf Magaji Bichi with Mr. Adeola Oluwatosin Ajayi as the new Director General of the DSS. The statement reads, Ambassador Mohammed has had an illustrious career in the Foreign Service since joining the NIA in 1995. He had served in various roles, culminating in his promotion to the rank of Director and his subsequent appointment as the head of the Nigerian mission to Libya. The 1990 graduate of Bayero University, Kano, had served in North Korea, Pakistan, Sudan, and at the State House, Abuja. The new DSS Director General, Mr. Adeola Ajayi, rose through the ranks to attain his current post of Assistant Director General of the service. He had, at various times, served as State Director in Bauchi, Enugu, Bayelsa, Rivers, and Kogi. The new appointments follow the resignation of the previous NIA and the DSS chiefs. And by the way, stay there because I'm going to play you a clip on this in a moment. President Tinubu expects that the new security chiefs will work assiduously to reposition the two intelligence agencies for better results and charges them to bring their experience to bear in tackling the security challenges bedeviling the country through enhanced collaboration with sister agencies and surgical alignment with the Office of the National Security Advisor, ONSA. The president thanks the outgoing director generals of the two pivotal intelligence agencies for their services to the nation, whilst wishing them success in their future endeavor. Recall that the former NIA DG Ahmed Abubakar on Saturday evening tendered his resignation letter to President Tinubu. Abubakar, after a brief meeting with the president, said personal and family issues were amongst his reasons for resigning from the office. So that reason no longer tenable, of course, because he resigns. And then Yusuf Bich resigns immediately, just the day after. When did he even resign? So he resigned on Saturday, and today is Monday, and Yusuf Bich resigns on Monday. So nothing to do with family reasons. So this is a coordinated move, but who is coordinating it? I suspect the presidency. Maybe this is but what their next move will be is really what will be interesting. Are they going to go and hold stock with the Atiku El-Rufai consortium or cabal or whatever it is? Are they going to go into that field? Are they going to go into the retirement or into politics? So their next move now to be monitored over the next few months. Recall that the former NIA DG Ahmed Abubakar on Saturday evening tendered his resignation to President Tinubu. Abubakar, after a brief meeting with the president, said some personal and family issues were amongst his reasons for resigning from the office. However, he expressed gratitude to President Tinubu for allowing him to serve for the first 15 months of the new administration, having occupied the office since 2018. When asked why he resigned, Abubakar said, "There are quite a number of reasons one will do that. Some personal family issues, but nothing very serious actually, and the friendship will continue. I discussed with Mr. President, he understood very well, and I promised to remain steadfast with issues and the security situations of the country. It is a routine thing from time to time to brief Mr. President on situations, on issues, and today is no exception. After the briefing, I tendered my resignation and Mr. President graciously approved and accepted the resignation." So it wasn't just at a meeting and then casually after the meeting just pulled out an envelope from his back pocket and say, "Oh, by the way, ma'am, me Tinubu, me Bola, my party man Bola, by the way, me Shemo." No. This obviously a coordinated and an orchestrated something. After the briefing, I tendered my resignation and Mr. President graciously approved and accepted the resignation. I thanked him for giving me the opportunity to serve Nigeria under his transformational leadership for an extended period of 15 months, which is very rare. So there it is right there. So swiftly, bang, bang, and off they go into the sunset or into the arms of the bandits. So into the sunset or into the arms of the bandits. So let me play you a clip that actually speaks to that space. And by the way, the room needs population. So if you want the conversation, you do have to jump on. Let me play you this clip.
My friends from the north, then the vest now, they were eating inside. You don't make motto, they do overeating. My friends from the north, they are not happy. The same thing Buhari did. Nepotism. Police, not. DSS, not. NIA, not. MPA, not. Custom, not. EFCC, not. We dey shout, we dey gbin, we dey vex. Which kind of nepotism be this? Now same thing Emile they do now. DSS today, congratulations Mr. Jai, by the way. Yoruba, South. Police today, South.
NPA today, south. EFCC today, south. NIA, they go south. Everything now àwọn ló kàn, àwa ló kàn. Na south, na my tribe they come, na Yoruba. They enjoy all the juicy slots. Can we run a nation that we said in brotherhood we stand by nepotism? Walawa.
All right, walawa, but you cannot really say walawa because in English they say to be forewarned is to be forearmed. So if you had the forewarning, then you have to prepare yourself for the forearming. So to be forewarned is to be forearmed. And Tinubu did forewarn that this is what his mission is. Do you need a reminder?
Tí ò bá sí àwa èmi tí ń dúró wájú yìí tí ń lérí ogun tí ní òkè Buhari nìṣó ká máa bá lọ. Kò lè di president. Ó ṣe kìíní olùlẹ̀. Ó ṣe kejì olùlẹ̀. Ó ṣe kẹta olùlẹ̀. Ó tiẹ̀ sunkún lórí tẹlifíṣàn. Pé láyé òun ò tún rán mọ́. Mo dẹ̀ lọ bá Kaduna wa rán ọ̀rọ̀ ẹkún kọ́ lélẹ̀. Àdúró tiẹ̀. Wàá dẹ̀ wọlé. Nǹkan kan ní pé o ò ní fọ̀rọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá ṣeré. Ó dẹ̀ gbà. Àtijọ́ tó yẹ ti débẹ̀, mi ò gba mínísítà, mi ò gba contract, mi ì tọrọ ọbẹ̀, mi ì tọrọ gàrí, mi ì tọrọ fúra lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, mi ì dẹ̀ yàwó ń bẹ̀. Mo wá ní lọ́tẹ̀ yìí o, Yorùbá ló kàn.
So I think that was clear enough. So you cannot claim to be caught off guard. He told you categorically what his intentions were. So he told you categorically what his intentions were. So categorically what his intentions were. So now spades of resignation now are just flying through that DSS space as the hangers on and the Jamja weeds are resigning in droves. Mass resignation hit DSS amid poor allowances and retention of insensitive leadership. The Department of State Services, DSS, is facing a crisis as over 390 personnel have signaled their intention to resign. Insiders have confirmed to as mass resignation hits DSS amidst poor allowance and retention of insensitive leaderships. This mass exodus stems from the dissatisfaction with poor allowances and the continuous retention of Yusuf Magaji Bichi, the Director General of the DSS, who is perceived as insensitive to their plight. So I think those resignations will be halted now. It's been gotten rid of. So maybe a misread of that. Let's go on swiftly from that to this one. Why I did not support Atiku's presidential ambition. So this side fight between Bode George and Atiku Abubakar, a member of the board of trustees of the People's Democratic Party (PDP), Bode George has refuted claims that his lack of support for former Vice President Atiku Abubakar's presidential bid in the 2023 election was due to him not being from his region. During a political program on TVC on Sunday night, George, who recently declined an appointment to the PDP National Disciplinary Committee, clarified that his decision was based on Abubakar's actions during the election campaign, which he claimed led to division within the party. George, a former national vice chairman of the PDP, emphasized that his stance was not influenced by regional bias, but by concerns over the party's unity and direction during the critical election period. He criticized Abubakar for allegedly causing rift within the party, which he believed hindered the PDP's performance in the elections. He said, When Buhari contested against Atiku Abubakar, they came to ask for my support. I was at the forefront because at that time, he was favored as the presidential candidate. I know what I did in Lagos, including my efforts for the First Lady, his first wife, and what we did here, all in accordance with the party's constitution. Let me tell you, I have no trace of tribalism in my blood. Today, my best friend is a gentleman I met in the military. He's a fully bona fide Fulani man. He is my brother at every level. I have many such friends across the country. If you cannot speak the truth to power, then you are deceiving yourself. When we returned for the second election, the last election, we saw that things were not right. Someone from the north had just spent 8 years. How could we now support another person from the north for another 8 years? It does not work that way. They manipulated the system. We kept warning them not to do this. He divided the party, which led to our votes being divided, and consequently we lost. So how do we move forward? We will set up a committee to review the general election and the post-election periods to prepare ourselves. So they will set up a committee 2 years after the election, 2 years to another election. So that just tells you then how organized the PDP are. So that side fight then between Atiku Abubakar and George still very much alive. So that fight between Atiku Abubakar and George still very much alive. Nigerian politicians weaponizing insecurity to make Tinubu governors look bad. This is Madam Ngozi speaking truth to the space. Ngozi Okonjo Iweala, the World Trade Organization's Director General, has slammed Nigerian politicians for weaponizing insecurity to undermine the administration of President Bola Tinubu and governors across the country. Ms. Okonjo Iweala, who served as finance minister under former President Goodluck Jonathan, said this on Sunday at the opening ceremony of the Nigerian Bar Association's 2024 Annual General Conference held at Eko Hotel and Suites, Lagos. We all know that security has been weaponized in our country for political purposes, political actors, leading partly to the situation we have now. The ex-finance minister stated, we have politicians who believe that the best way to make their opponent look bad is to instigate insecurity, making it look like they can't govern, regardless of whether this leads to loss of lives and property of innocent Nigerians. This has to stop, the WTO boss added. Ms. Okonjo Iweala, I thought she was Mrs., not Miss, also pointed out that Nigeria's socio-economic progress is hampered by a prolonged insecurity crisis, emphasizing the need to combat the theft of national assets through advanced technology. We cannot have socio-economic development without security, and the theft of national assets must be stopped deploying technology, she said. The former minister stressed that all Nigerians must agree that stealing our national assets of any type is intolerable and must be stopped, and that there is so much technology available. So we did this yesterday, the technology bit, but essentially what she's saying there is that people either fomenting insecurity to continue to undermine the Tinubu administration. I think we saw a lot of that during the protest period, where people were being bussed up and down the north to cause havoc and mayhem. So we saw a lot of that, or people actually leveraging the narrative of insecurity for political gain. So we saw a lot of that from the obedience space, always trying to leverage anything that is missed within the country for political gains, which is fair dues. Nigeria's GDP grows by 3.119% in Q2 2024 National Bureau of Statistics. So this would not go well for the obedience space, because it's doom and gloom is what they like to hear. Nigeria's GDP grows by 3.19% in Q2 2024 National Bureau of Statistics. Nigeria's gross domestic product GDP experienced a year-on-year growth. So that year-on-year growth now tracks a full year under Tinubu. So So it's not a carryover from Buhari, of course, because Tinubu is now 15, 16 months into governance. Nigeria's gross domestic product (GDP) experienced a year-on-year growth of 3.1% in real terms during the second quarter of 2024. The GDP growth rate surpasses the 2.51 recorded in the second quarter of 2023 and the 2.98 growth seen in the first quarter of 2024. So consistent growth is what that economy is recording. You say, and then the price of Gary, they forget the price of Gary. We're talking about data, we're talking about money movement, and we're talking about an economy steadying itself. So, and then I brought the part of for 10 minutes, forget all that nonsensical, brain dead nonsense. We're talking about the rescue plan. What is ultimately going to stabilize that price of Gary, that price of yam in perpetuity to affordability are figures like this. So this is where the rescue comes from, not from palliatives, not from import, not from subsidy on fuel, it's from economic growth. This is this is the only rescue plan. It's boring, because it's figures and accounts, and that's always boring to people, but this here is the only rescue plan. Get the economy right, get everything else right. That's how it works. No other way. That is how it works. Nigeria's GDP grows by 3.19% in Q2 2024 National Bureau of Statistics. Nigeria's gross domestic. We are not seeing a single super chat, by the way. People left their wallets. Nigeria's gross domestic product (GDP) experienced a year-on-year growth of 3.19% in real terms during the second quarter of 2024. The GDP growth rate surpasses the 2.51% recorded in the second quarter of 2023, and the 2.98% seen in the first quarter of 2024. The GDP performance in Q2 2024 was primarily driven by the service sector, which grew by 3.79% and contributed 58.76% of the total GDP. The agricultural sector saw a growth of 1.49%, slightly down from 1.50 growth recorded in Q2 2023. The industry sector improved significantly with a growth of 3.53% compared to the minus 1.94 decline observed in the second quarter of 2023. In terms of GDP share, the industry and service sectors contributed more to the total GDP in the second quarter 2024 compared to the same period 2023. The oil sector contributed 5.70% to the total real GDP Q2 24, an increase from 5.34% recorded. And by the way, the last person that was saying in the first readout is that guy Mele Kyari. So that's the last one now that we need resigning. That's the last one we need resigning from the Buhari stream, so that the whole place is flushed off Buhari's vestages. So he's the last one, and he has to go as well. That's Mele Kyari. The oil sector contributed 5.70% to the total real GDP in Q2 2024, an increase of 5.34% recorded in the same period 2023, but a decrease from the 6.38% contribution in the preceding quarter. The oil sector experienced a real growth of 10% year-on-year Q2 24, marking a significant increase of 23.58% points compared to minus 13.4 recorded in the same quarter. Look at that. So Buhari left it in a minus 13, and within 1 year, this guy has taken it to a plus 23.58. This growth also represents a 4.45%, etc., etc. So the economy is on the bounce. So the economy is on the bounce, whether you like it or not. Or whether you, and they will steal it. They say forget all that. This is the most important thing going on in Nigeria now. Economic growth, gross economic growth. In terms of the net worth of the country is increasingly getting richer, and that is the most important thing. Non-oil sectors, the non-oil sector contributed 94.3% in real terms. And by the way, this is the harvesting of those taxes now that what's that, Adewale or whatever it's that guy that has been doing. The non-oil sector contributed 94.3% in real terms to the nation's GDP in the second quarter 2024. This is slightly lower than 94.6, etc., etc. So it's really the sector of growth that really excites the most. You know, it's not just all, or it's not investor money coming in or oil sectors. It's service sector, agriculture, industry. Pardon me. Service sector, agriculture, industry, that is where the growth is coming from. And that is more exciting, more sustainable. But from that excitement to this depression, candidates under 18 will no longer take WAEC, NECO exams. This is the federal government. So for the life of me, I cannot understand how this is, what underpins this. The federal government has declared that underage candidates will no longer be permitted to sit for secondary school leaving examinations administered by the West African Examination Council and the National Examination Council. The Minister of Education, Professor Tahir Mamman, disclosed this when he appeared on Channels Television on Sunday. He stressed that both the WAEC and National Examination Council must now enforce an 18-year-old age limit for candidates taking the WASC and SSCE exams, respectively. The minister also clarified that this is not a new policy, but a reinforcement of existing regulations. Is what? It is 18. What we did at the meeting that we had with JAMB in July was to allow this year and for it to serve as a kind of notice for parents that this year, JAMB will admit students who are below that age, but from next year, JAMB is going to insist that anyone applying to university in Nigeria meets the required age, which is 18. So this makes categorically no. What about the savants? What about the brilliant kids? What about the child that is so brilliant that he skips a class in order to go to the higher grade? So are we going to stymie? Are we going to stunt their progression? And what's all this? This can only come from the north. For the avoidance of doubt, this is not a new policy. This is a policy that has been there for a long time. Even basically, if you compute the number of years pupils and learners are supposed to be in school, the number you will end up with is 17 and a half. From early childcare to primary school to junior secondary school and then etc., etc. You will end up with 17 and a half years by the time they are ready for admission. So yes, the trajectory. Okay, let's see. Let's go through that paragraph again. Actually, it says that basically, if you compute the number of years pupils and learners are supposed to be in school, the number you will end up with is 17 and a half. So that is from nursery to primary to secondary, you know. So from early child care to nursery school to junior secondary school and then secondary school, you will end up with 17 and a half years by the time you're ready for admission. So we are not coming up with a new policy, contrary to what some people are saying. We are just simply reminding people of what is existing. In any case, NECO and WAEC are henceforth will not be allowing underage children to write their examinations. In other words, if somebody has not spent the requisite number of years in that particular level of study, WAEC and NECO will not allow them to write the examination. The minister also stated that the age limit for candidates taking the United Tertiary matriculation examination administered by the Joint Admissions and Matriculation is set as 18. So I cannot see what's the underpinning logic. What logic underpins it? I cannot fathom it. It beggars belief. It defies. It's unbelievable stuff. Only in Nigeria, of course, the brainless bunch trying to stymie the progression of brainy ones. New GDP growth shows economy is on the right trajectory. So that is Tinubu space glorying in that previous readout. Tinubu space glorying in that previous readout. So now, from that WAEC thing to this guy. So let me play you this. From that WAEC thing to this guy, this one is the most ridiculous. It's just it's a good segue actually. It's a good segue into this one. It says, Tambuwal's aide in prison for sharing governor's poor O-level results. So there it is. Even if they took WAEC at 50, you will still fail. It's just such a dunce. An aide of former Sokoto State Governor Aminu Tambuwal has been remanded in prison for sharing media content considered offensive to the state governor Ahmed Aliu. Shafiu Umar was remanded in a correctional facility for allegedly insulting the governor, his wife, and the deputy on Facebook. Mr. Umar allegedly shared a video of the governor struggling to construct a sentence in English and also posted Mr. Aliu's senior secondary school leaving certificate online. A magistrate, Fatima Hassan, barred reporters from covering the court proceedings on Monday, but the police first information report obtained by reporters indicated that the government charged Mr. Umar with circulating injurious falsehood and engraving matters known to be defamatory, etc., etc. So for telling us that the governor is an Olodo, he gets to go to prison. But then, who does not know that the governor of Sokoto State is an Olodo? There is this is Ngozi Okonjo Iweala gives with one hand and takes with the other. Nigeria's average GDP growth rate has remained negative since 2014, and if anybody should know, she would. The Director General WTO, Ngozi Okonjo Iweala, has observed that Nigeria's GDP growth rate, on average, has been steadily declining since 2014, signaling a downturn in the economic well-being of the average Nigerian. Okonjo Iweala, speaking at the annual general meeting Bar Association on Sunday, noted that the country's economic fortunes experienced a reversal following the decade between 2000 and 2014, during which the average GDP growth rate was approximately 3.8. According to the DJWTO, this consistent GDP growth outpaced the nation's population growth, which was only 2.6 annually. However, she pointed out that since 2014, the situation has reversed, with the GDP showing a negative growth of 0.9, as the government has been unable to sustain the positive growth achieved by previous administrations. Many of the big problems the NBA is grappling with today has its roots in Nigeria's failure to sustain a rate of economic growth and development that consistently outpace the growth of our population. We have had episodes of reforms and faster economic growth that was not merely a function of the price of oil. So that's a criticism of Buhari, by the way. If you listen, because it's the subtlety of the language that may make you miss it. But this here is a criticism of Buhari. We have had episodes of reforms and faster economic growth that was not merely a function of oil price. So if you get governance right, the economy drives itself, and it's telling you then that from 2014 till date, we've been experiencing a negative. So that's our verdict on the Buhari administration right there. But we have been unable to consolidate and build on them, and millions of our compatriots have paid the price in terms of diminished job prospects and human well-being. For example, in the decade between 2000 and 2014, we have an average GDP growth of 3.8, well over our population growth rate, 2.6 per annum, meaning that the people were on average truly improving their standard of living. During the following decade, average annual GDP per capita has been negative, around minus 0.9, meaning that people were worse off because we were not able to sustain prior positive growth, she said. So yeah. So let's leave that there. Let's just leave that there. Let's just hustle through. So we'll be very quick with the rest of it. Obi Atiku Kwakwanso should come together before the end of 2024. This is a Lukman. A former national vice chairman of the All Progressive Congress APC, Saliu Lukman, has called on the opposition leaders, including Peter Obi, Atiku Abubakar, and Rabiu Kwakwanso, to come together and form a strong opposition force against President Bola Tinubu. The former APC chieftain, Saliu Lukman, said there will be risks if there is no structured engagement between the leading opposition political parties, their leaders, and some APC stakeholders who are discontented with President Tinubu's leadership style by the end of 2024. In a statement on Monday, Lukman argued that the opposition parties and their leaders have resorted to carefreeness and an unserious disposition that could produce disastrous results in the 2027 election. He noted that there was a need for the opposition parties and their leaders to work towards forming a united political front that will oust the ruling APC and President Tinubu, the statement reads. It has become necessary to draw the attention of the opposition political leaders in the country that the current carefree and unserious disposition could produce the disastrous outcome whereby Nigerians may be unable to change the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in 2027. The reality is that if by the end of December 2024, no structured engagement has commenced based on a strategic initiative to develop the alternative political platform oriented based on selfless disposition of opposition. This is just, you see, what defeats everything that is saying here is just this little tucked away comment right here. This little soup song, this little flavor here. You know, what is a soup song is a flavor, isn't it? Yes, this little soup song right here, it defeats the entirety of what it's saying. It says oriented based on selfless disposition of opposition political leaders. So that is an oxymoron right there. That is a contradiction in terms. Those are two words that should not, or two terminologies that should not exist in tandem. An oxymoron, spoken by a moron. You know, there is no such thing as a selfless political leader, and that is what destroys any prospects of any coalition. You know, the only person that might collapse is Rabiu Kwakwanso, but will he collapse for Atiku Abubakar? That's the thing. Does he hate Tinubu more than he hates Atiku? I suspect not. Is he going to be talked by the lures of tribal affinity? He wasn't in 2023. And what will Peter Obi do? We know Peter Obi, he can be persuaded to drop his trousers. But if Kwakwanso is not, we'll see how it plays out. But the one thing that he did say that I do agree with, if they are going to form that coalition, they should form it now, you know, because they only have a year slot. So after next year, after 2027, in fact, by November 2027, we're in election season, so nothing else happens. So between they virtually have a 12-month slot. In fact, they have till the end of this year. That's what he said, and I somewhat agree. The reality is that by the end of December 2024, no structured engagement has commenced based on the strategic initiative to develop the alternative political platform oriented based on selfless disposition of opposition political leaders. It simply means that any opposition to APC and President Asiwaju Tinubu in 2027 will be based on personal ambitions of individual political leaders, irrespective of whether the government is led by Atiku Abubakar Peter, Senator Rabiu Kwakwanso, or any of the orphaned leaders of APC. A successive government that emerged based on personal ambition of political leaders risk being worse. Correspondents reported that former presidential candidate of the PDP, Atiku Abubakar, met with former Labour Party, Peter Obi, etc., etc. So they can meet all they like. If they don't come together to form one strong entity, then they just take that same flogging as they did 2023. So that same flogging as they did 2023. So I'll just give you this as a headline. Forced smuggling from Nigeria to neighboring country unlikely to end. So we just need Dangote now to pump that oil out, and then, you know, if they want to smuggle it at the coming out of the refinery rate, then they can smuggle it. So I think I'll leave the readouts there. Play you a couple of clips. The room needs filling up, by the way. If you want the conversation, I often say, and I repeat again, it is a participatory sport. It is a participatory sport, and that is to say that your participation is needed. So your participation is needed. So let me start you with this one, actually. No, let me not give you that. Maybe I'll save that one till tomorrow. Let me start you with this one instead. So this one here, let's start it on a cheery note to land it on a dour note. So we have often said, and it's often believed, that some of the smartest people, the people that hold Nigeria together are the smart people. And some of the smartest people, if not the smartest people, that are coming out of Nigeria, our southeastern brothers and sisters. This is universally known. Test after test, they always emerge at the top, and they are now getting that reputation as smarty pants. So here is the international space acknowledging just how smart our brothers and sisters from the southeast are. Watch this.
Kenneth Okonkwo, that comedian, telling you, Nnamdi Kanu did what Boko Haram is doing, Nnamdi Kanu cannot be held.
No, that wasn't the one though. Did I not download it? I think I did. So hold on. I beg your pardon. That wasn't the one at all. So yes. After all that preamble, I'm playing you the wrong one. That one's somewhat of a slamming of the Southeast, but I did actually download the one I wanted to play you. It's uploading now. So watch this. So the brilliance of the Southeasterner now has an international reputation. Watch this.
My only point is, when you have that mindset and you have to put yourself at the top, and all people with dark skin are one entity, you're not looking for people smarter than you. You're not. There's other evidence here. Do you realize that the people who get the highest scores on standardized tests in England are people, immigrants from the Igbo tribe in Nigeria? And their kids outscore all the quote native white people in the town. If you're not looking for them, you're not finding them. It just doesn't. It's a thing. It's all here in this chapter, and all I'm doing is bringing science to it.
So there it is right now. The international community now cottoning on to something we've already known, the genius of the Southeastern brain. So the genius of the Southeastern brain gets an international recognition, but the disgrace, that is the shame of being a Nigerian, comes to take away a little bit away from that. This next clip, you will recoil in shame as you watch this. You will recoil in shame. I felt shame when I saw it. Tell me what your sensation is as you watch this.
This white idiot.
Oh, racist as well now.
I'm literally grabbing you by your ball.
And by the way, that lady, I call her a lady. I use that word advisedly. So that lady, in quotation marks, she's of course a Nigerian, but from her accent, she's either long in the UK because our accent has transmuted from the Nigerian thick undertone to a more universal Englishness. So that is to tell you that she's been in the UK for quite a while. So that even damns it more, doesn't excuse it. Recoil in cringe as you watch this.
This white idiot.
Oh, racist as well now.
I'm literally grabbing you by your balls.
No, you're not.
This male passenger was minding his own business until a woman opposite him began using his seat as a footrest. Annoyed by her disrespect, he confronts her, but is then surprised by how she retaliates.
You're an idiot.
All I am is
I'll slap
idiots
you.
like you.
You're so used to women being quiet when you're talking and touch me again, I'll slap you. You're an idiot.
No, you're the idiot.
That's why you're not married, you idiot. No one will stand your stupid ass. Are you married? Are you married? Are you sure? Are you sure? She's not cheating on you or anything.
No,
Are you sure?
No, because she's a really nice Yoruba
I'm pretty
lady.
sure she's nice. She's
a really
Yoruba.
nice Yoruba lady,
She's Nigerian, so she's like, trust me. She's using your money.
No, I don't think.
An idiot. Trust me, she doesn't love you. I'm Nigerian.
No,
You're
I know
an
what
idiot.
you're like, but I don't know
You're
what
an
she's
idiot.
like.
Touch me again, I'll slap you.
Other train riders sat uncomfortably as the pair argued with one another.
Your wife is where I'm from, so I know you know her attitude, so you know that we have the same attitude. So touch me again and I will slap you the same way your wife beats you at home.
My chair, so that I have to get dirt on my trousers. So now you know what it's like.
You're laughing because you can't do. You know you can't do. Listen, my feet is literally by your balls. I'm literally grabbing you by your balls.
No, you're not.
Do you understand that? Do you understand
No,
that?
you're not.
You're an idiot. You're actually an idiot.
Look a complete
You're actually an idiot.
You're
Do you know
making
that?
yourself look a complete fool.
Embarrassed that she feels like she's losing the pair's disagreement, she results to filming him.
Respect other people's property. Take your shoes off my feet. Okay.
So I get on the train and this white idiot.
Oh, racist as well now.
Idiot.
Ah, the racism. I love it.
Being quiet when you're talking and
All right, so there it is. It's just you don't even know where to look. You know, it's just so bad. You know, and I'm sure you heard what happened, but in the UK, the trains and even the buses, the seats are such that they don't face one direction. They sit you like this, and then they sit to the other person like this, and then you end up facing each other. That's usually how the seats are on the trains, especially. The good complement of the seats, you sit, and there's an aisle in between as well. So you're not sitting with your back to the windows of the train. No, there's an aisle in between, and then there's a seat here and there's a seat here, and then you end up sitting facing each other. That's why in the UK you see a lot of people holding up newspapers a lot. One, because they like to read newspapers, and really they want to hide away just to protect their space from the people around them. So that's why you see people holding up newspapers a lot. But there's this bad habit that people have in the UK, that they sit on one seat and then they put their leg on the other seat. Usually they do that when the other seat is vacant. But now it's a rush hour. You can clearly see everybody sitting cheek by jowl. This woman, I won't call her a lady because she's anything and everything, but not a lady, everything other than. So this woman now sits opposite this chap who set about quietly his business, and she started to then put her leg right between his crotch. He invited her to stop, and that ensued. But then, it was a crowded train, by the way, so everybody was uncomfortable. But when people get off that train, when they tell that narrative, guess how they're going to tell it? They will say there was this Nigerian woman, and that is how that story starts. So they're not going to say some random. They will say there was this Nigerian woman who did X, Y, Z. So it's just so shameful. But that is who we are, and that is how we can be. That is who we are and how we can. It's bad. It's very bad. From very bad to. Let me play you a little bit of about 2-3 minutes of good news just to cleanse the space. This is the progression of the Lagos Calabar Super Highway. Watch this.
This part is the coastal road. This is the part that has been completed. Not fully completed, but it has been completed to about 80%. The road for cars has been fixed. The street light has been fixed and is even accessible by citizens as I speak to you now. So, join me on this video as I take you through Victoria Eco Atlantic City Coastal Road Phase 1. With no further ado, I'd like to show you guys this coastal road and what it truly looks like. For the main detail of this video, I would like you to know that this video it's not taken from anyone, but rather was shot today, being the 17th of August 2024. So, in case of future purpose, there might have been changes to this environment which might not reflect in this video, and that's to keep. But nonetheless, I would like to take you into the picture now. As you can see.
So there it is. The phase 1 of the Lagos Calabar Super Highway is nearly is 80% complete, much to the chagrin. Peter Obi must never be allowed to drive on that road for all of the rubbishing that he has rubbished it. And Atiku Abubakar, they must never. That should be a clause in the constitution that Peter Obi or Atiku Abubakar should never be allowed to drive on that road. Should never be allowed to drive on that road, but you are allowed to come and join me on the screen. There's no one in at the moment, so if you want the conversation, hop on. I play the K Guide music, and then we see what happens next. First, we go to the K Guide.
Only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chifu Waila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
All right. So Iku Koniru Agbeche. Let me play you one more clip actually, because this is only a 14-second clip, by the way, but this has been so much talked about. I'll play you this clip just to give people time to populate the screen. This has been so much talked about. I thought we would document it. It's the bandits in Nigeria that have now turned themselves into social media stars. Here is an example.
Dikorat eke catch waka tulumbo catch waka tubako bachi catch waka tulumbo ubanka chani kajara mana babunjirani chani waka tulumbo ubanka.
So Tinubu Banka, I suspect that is not "I love you" that they are saying, but apparently, allegedly, these people are now all over TikTok. The bandits. So there it is. So there it is. Bear with me 1 second. Actually, let me just play your 1 minute track just to recalibrate myself, and then let's do a bit of Bola Bola Tinubu. All right. Let's do all right, so there it is right there. Amonishi, we are Amonishi. So there it is. Joining us the elegant Ajanle Koko. There he is right there, father of the bride. Baba in the house. Always a delight when Baba is here. Good to see Baba. There's a Kenne right there. Happy to see Kenne. Always a delight. There's General Thomas. Hopefully, then that guarantees an after hours, and that is the majestic Pansat in his Maybach, which is still on HP. So good to have you, gentlemen. Anyone else that wants to hop on, please hop on. Who should we kick it off with? Shall we kick it off with Pansat? Pansat, are you happy to go? People always uncomfortable when people are driving and are you? Do you want me to come to you next, or do you need a moment?
No, let's go so that I can be listening as I'm driving. Yeah, let's go quick session.
All right. Let me rattle you through the headline. So it's the cleansing of the vestiges of the Buhari administration now in quick succession. The NIA chairman, he bites the dust. Yusuf Bichi immediately after him. So what are you then making of this swift cleansing of the security agencies?
Yeah. By the way, let me say hello to everybody on this platform, both on the panel and those who are in the comment section. Yeah, that tends to happen usually much earlier than this in any administration. So Tinubu emerging as his own man will be incomplete without thoroughly rinsing the space of vestiges, as you put it, of Buhari administration. So that's but it could also be for other reasons, right? So it could be we're just guessing, we don't know. It could be because of people finding out and rats running out of the sinking boat. Do you understand what I'm saying? But let's look at it in the light most favorable to this platform, which is to say that he's emerging as his own man and he's trying to easily ease out some of those people. So,
we can look at it however your instinct sees it. So, I mean, it's a free speech space now. So, you feel that there's what's your instinct on it?
Well, there have been some resignation. In one of the cases was a resignation; it wasn't pushed. But I'm only saying that to say percentage-wise, I believe that what you're saying, you're the way you say it is probably about 80%. That's probably what happened. And then I'm saying that's at 20%. Do you understand what I'm saying? We can't know.
I do. What might lean it towards that 80% is that these two guys resigned within 2-3 days of each other. So that is to tell you that it's either a coordinated Fulani move or a coordinated presidency move.
Exactly. Now that is the dichotomy. I am with you on that 100%. That's a more eloquent way to put it. So I'll let others who have much more insight in that in the panel deal with that while I deal with the other topics. So you can move on. I believe that there's no disagreement there.
All right.
Yeah, well, go ahead.
All right, let me move you on to this one. Why I did not support Atiko's presidential ambition. So this is Bode George, who is just involved in some sort of a side betting fight with Atiko Abubakar. Atiko calling him a tribalist, him retorting not fit for purpose. So what are you making then of these two octogenarians not acting their age?
Yeah, Bode George happens to be one of those eagles that I said it's didn't get a good rap. Somehow in the past he was tainted with some kind of conviction in Nigeria, felony and all that stuff. He's a felon and all that. But he happens to be an honorable person. I took my time and looked at him. He's wise, he's fair, he's a patriot, a Lagosian that was unassailable in a lot of the stuff that he talks about. And still, I hold him in high regard. But Tom, if anybody's disagreeing with Bode George, it's like one of my rules. You see him do some kind of wishy-washy, and it usually doesn't last long, and then he straightens out. So in this case, I am with him. They understand what I'm saying? Between him and Atiku Abubakar, it's like day and night. Bode George is an honorable person. He's a fair person, and he's wise. Criticizes according to true or false. It doesn't matter where you're from or how high and mighty you are. For me,
you're breaking up a little bit, Pansat.
Yeah. Okay. So we could move on quickly because I don't know. I'm in an area that has an airport and everything, so it might be affecting my.
All right. Let me take you to this one. Candidates under 18 will no longer take WAEC and NECO exams, the federal government. So that caught me off guard somewhat. I couldn't understand the rationale behind that. Does that make sense?
It does not make sense, and I saw that when I was looking at the papers this morning. I saw a little bit of that, but did you see what's the rationale? What is the rationale? What is the deal?
I don't know. It didn't rationalize it. It's saying that the trajectory of education takes you to 17 and a half anyway, from birth to when you need to sit those exams. But we know that the trajectory of education in Nigeria, especially for the brilliant kids or the kids that their parents pay attention to their education, it can fast track them to JAMB WAEC by the age of 16. So are you saying that gifted children then should be punished for being gifted? I don't get it.
Yeah, that I looked at a few phrases in that. It made no sense to me, but if there's a rationale for it, it wouldn't bother me. I knew that I took my GCE at the age of 17, what they call General Certificate of Education, and then I took my WAEC. But obviously, that I left with my GCE, and they seized my result and the WAEC at the time. So I know that 17, 18 is around the age of the average Nigerian. I don't think much has changed. So if they have a good reason, I don't pick on anybody who does any administrative stuff with reason. WAEC is one of
You know,
those.
I just sorry, Pansa, I just cannot fathom it. If that is the natural order, then that's fine. So when a child then breaks through that order, then that is to tell you then that that child might well be gifted. So it should not be stymied. You should not try and constrain it. Why would you want to constrain a
Yes,
gifted child?
right, because it's rather is the exception rather than the rule. So if there's something that's very negative for us, where we get maybe once a year you have one gifted child, but then we have this disadvantage, But I will look at that again, then I'll take another whack at it when I get on my desk. I'll be able to research and see what it depends on what the reason is, but there has to be some kind of rationale behind such a small thing. So, but if there's some disadvantage to the rule, it's not every day, especially these days, with the waywardness in our country, that you have a gifted child that's going to be skipping all kinds of stuff. Because in school, it's not just academic. There are curricula that you pick up when you go through the entire process. It doesn't have to be academic. You have to learn how to get along with others, for example. You're going to have to know a lot more than your math and English. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I will look at it again, and I'm going to tell you at some point, one man, I disagree with this examiners, if there's any, if it makes sense. So I'll take that under submit, and I'll review it and give you my actual opinion on it.
All right, let me take you to the next one. Obi Atiku Kwakwanso should come together before the end of 2024. So this is Lukman. So a lot of people feel that individually those entities cannot defeat the incumbent, but collectively they stand a potent chance. So do you agree that for them to defeat the incumbent, they have to come together, one? And then do you agree with this kind of things that this guy is putting in there, that they really need to get their acts together before the end of the year?
I do not agree. I think they should cooperate, but I don't think that they should get together to defeat APC right now. It has nothing to do with merit and the campaign and the policy. The boldness of the INEC is that they are willing to turn off their beavers, even if their candidate is losing, right? They are willing to go to court and have the court. They have the court prepared for all that kind of stuff. So it doesn't matter how many candidates are arrayed against them. So, but the cooperation they need will be in the with the beavers, the capture data, and the polling agents, right? If the way the Constitution makes up that polling data is that INEC has supremacy, but all those polling agents should be able to cooperate, even when you don't have an agent in a particular polling station. Then all of them should be able to pool those agents, where they will take photographs. They will take photographs, but they will have a copy of that. That will really make a big difference. So they do need to cooperate. Just like in the last election, I believe that Atiku Camp called Lagos, and they certified that P2B won Lagos with over 900,000 votes. That came for the polling agents of the PDP in favor of Peter Obi in that case. So yeah, they need to cooperate, but they do not need to be a one party, for example. That would be a net loss for them, because some of these parties here and there will take away parties from APC, take away parties from Labour, and that is what they have to calculate as far as the mathematics. However, they do need to show some teeth, right? They're gonna be, they need to cooperate to where they have to do everything to what? the effect of the captured Supreme Court, the courts, basically. Because if you look at Tinubu's antecedents, he has two ways that he goes. Number one is strong men and violent people on the streets and in an area. And then the second one is bribing the judiciary. And that's the only way they get to lose an election. And also fighting right now to make sure that this Mahmoud is removed as an INEC chairman because he's a terrorist, pretty much. He's not afraid.
No, his tenure is up next year anyway. But the unfortunate thing for the opposition is that Tinubu gets to appoint who succeeds him. So I'm not
Exactly.
quite sure. Yeah. So
Not only that, he picked, the woman he made a chief justice right now is the one, according to them. I really didn't read into it, but people who are trust, it says the last pick to be chief justice is the same one who rendered the verdict in the Imo State gubernatorial that brought Uzodinma from number 4 to emerge as the governor, something like
she
that.
was on that panel. Yes.
She was okay. So that those are kind of things. So, but you see, like I said before, um, somebody like Tinubu, if you look at what he planned the last time, his plan was to buy the election, but his plan wouldn't have worked because he lost everywhere that he was supposed to be buying, right? So the only thing that worked is Buhari's reluctant help. So that worked in the case of Mahmoud was softened to where he could then take a bribe. But so they have to be serious, right? You could say, look, there's nothing I can do about it, but you have to do something about the judiciary, and you have to do something about strong men, right? Same thing I tell Showere. I've been telling him this. You do not go into a country that doesn't obey the laws, a country such as our own, and you say you're going to do a peaceful protest. Well, there's no incentive for the government to do the right thing. It's the same thing. When these people go to election in 2027, I don't think, now, this is where you and I differ on this. I don't think Tinubu is going to be the candidate in 2027. I believe it's going to be Shetima. Shetima is going to, maybe by the end of this year.
What's the rationale? What underpins that?
Well, Shetima, it's a very clever guy. He used to be a governor in the Borno State. And the Northeast, they're not as, docile as you may think. And Northerners felt that, what's his name? Obasanjo played them and picked a sick Southerner to in the form of.
Right. They will give Tinubu the Abiola tea, Abi.
No, I'm saying in the case of Yaradua, he was sick. They figured that they were outsmarted and they picked a sick person. But in this case, they picked Tinubu thinking that he was sick. And me too. I thought Tinubu, his legs are shaking, his hands are shaking. And then he comes there. He could almost run in the Olympics right now. I don't know what the hell is going on, right? So these people, these Northern Muslims, they if you do something to them, they're gonna do it back to you. They understand they're not forgiving. It's like Niger Delta pirates. They thought we Southerners are making money without kind of violence, right? So they opened their own Boko Haram. So what I think is going to happen is that Tinubu is making enemies, right? You at least have to admit. People who brought him to the dance, a lot of them are gone, including Erufai and Tony Kabaka. So many people. The guy in the creeks, the fat guy in the creeks, and so many others. So at some point, they are going to make sure that Tinubu does not end up in that ballot in 2027. That is my opinion. I have no proof for it, but I've never been wrong, right? I know you're gonna say there's nobody who's never. I've never been wrong. I gotta tell you that. So the way I'm looking at it, Tinubu comes in. A lot of his interest has been for a one-timer. He's the money. It's not playing. He's come there. He's done this highway you're talking about. But even if I'm wrong, now you asked me the last time, do you really? I don't know. It was on your program. Somebody saying, if Tinubu is not there, it's gonna be Shetima. There's nothing wrong with Shetima, right? Shetima would surprise a lot of Nigerians if he emerges as president because he's smart enough to change. If that's what he's planning on doing, but we'll see. It's a long time from now. What's the other thing?
All right. I don't agree with all you said, apart from the last bit that Shetima. Anybody that underestimates Shetima is just being foolish. That guy is supremely clever. He's a very clever man. Let me take you. Well, which one should I take you to next? All right. Let me take you to the GDP so you can rubbish it. New GDP growth shows economy is on right trajectory. So, quarter on quarter, there's a positive growth coming out of the Nigerian GDP space. So what are you making of that? Oh, have we lost him? Hello, can anyone hear me? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
All right. I think we may have lost Pansar. So let's come to you then, Baba. He's on screen, but I think it's gone through. Like I said, it was close to an airport. So let's come to you then, Baba. Do you want to start from the beginning? Because there is. Anybody will struggle to tell me that this is a coincidence. The NIA guy resigns. Yusuf Bich resigns the next day, and by the third day, Tinubu replaces them. So I was just saying that's the last vestiges of Buhari being cleansed. Is that your reading?
First, I salute you, one man. Salute the co-panelists and the people of the comment section. Esteemed watchers, listeners, please remember to click the like button, which is most important. And don't forget to subscribe and share also, because don't tell me you are not enjoying coming to listen to this platform every day, because it's where ideas contest and you enjoy the robust argument too. Yes, one man, I think we are seeing beginning of something. Reason why Tinubu actually contested. You understand? I'll be taking it from yesterday, actually, because apart from restructure, or part of restructure, it's about redistribution of wealth of Nigeria. We have to redistribute the wealth. Those who have captured the purse and tenaciously hold on to it for long, they are about to lose it. And they will fight back. But then they've met their match in somebody like Tinubu. He's fearless. He just doesn't care. And he has an ace up his sleeve. The Northerners know they don't have to mess with him. Well, they can poke their fingers in his eyes once in a while and make all the necessary noises. But this man is not going to budge. He has a mission and he will succeed in it. It's like this, what he has done now, what he's doing presently is like you ask a man, don't touch me. And the person puts his hand in your eye and poke your eyes with it. What do? He's gone even beyond don't touch me. He has aggravated you. So bring out your best game. That's what he's telling them. Bring out your best game. Let's rumble. because I mean, he has removed the NIA man. Well, was he pushed or shoved? We don't know, but he's gone. That's for certain. And the DSS man has followed. I think after
We
6 or 7
we have
years.
to conclude that he was shoved. You know, if you look at the sequence of resignation, then if there was even if there was 6 months in between, you will still it's too close together for it not have
Yeah,
been.
it's quick.
Yeah,
That's why
yeah.
I say they don't know who they want to mess with. They are challenging him. He has I said it, he has an ace up his sleeve, and the North, they are readers of the political game, quite all right. They know where he's going, and their greed for power will not let them go 100% with their disagreeability or obstination. They will not go. They will only get to the edge of the abyss, but they will not jump. They will not jump because Tinubu, look at it from the point where Baba OBJ was taking all over the Southwest. Why did they leave Lagos alone? Forget the Atiku story. That's just balderdash. Tinubu called Baba OBJ when everything was pointing to the fact that they just want to swallow the Southwest. He wanted to do it to satisfy the Northerners that, yeah, I can capture my place. When he was being challenged for being a president without having his base behind him, he called him. They had a discussion, and he told him what's going to happen in Lagos. And people around OBJ told him, man, slow down. You've done more than enough. Just leave this guy alone. And they've continued that fight even till today. Remember, within just 12 hours, less than 12 hours, they changed the national anthem. They changed the national anthem, and it's been systematically dismantling all the things.
The way Tinubu is going, it's almost as though he doesn't have ambitions towards a second term. I'm struggling to understand what strategy is in play here. You know,
I will tell you, man.
The people that drove him into office is slicing and dicing them at a dizzying rate. And even this NIA guy, Mohammed, somebody is actually telling us now that it's from Kwara. So all of the security spaces, bar Nuhu, Ribadu, they're southerners.
Yeah, you heard it. You heard what he said in Abeokuta. He said, I told Buhari, when you get there, don't forget the Yorubas. Because the Yorubas suffered under Jonathan. And for 8 years, Buhari did the same to the Yorubas. The Yorubas were absent for a period of about 14 years in government. 14 good years in government, except you want to lie. Let's put pen to paper and let's look at the aggregate proportion of the positions, the important position in governance in Nigeria. Yorubas were absent. So he knows what he's doing, and he's playing on the grid. Why he's going to do the second time, let me tell you. He's playing on the grid of the Northerners. In 2027, he knows definitely a Northern candidate will not work. Will not work in the sense that Shetima is there for the Northeast. He knows if Tinubu completed his term of 8 years, he will be next in line.
But the bulk of the votes are in the Northwest, though. If you look at the traditional voting spaces, it's Kano, Kaduna, Katsina. You know, those votes, they shape the presidency. They shape who sits on Aso Rock now.
They shape
and those are the spaces it's moving against.
And what has technology done to those population in Katsina, in Kano, Kaduna? What did the last technology of INEC did to them? Those places were places where you get 1 million vote for a candidate, you get 2 million and things like that. Was that the case in the last election where we have
No.
these?
Kano still delivers significant numbers. So there's nearly
But
2 million votes coming out of Kano.
far less. I can't remember exactly, but I know it was a bit more than 1 million, but it used to be 2 million plus. And as we go ahead, fine tuning the electoral computer system, it will be less. Forget what they come up with. The Northeast is there. They will vote in numbers because it's in their interest that if Tinubu completed his second term, it will be their turn, despite the hue and cry from the Northwest. That is one. Two, don't let's beat about the bush. Hassan is in the comment section. He can come and dispute this. The North are not ready for a Southeastern president.
No,
I'm saying it with all my knowledge of the Nigerian political space.
Yeah, Baba, the Southeast is out of the equation. So because there is only one name coming out of the Southeast, and that's Peter Obi, and I think that's already played out. But there's good luck Jonathan though, so he continues to be a recurring decimal. But I just think Tinubu is playing some sort of high risk game, sort of I don't know if unless he's able to towards the election persuade El Rufai to come back on board, I think he might find 2027 a struggle. Because I think they also have plans for him, by the way. I think in the build up to that election, we'll see a spate of insurgency, insecurity, which will be the theme that will lead into that election, because that's how they played Goodluck Jonathan. And I think that's what they'll play with Tinubu as well.
It's not going to work in case of Tinubu. Jonathan had no ace up his sleeve, but Tinubu has one big, mighty ace up his sleeve.
Which is what?
Which is the Yoruba nation.
Yes, yes.
So,
whether
sorry, you like it or not. Yeah.
Yes. Sorry, I didn't actually even want to interject you, but just to agree with you there. Jonathan had no base, and he was essentially an orphan president. He only had one little tiny state in the creeks, and that was it. But Tinubu has a whole ethnic nation, and outside of our ethnic nations, he also has political stalwarts that he has built relationships with. Is a more robust character than is more equipped for the fight than Jonathan, like you said. But sorry, carry on.
Yeah, because a man, he waited for 8 years, another 8 years, 16 good years he waited. It was not just idle. He was amassing fortune, preparing for this day and time, which I take it back to the electioneering campaign and things like that. He prepared, well prepared. He made one or two mistakes on the day of inauguration or the week of inauguration. But you understand? But he's adjusting that, addressing that mistake, even though very difficult. For a man sits back, amass the wealth, plant, build bridges for 16 years. I mean, I don't have that kind of patience because I don't trust maybe I will even survive that 16 years. But if you have to respect him for him to do that, they know that he's up for the fight against all odds. All odds. He won the primary until he was proclaimed the winner. Nobody can put his money on him specifically, assuredly, that is going to be the candidate of APC. Forget all the permutation. The chairman was against him. Buhari was neither here nor there. and a whole lot of them in the north, including Atiku, whom they brought up again. They want to rule by fiat. And nothing happened. He won. Because this is a moment of truth. This is a moment of truth for the nation Nigeria.
You know, for them to get Tinubu out of that office, they have to take him out of there in a body bag. I cannot
That's
see
the
it.
only way.
They cannot take him out of that office
is
alive. I can't see it.
That is it. The people of Biafra are waiting. They are praying. They've been praying since 1967 that something will push the Yorubas to say, okay, we give up on this geographical expression called Nigeria. And with that, it's automatic. Within 24 hours.
The Yorubas are the ones holding Nigeria together. If the Yorubas go on that ethnic nation fervor that we're seeing out of the southeast, Nigeria would not last 6 months. If going after it with the intensity of Nnamdi Kanu, and Nnamdi Kanu maintains his momentum, who is going to hold it? It's the Yoruba space that really holds that country together. If they say enough, then that country finishes.
Yeah, and if you choose to offend them and they decide to stay back and say, okay, to your tent, O Israel, you are saying 6 months. I think it's just an overnight thing. The North cannot fight on two fronts. They can't open two fronts of battle. It's not going to happen.
They wouldn't even be able to take on the fight. So who would they be fighting?
So that's exactly what I'm saying.
When the country says they are no longer interested, it's just the terms of disengagement that we will get into. But Baba, for the benefit of the panel, let me move you on to another topic. Do you want to speak to Bode George versus Atiku Abubakar or Madam Ngozi Okonjo Iweala saying Nigerian politicians weaponizing insecurity to make Tinubu look bad, which is something that I think a lot of people see happening on a daily basis. Nigeria's GDP growth 3.19%. So quarter on quarter is just experiencing a positive upward trajectory, much to the chagrin of the people who would like to see otherwise. Candidates under 18 will no longer take WAEC exams. This is the federal government trying to stymie talented Nigerians. Yes, yes, any of those.
Yeah, I'll talk on the article and Mrs. Okonjo Iweala.
All right.
Let me start with Chief Bode George. He spoke truth. The truth, absolute truth, he spoke. There is no arithmetic that will have made a Northerner or any justification after 8 years for another Northerner to rule us for another 8 years in Nigeria. It won't happen. It never happened. It never happened. Here is PDP. They are ready with their own candidate. Wike, whether you like him or hate him, I mean, he has done his homework. He has been with PDP all his life, never strayed, never contested under any other party. And he walked his way with Tambuwal, gave Tambuwal money, promised him the vice presidency. They were on a roll. And on the day he was to achieve his ambition, Tambuwal break bond and sided with Atiku on that ground that night. And Wike lost. Because that is what they not do. They will always side with themselves. And he contested. There is no way he will have won. And if he had won, there is no way he will have ruled that country. Because no Southerner will stand for 16 years of a Fulani rule, coming from where we have been coming from all these years since independence. So, but they just spoke to him the truth and told him, you caused all everything that is afflicting PDP today, Atiku is a cause. Because he's gone out of PDP twice and contested under different banners. So he's been to the extent that he has now been labeled serial contestant. So you can't intimidate people like Bode George. He a military general, educated, a Lagosian that is worldly in attitude. There's nothing they can do. He has told him. If they like, let him bring him again in the coming election. He will fail. But as far as I'm concerned, PDP is gone anyway. It's a house divided against itself. 3 factions. How can they stand? So we are witnessing the disintegration of PDP, whether we like it or not. Let me go to Mrs. Okonjo Iweala. There is nothing new she said that I've not said on this platform before. Nothing new. That the insecurity in the north is mercantile. It's mercantile. They've turned it into a trade, even including the IDP camp. It's all about money making. They are sacrificing their people. They come out now to tell us, oh, their people are suffering. They turn them into beggars. They now give them palliatives and things like that. And I ask myself, oh, it is the palliative that's making them poor? Or you are angry that somebody is feeding them? Like you were angry Jonathan was educating the Fulanis. You see, the North, whether people like it or not, I will speak the truth to the North. And those who know, they know in the North. The game they are playing has reached its head and cannot go further. You plant in agriculture to feed the nation, yet you cannot plant enough grass for your cattle, to the extent that you have to shift your cattle to the south to damage the small farms we are doing there because the grass is available there. Don't you have grass in the north? Can't you plant grass if you don't have it? You said you have more expanse of land than the south. Good. Plant grass, keep your cow in the north. You should not make them go into the south and start destroying little farms we are trying to nurture. They know what they are doing. They are very, very clever. But they are unraveling gradually. They are unraveling gradually. And there is nothing they can do with Tinubu at the helm of affairs at the moment. I pity a Southerner who is not going to tell a Northerner the truth or trying to be politically correct. I don't want to be politically correct anymore. I want to speak it like it is. So whether they like it or not, let them continue in this trajectory. Who is dying? Who is dying? Is their people. Who are the people in the ID camp? Is their people. When they are ready to rehabilitate their people, they know what to do. When they are ready to stop terrorism or kidnapping or banditry, they know what to do. Because in the first instance, this thing did not happen overnight. They've profited from it for so long. But like every game, it has to come to an end. This game they are playing has reached its peak. It's the 90th minute. No faggy time. They have to stop, reappraise themselves, re-strategize, and take care of their people. You read 10 top oil well owners yesterday, 8 from the north, from Mederibe to Sani Bello to Dan Tata and all the rest. And I asked myself, were these oil well in the north Can a southerner own 4 of those oil wells? Will they allow it?
They will shoot you instantly. They will. They don't.
And yet,
They
people
won't
like
even ask you to leave. They will just shoot you. That's what they will
people
do.
like Sarowiwa died. You remember the Ogoni 6? Why did they die? Because of degradation of their land. Who killed them? Abacha slaughtered them like pigs for their oil. When yesterday, I think Kulata was saying, oh, the Southerners have, yes, but those are marginal fields. The Southerners have marginal field, the Sahara, Ato, Etio, Fafa, and all the rest, apart from maybe Fafa. The Niger Delta people have to enjoy their wealth. That's why I talk about redistribution of wealth. The Niger Delta people has to be taken care of.
It's quite amazing, actually, Baba, because we read through that list. That list is not the comprehensive list, by the way, but it's the pork belly fat of the oil space. And there was just a sprinkling of you know how it is in an office when they will employ one black person for inclusivity. There was just a sprinkling of Yoruba people out of the top 10 oil field owners. 8 from the north, not one from where the oil actually comes from.
That is very sad. And this has been the case. And if you go to those places, except people just don't care. I can say I practically spend my 40s and 50s in the creek. And you will not believe, one man, what you are saying. You will not believe. There is just no life there. There is no life there. And I'll tell you this for free. I've spoken to a lot of soil men. In another 50, 80 years, there will be earthquake in that area. Because miles down, there is hollow where they've sucked oil away. There will be pressure, and there's going to be earthquake happening constantly in the Niger Delta. So they need to enjoy their wealth while things are still good. There must be a redistribution of wealth in Nigeria, and this president will do it. I believe in him.
But what do you mean by redistribution of wealth, though? Is it distributing it to the benefit of the populace, or realigning it from one ethnic stock to another? Because it looks as though it's a turn to chop is what is going on. It's chop by chop limited.
No, what I mean by that, take for instance the live wire, the economic live wire of our country depends on gas now of late and oil. Since Oloibiri was first operated. Take for instance, every oil field in every area, first and foremost, they will give priority, you understand, to the people in that area. No outsider. They will have the first order of refusal if they don't want to, or they can align with anybody to come take the oil if they don't have the capacity for it. Where the oil is founded, yes, as per the system we are still operating now, the federal government can be in charge, no doubt about that. But the operators of that oil well must first be the owners of the land where it is found.
But they don't strike me as being equipped, though. You don't really want too much money in the hands of people in the creek. They don't know how to handle.
Why? Tell me, one man. Why?
They don't know how to handle money now. Have you ever seen anybody from the creeks that know how to handle money? You don't want them.
You are deceiving yourself. You want to tell this to somebody like coal, Tonye coal, Sahara oil. You want to tell this to somebody like Ayanabu of Brass, Dietes Beef, and a host of other of them. These are savvy men. Or you want to say to what's the name, the guy in that Abraka Tough Polo Club? I've forgotten his name now. A lot of them, they are very, very rich and savvy. Look at the Olu of Warri, for instance. You think that man is just ordinary, or you want to look at the Rewanis and all the rest. There are big wigs there. It's just that they don't come out. They enjoy the atmosphere in the creek. If you've been in that place, you will see side by side the soil degradation and a lot of yacht the size you've never seen, even in Lagos Marina. You find it in the creeks. You find houseboats large enough to fit on 2 plots of land, floating. They are there, they're enjoying themselves, no doubt about that. But I'm saying it's not enough. More should be done for them.
But Baba, why? I mean, people from that, the leadership in that area, they settle for less instead of going for the head of the fish, competing with the north. This northerner instead of them being a stakeholder, they're like in that sector. They like follow that. It's like they have no stake in that sector. Yes, you might have some of them that yes, maybe they are successful, they benefited from the crumbs that drop from the table. But to say, them having been a shaker in that sector, it's unfortunate that we don't they don't fight.
When we were going through the numbers yesterday, we were going through the oil well list. The fields that are Danjuma, the field that Danjuma commands, it generates $30 million daily, every single day. 30.
Is it dollar? How can it be dollar? That would be richer than Nigeria, or are you talking about naira?
No, dollars. I bookmarked it, so maybe I'll bring it up again. $30 million daily. That's what the
How
reader
can it
said.
generate that? And that might be a typographic error there. It can't be that. Nigeria is not even generating.
But even if it's $3 million a day, that's a lot of money.
I could agree with that. You can't generate $30 billion a day. Nigeria, Nigeria now. But you see, what I'm trying to say, Baba, is that you see these people, this leadership in the South, instead of them to come together and fight for the control of their wealth, you see them fighting against each other, destroying each other, and by doing that, they allow these other people to grab their wealth and then and take over everything from them. So I don't get them. I don't know what's wrong with it. They are the one the Ken Saro-Wiwa, a lot of them were even against Saro-Wiwa back then, because what Saro-Wiwa is fighting against, they were eating from that rot, and they don't want Saro-Wiwa to come. So they somehow sold Saro-Wiwa for Abacha to buy him. So the leadership in that area, I don't know what is wrong with them. They don't represent their people well. But that's
what I'm saying now. When I was saying that they can't handle money, I was saying it somewhat tongue in cheek.
Too harsh. Yeah,
but really, the experience is that when they throw them, look at a good example is Sariko Tokumbo or that Tombolo. When they throw them a little bit of crumbs, maybe $30 million, then they go and get a few wives, they marry their cousins, and then they go and do big. That's all they need now. So they don't understand the bigness of what they can, These people from the creeks.
Look at even the structure of NNPC. One man. Look at even the structure of NNPC. I think Tinubu have to do something about it. Look, Abba Kyari, from the north is the group. Is it the group managing director or is the CEO? What's the position he occupies?
Yeah, is the CEO, yeah.
CEO. The finance director is from the north. You saw him, that one. I was challenging that day that he was talking rubbish. He was saying shortfall for subsidy. I don't know the nonsense he was talking. The finance director of there is a northerner. How can they grab all the top position there? Why should that happen?
It's been like that from the time immemorial. In
No, when
NMPC.
Obasanjo came in, remember, I know you are very good in that space. You remember when Obasanjo came in 1999, it dismantled that place. The person that was at the top, he said, he got this, what's the name of this man from that region? I can't remember the name now.
Which one? Where is
Obaseki, maybe Obaseki, or what is his name? So be the group managing director of
managing director of NMPC then.
NMPC. The northerner that was there, Obasanjo said he does not merit that position by his qualification. So a person that does not merit it, how can he direct? How can he shape that place to work well for the country? It took him down. And he put, I think it was Obaseki, was no kind of name, if I can remember very well.
I've forgotten his name, but I know it's South.
South, yes. Yeah. I think it was Obaseki. He put him there at the head to replace him. And he did some little reorganization back there. I can remember. So, I don't know for those leaders from that place. That place will be better than what it is. They are suffering. I've said this several times here. If you look at is
it Funso Kopo Lopo?
No, that's not the name.
Yeah, that's not him.
If you look back, 1999, 2000, I think it's Obaseki, if my memory can serve.
I've forgotten the name. I'm just racking my brain.
All right. Let me just make a correction to something I said earlier. I said the Danjuma field was generating $30 million. So that was incorrect. So it was actually the Prince Nasiru Ado-Bayero. It says that Prince Nasiru Ado-Bayero, cousin to former CBN Governor Lamido Sanusi, manages Asuaku and Umutu fields under surplus petroleum. These fields boast a daily production capacity of 300,000 barrels, generating around $30 million daily at current market prices.
30 million is not easy, 1 month. $30 million.
Yes, you know, but you know when that's in full capacity one, and then that is the minus cost too. So, but still they'll be taking. Is it 300,000 barrels capacity daily? This is what they gave this guy now. 300,000 barrels.
No, it's not possible, woman. 300,000 barrels daily. That's an exaggeration. No, I know they put it down. It's not everything. You have to make an adjustment. 300,000 barrels every day from one single well or a field. That's a stretch. I tell you, that's a stretch actually. But I know definitely that at least a substantial part it could be making, and let's just always use the low bar. Like that's why I said, even if it is 3 million a day, that's a lot of money for one person. And you ask, what has he even done for his own people?
Imagine somebody on that because they would have been gifted those oil fields under that Babangida Abacha era. So imagine somebody then, let's even go for that low bar that you said, and I'm still sticking with this 30 million, but let's go with $3 million with 300,000 capacity. Imagine somebody that has grown accustomed to a lifestyle that is facilitated by $3 million a day, and then suddenly you say that it's finished, then the Tinubu says no more. And they will fight you to the end now, or he will fight you to the bitter end.
Yeah, but unfortunately, you cannot fight the government as one man. It's going to be a difficult fight or a losing fight. You understand? Because the man who has power who has the political power is more powerful than the man with economic power. Because the man with political power could just enact one law, one legislation that will wipe out your wealth. That is the power. That is where power lies, actually. So that is why you have to be very careful with anybody that is ruling a nation. The number one man of every nation can do and undo. So these people, like we're saying, Janle Kuku, look, the kind of deaths that killed the Ogoni 6, when you witness it, you will first run into it. Even your manhood will run inside. Because who did not beg in the world? Is it the Pope? Presidents? Everybody begged for their life. Abacha refused and executed them. And that's
yeah, that begging came from all over, even US.
I say the Pope, everybody. Who is who in the world begged?
Abacha is a calamano.
So what do we expect from the people? Everybody like ran. And yeah, it is the guy you are talking about, Aja, is Gaius Obaseki. Is that Gaius that I was trying to remember to link
Yes,
it up with the name
I can remember
Gaius.
Gaius Obaseki. Yes.
Yeah. But they came back in full force. Like when he was saying the other day, you go to NNPC today, the lingua franca in NNPC from the gate man to the penthouse offices is all the one language they speak. Even our people, apart from learning the language, they start dressing like them just to belong.
But that's a culture though, because I remember under Goodluck Jonathan, the whole of Abuja was awash with that bowler hat that he wears. Everybody was wearing bowler hats and.
Yeah, that is the fashion of Nigeria. But then the thing is, look, the Northerners, I'm not going to hide anything. Because when we keep on being politically correct and hiding words under our tongue, this space called Nigeria will never, never be good. You understand? They are so sartorial in governance, if I may use the word sartorial, that the first thing they do when they get to a ministry and take over, they build a mosque by the ministry. They build a mosque. So everybody wants to go and belong there. And this mosque they built, even the Baba Dini of Yoruba land goes to that mosque. He cannot lead in prayer. He cannot lead in prayer. Anybody can come and dispute it here. The gate man, if he's the only Hausa man there, will be the one to lead the prayer. It is the truth. We don't want to say it, but we must say it. Those of us that are going graduate, that has bought tickets, not checking like showing Kadem and all the rest of, we must say it now. So these are the things they are fighting, but they are fighting a lost battle, because there is a president in place who just doesn't care, who is not threatened, who doesn't feel threatened.
All right, Baba, start to bring it home and then we'll go on to the next.
Yeah, so like yesterday, they were talking about lack of security in the space of oil and things like that. No, it is not like that. I've explained here once without, I even blame myself talking too much that day.
You see, Hassan was trying to come on, but now you're attacking the North. He won't come on anymore. But there it is. It says that wow for you, Baba. I
hear him. I wanted to confront him with something. Exactly. You get my point. There is not. We have one.
Actually, carry on. And then after you play a clip, this clip here it speaks to the level of insecurity in the country, with there not being an example, and what the indigents are doing about it. But bring it on, Baba, and then I'll play this clip.
Yeah, let me just bring him home with that shipping movement. We have what we call oil intelligence. We have another oil movement by Brent. We have the Lloyd's oil shipping list. And of course, there is no ship that comes into Nigerian waters that is not recorded. We have signal stations everywhere. Everywhere. The vessels they bring in to maybe steal oil is just self-propelled barges. And they mix all manner, heavy oil, light oil, everything. They know where they take them to. But the real theft is in what we call topping. This vessel legitimately comes in to take 1 million barrels. They put in 1.2, 200,000 extra. They prepare 2 bills of lading, 2 cargo lists, 2 custom exit paper, and they go out with it. They go out with the 1 million barrel papers and discharge. The remaining 200,000 barrels, they know where they take it to, maybe to a refinery, small refinery somewhere, and discharge. The shipping intelligence, they know, but you cannot record it because what is on the manifest is, on the bill of lading is what you will take. But any experienced person looking at the draft of a ship whose dead weight is so much, or gross registered tonnage or net registered tonnage is so and so, you will know that this ship is overloaded. So this is how they manage to take out. The only time a vessel has loaded, that vessel came in during Jonathan's time, loaded 1 million barrels illegally, and it was going out, and the Navy intercepted that ship. What happened within 3 days? The ship disappeared. We know where it landed. I rest my case, one man.
All right, brilliant. Well put, Baba. So well put, Baba. So we go on from Baba to Ekene, who hopefully has not come here to sleep as always. But on our way to Ekene, let me play you 2 clips. Ekene, let me play these clips and then you come in after it. So the insecurity now, it has led to people resorting to self-help because something has to give, and it looks as though this is the latest fight against insecurity coming out of the north. So what you are saying in that clip, residents in Sokoto State trooping out in their force to the dens of those bandits. That look, if you are going to kill us all, we'd rather die on our feet than live on our knees. So that's the mass of people Sokoto State going to take on those bandits frontally. It says ending banditry. Residents troop out to bandits' hideouts in Sokoto. So if Tinubu cannot protect you, then you protect yourself, I suspect. But it don't reach that level. Like, let me play you one more, which is somewhat of a light-hearted one. Somebody sent this in, and then you come in after it.
The key to heavenly escape.
What you got on now?
Person for Nigeria say you get it.
Jesus. You can see the keys in my hand. You receive your key. Yes. The hour has come. Who is that person that lock up your estate?
On your bed, yeah. Up where Adam and Eve chop for garden of Eden. The same person say he get them.
Look at your apple.
Hey! This pastor is your lady in Bermuda Triangle.
112.
Before Ebiata.
Fish way Jesus chuku handle for the mouth. Come out your money. He get it.
Jesus, miracle fish.
Oh God, you are possessed.
Jesus. And he want to sell it.
You are tolo.
We want to sell them out.
This man knows something.
Fish you want to sell. Did it belong it for you?
English grammar.
Yeah. Israel Aganele.
You are Titanic.
Jesus fishes. We want to auction them.
Which one are you smoking?
Even the market woman that you come, you take. Oh, Jesus. Your market will going to increase.
Where is your certificate?
He's serious.
He used these stones. He sent them from heaven. Is your marriage stagnant? Is your business stagnant?
What shall we are
you come and grab this stone. Hey!
Jesus says, boy. Online vendor
you need Jesus.
Jesus.
You need deliverance.
I have gastric ulcer.
Gastric ulcer.
Yes.
That means that's a place. Gas is the
Jesus.
I am here to take over our list.
So that's a 419 pastor for Funwa that is just aggressively just looting people there in Bayelsa State. So there he is, Pastor 419. But for Pastor 419, Ekene, so come into the conversation. I'm not sure if you want to speak to the topic or just free flow. Ekene, good to see you.
For man.
Adeo.
Yeah.
Ndewo.
Yeah, dalo one them shake.
Yeah,
shake.
Shaken now.
Yeah.
You see, my Igbo is better than your Yoruba.
Oh, it's good. It's good. I like it that way. I don't even know, and I've not been too much available. Sometimes sleep always catch me because I'm so much tired these days to even come up here. But we have to speak. This insecurity issue that the Sokoto people are trying to, I don't know, they are going to the bandit. Well, whatever they have to do to protect themselves is allowed. So what do you want me to tell them? If they really know this bandit place and where they are staying, and they want to fight it frontally, then so be it. Let them go and fight it. What do you want me to tell them? To stop? No. They should fight it. They have what it takes. Nigeria today, coming to insecurity, you just have to secure yourself, secure your community, build your security architecture, and know how to secure yourself with the little you can. That's how it is, and that's how we've been doing it, both in the East, even here in Lagos State. So we contribute money, employ some security personnel to secure your community. That's how we've been doing it. And that's why most of the time we say that security is local. State police or regional police would have gone a long way to chase away insecurity in our land. But just like what Okonjo Iweala was trying to identify, saying that some politicians are weaponizing or using security to make people's government look bad. what she said, there are some element of truth in it, but Emma Onye Patankwaro Singwele Potalo, the person that fetched the infected ant said that uh, Lizard should visit his place. So that's how it is. Because if that is the issue, then the same thing they did to Jonathan, that means during their own time or during the time of Jonathan, she's trying to tell us that they use insecurity to chase Jonathan away, chase him out of government. So, and people that did it knows how they do it. So they should be able to fight it. We know the people that fought Jonathan government with insecurity just because of politics. So if the same thing is coming back now to haunt them, I think they are in a better position to know how to tackle it. So let's call a spade a spade. They have been using insecurity against government, especially during the time of Goodluck Jonathan. They all invited this issue. Should know how to chase it and fight it frontally. So let nobody come and be telling us what we know. I'm not sharing blame, trying to make us look as if we don't understand what is happening. This thing didn't happen, started in this government.
But the thing is,
Most
the insecurity has now spiraled out of. Yes, they used insecurity to fight Goodluck Jonathan out of office. And by the way, that insecurity actually started under Obasanjo, but it really spiked under Goodluck Jonathan when they really weaponized it. But I don't think that insecurity is anymore in their control now. So all those boys that they've given guns to, those ones are now acting independently.
Well, whatever it is, people started it against a particular government. Even when I was not a political enlightened or whatever, I know that what happened that time was to use insecurity to make Goodluck Jonathan government look bad, which they succeeded. And a lot of those guys today are in government. A lot of them, they're in government today, starting from Buhari to this time. So what are they trying to tell us? So the people that invited it should know how to fight it and do away with it. Oh, is she trying to come and tell us that we don't know what really happened then? Or if they know who is using insecurity to fight this government now, let them call them out. Few years ago, during the time of Buhari, they tried to tell us that some people are sponsors of banditry and all that. They're going to name them this and that, this and that. Until that government finish, they never name any single name. But they claim that they know them. They claim that list of names were submitted to them. You see the way they are arresting all these investigative journalists we have in Nigeria today shows that they know how to fight insecurity, or they can trace anything they want to trace and catch up with it. They would have gone in that direction to also fish out those that are against the peace of this country. Don't tell me you know how to arrest those investigative journalists, but the main issue, fighting your government, which is insecurity, you don't know how to fight it. Let's not be deceiving ourselves. Somebody will come and just make some statement in order to make it look like this government, they are overwhelmed by what is happening. I'm not sure that they are overwhelmed or they don't know what to do. You see that they don't want to do it. So I'm not going to. I know the only thing I admit is that insecurity is in the hand of the government. The kind of insecurity we have in Nigeria today, if you look at it, they are in the hand of the government. And it's being used to fight an administration to make it look bad. But who started it? Who started it? What was the root cause of it? The people that started it are in government today, and they should know how to fight it. They should know. The major problem of our economy today is insecurity. Everything, all the challenges we are facing today started from insecurity, and they're still causing a lot of problems. Or should I come and be jumping up because it's an Okonjo Iweala that made such statement? Should I come and be clapping for her or be having pity when I know that such a thing started at a particular point in time just to make a man's government looks weak in order because of some nonsense politics we are playing in Nigeria, unguided politics, quest for power. They are able to destroy a particular government that is the economy then was the giant of Africa. They destroyed it with insecurity just because of quest for power, hunger for power.
Don't worry about all of that. It's a bit more nuanced than everything that I just thought I'd let you say it. But look, Ekene, do you know the genesis of insecurity in Nigeria? Do you know it?
The little I know.
Should I tell you whose fault it is?
Tell me whose fault.
It's two men. The one white guy called George W. Bush Jr. and one black guy called Barack Obama. So that's the genesis of our insecurity. You know, all of these things that you're saying. When those people went to bomb up Iraq and Libya without seeing, do you know that in terms of small arms, Libya by far has almost twice the complement of Africa in small arms, is one of the most armed countries on this planet. And when they went and blew up that country and left, those arms went into the arms of the Tuaregs, who then cascaded it through the Sahel, wreaking havoc all the way through. And that's the genesis of the insecurity. So you can say that the political space leverages somewhat, but if you look at pre and post Iraq / Libya, then that tells you where the insecurity came from. So I'm not sure what you are saying, but that's the genesis is a lot further outside of the Nigerian shores.
Well, you will not be sure of it, but I speak from where I experienced it the most and how it affected the government the most, and when it was used to fight the government the most. So that's what I was speaking for. I was speaking at. So, and the point still remains that if the government really wants to fight insecurity, I think they know where it is coming from. They should stop disturbing the people and do the right thing. do away with insecurity in our space. So, but just that by the way, well, few days ago something happened in the southeast, and I was marveled about this Zion ministry that holds some form of crusade. And
Ekene, your voice is a bit low. Can you drink a bit of Red Bull? Do you have Red Bull next to you? Drink a bit of Red Bull.
am I clear now?
Yeah, carry on. Is that evangelist a bouquet or something? A bukar?
Yeah, Ebukobi. Even though most of the time, people are speaking against these prophets and pastors these days. But what he did inspired me a lot. I don't know why.
Sorry, was he not the one that said he wasn't going to be taking money from his congregates anymore? I think he said that a few months ago.
Well, I don't think so. But pulling such crowd in Ngobala in Imo State marveled me. I never see such crowd in a gathering before called a crusade. I never saw it. So I didn't know how he managed.
What did that tell you?
Oh, it tells me a lot because we are talking about insecurity in the southeast and all that. But with a cry of insecurity and all that, he was able to pull that crowd. No life lost, no insecurity, no shooting, no bad news for some days. And it's not just a one-day program. I think it's about 1 week or so. And people from every corner of this world attended it. I don't know how he managed.
Why would that be anything that would interest us? I mean, well done to him. So, you know what that tells me actually? That tells me of the level of poverty because people go to those places really out of desperation. So that tells me of the level of desperation still in the country.
However you put it, but if you know that the environment that he did that program, that thing got bala. The kind of development that is happening there, just check it.
Sorry, Ekene. It's gone. That was Hassan. I was going to tell Hassan that his device was not connecting, but carry on.
Yeah, may I ask you one question, please?
Yeah.
If you have to host your friends from all over the world in your community, maybe you are throwing a party, don't you know what to do? I just want to put it. I don't want you to answer, but just say, I know what to do. I don't know what to do. Don't explain beyond that. Don't you know what to do?
Honestly,
no, I don't want not be me go. I don't want to make you elaborate. But the question is, you know what to do or you don't know what to do?
So
I don't know what to do.
What
you know what to do, right?
And then what would he do? What would he do?
I don't know what to do, honestly speaking, because
you don't know what to do. You are not
even governors.
No, you have to go and settle the unknown gunmen. Is what I think Baba is hinting at.
Whether that's what he's trying to say, then if governors and the celebrities are going out of Southeast to hold their programs, that means they don't know where the unknown governments are, that they have to go and settle them also. You understand? Because that crowd, even the governor of that state cannot even pull that crowd. He will not even have that guts to call people together in Imo State and say, I want to host a program.
Haven't there
So
been
if
an incident, I think, in Imo during Onwa's inauguration? Wasn't the stadium used?
well, that is the normal program that comes up, which is very difficult to.
Can I take us to the politics of it? I'm lost in whatever it is you're saying somewhat. I'm not sure I'm fully.
So the politics of it is
You are
the
talking
kind of
about a Bubeike or a bouquet something.
yeah, the politics of it is the kind of message he preached, the encouragement he's trying to give people to be bringing investment home, and people are buying to it because the most important thing is that environment now, because he's planning to build schools and all that in that environment, trying to make it more developed. So the land has gone up automatically. Any land in that environment has gone up automatically. That place is open for business. Ngobala. And it's a welcome development. And that is the positive side of it, which I'm very glad that he was able to do. I'm not trying to talk about the money that comes in, whatever, but within a very short period, I was able to acquire that place and being able to put up that structure and trying to start up some buildings of schools and hospitals in that environment shows that there is still hope in our land, especially in the southeast. So I don't know why I'm so excited about that, because even most of the people that I know to be in others, I wish are the native doctors or whatever, are also happy about that development, because I saw one guy from my village that posted about it. He was very happy about that incident. So it was it's very awesome. The crowd was so much. I never witnessed it before. So what other topic do you have? Because these days I don't really enjoy Nigerian politics.
You don't follow the news anymore.
What concerns me with the news anymore? I don't follow the news anymore.
Because it impacts on your life now. It impacts on your life.
Nothing. I'm just I just hustle my hustle. I just leave government matter, politics alone. Let me just be doing my hustle. You understand? I don't have time to be subscribing to their whatever.
Are you following people dragging Soludo's daughter on social media? Are you following that space? The one that got married last week.
I think I saw something like that on the X space, but I was not able to read it. So what really happened? She said that cooking for her husband, whatever. I don't know.
No, she was saying she was lamenting about the sort of advice that they were giving her, that they were advising that, as she said, could you believe that in 2024 people are still advising, people were coming up to advise her that she has to cook very well for her husband, otherwise somebody will take the husband from her. And then she said in 2024 that if that is all it takes, then the husband can go. This is a girl that just got married. And I think people got irritated and they were saying, look, a lot of people actually died in the course of your wedding. You've not even said anything about that. And then she was, she's going back and forth with them on So it looks as though that girl is a bit of a rascal, the Soludo daughter.
I don't know, maybe, but I don't think she means what she's saying. But if that's what she means, then she has to go and learn some manners. But maybe she's trying to.
People like that don't have manners, though. Where would she get manners from? She's the daughter of a billionaire. What's her business with manners? Manners is for poor people now.
Well, that is it. That's what you get most of the time. It depends on the man that married her. maybe the man also wants popularity. You know, most of these days, marriage is straight by barter. Many people don't care about the ingredients of marriage, which is
You know, marriage at that level has to be a business deal. It won't just be some guy that met her and toasted her now. It will be some meeting of our old money coming together.
that is it. Marriage of such that type of marriage is a business deal now. Yeah, it's a business deal. So I've met someone before that is very rich and all that. So and most of the girls, when they have a little thing in their bank account, they think that all men are just coming for their money. So when she started to talk rubbish, I tell her, man, I don't have anything to do with your money. Me, I'm very okay. So go sit down with your money. I just love your stature, love you. I just want to have you and enjoy ourselves. So if you're not ready, just go. I don't care. So, but some men, I don't know why.
What do you mean that you just love her stature? Look at this guy. Is that next time say you love her personality? Don't say you love her Ikebe now. Why would you be saying such a
Well,
thing?
it depends on the
You
personality
say I
that
love your,
she
you say I love your personality. Don't say I love your stature. Now
no,
what?
I don't. I will not. I will just tell her what I will just tell her straight. So because I know character is very difficult these days. So if I found it, then I'll have it. If I don't see it, then I just know that's how it is. But a woman coming to brag about money in my face is a no way for me because me, I believe in myself. Even if you have your money, enjoy it. I still know my responsibility. So that any day that you insult me as a woman, I will also have the right of my manhood to exhibit on you. You understand?
Do you know that you know those traditional views as you know in relationships now you have to surrender a little bit of your manhood. You know, you can't be a man in the traditional ways that our fathers were. You know, those spaces are not open anymore. You know, you have to surrender quite a percentage of your masculinity if you want to have a successful relationship.
Yeah, you just have to. You have to, but not that. The only thing I have to say in marriage that a man has to know his responsibility and do it 100%. You know, this issue of allowing women to hustle, to bring this and that, this is what is claimed marriage is today. Because many men are lazy these days. If you know what you can afford,
Men are not lazy. Oh. You know they used to say it's a man's world, but these days it's actually a woman's world, especially in the West. You know, there are more chances of there are more chances of the woman having an income than the man, especially in the West, especially in a black relationship. There are more chances of the woman having an income than the man, one, and there is more chance of that woman earning more than the man. So that's a phenomenon that we're seeing in the West.
well, maybe in the West,
Sometimes you have to surrender your shakara and and adjust accordingly.
maybe
You know.
maybe in the West, but where we are in Africa, where we live, especially in the southeast, where we are born, we are not like the Westerners. So maybe that's how you guys practice it, and you find it okay to submit to your woman. Then so be it. Not here, not
It's
even
not
with me,
submit. It's partial surrender. It's partial surrender. You know.
whether you call it. Somebody like me,
Patoski,
nothing.
I think Patoski wants to come in. Am I wrong in what I'm saying, Patoski?
One man.
Yes.
The social systems here will make.
Why is everybody so low? What you are so low? We can't hear you.
Hold on. Can you hear me now?
Not that much better, but carry on.
Okay, can you hear me now?
No, there's an echo like you're speaking through,
Okay,
and
hold
you're
on. Let me
speaking
just.
in whispers. Are people sleeping where you are?
Okay, I think you will hear me
No,
better
no,
now.
that's it. That's it right there. Yeah, that's good.
You see,
Yeah.
I think you see in the West, the social structure in the West will make you as a man give up certain things. Because if you say you want to do it alone as a man here, you will just die. And Nigeria is coming to that point. With all the subsidies removed, with all those things removed, now to even rent a house, you are going to pay millions. So tell me how, as a man, you want to be able to do that alone. You can only go a little far. You will need help. You understand? If you try to, you are here, you have a mortgage, you want to pay all the mortgage alone as a man, you want to pay the utility, you want to, with about almost 20% of your income going to utilities and other internet and everything.
I
You
don't
have
even think
nothing.
you'll have the money to carry everything. If your mortgage is what, about £3,000, your expenses, utilities about 900, £1,000. So that's already three, 4 grand down. And then you want to do fine boy. Fine boy is what, 2,000.
You are not even eating. No.
Yeah, it's not even possible. Never mind, whether
Exactly.
you want to. It's not possible.
Nigeria is getting to that point, one man, when you will put fuel of 900 in your car. You understand? To fill your tank is going to be maybe about 30,000, 40,000. By the time you fill your tank twice or three times in a month, that's about 140 or 100 and something thousand on car alone. Then electricity. Then you buy a bag of rice for maybe 100,000. You won't go far as a man. How much do you want to make? You won't go. So it's coming to that point. It's not as if men are becoming lazy. No, that's what it is. And
The
in the
most
West,
important of life is to choose your priorities now. So
the only
if
way
you
is
think
if
that,
you marry downward. You marry downward in the sense that if I marry a woman who is not as educated as I am, so instead of living in if I'm living in Lagos now, instead of living in a place like Ikeja, I can decide to go and live in Mowe Bafo. She will even see it as we have a house in Mowe Bafo, instead of buying a new car, I can buy small Nigerian used car, not even Tokumbo. She will say, we have car, like that. Maybe we have only one car. She will just say, daddy will be using car or be taking her in one car. But if you marry your level, you want to buy two cars, and mind you, those two cars will use fuel. You don't want to live in Mowe Bafo. You probably want to live in Amu Wodofin, not the extension after Badagry. You want to live in Festac or my two. I'm not even looking at exclusive areas. Amu Wodofin is not an exclusive area. Now look at the cost of all those things. And then in the West, then I've seen that here in Canada. If you come to Canada with your wife, there are very high chances that your wife will get a job before you. Maybe you immigrate to Canada with your wife. There are high chances that your wife will get a job before you. While you are still busy doing your job, your wife will find it easier to transit into maybe corporate world and all those stuff. And each time lost in odd job is money lost and is gap between you and that woman who went into that class before you. And then mind you, when you are spending your money to pay bills, that means the woman has some money to save. When it is time to buy a property, the woman is able to make more down payments. Then you look like, you are not responsible. Time to make down payment for property has come. You are not making so
No,
much.
all that African market, Mo, it can't work
It's
in the
not
West
possible here.
because it's not,
It's going to happen in Nigeria very soon.
well,
Don't worry. Except you
what
can marry from village.
even in Nigeria today, I'm seeing that that pattern now. People trying to marry a woman that has something doing just to support them and all that. Well, it is for people that have such idea. But the only thing I know and the character of a woman is that no woman will feed you a week that you will not feel disrespected. And somebody like me will not want to be in that shoe. You understand? So I don't pray for a woman to feed me even for a day. And if I found out that if you do that, you're going to disrespect me, or I'll just.
I don't even think you get it. It's not so much her feeding you. It's her bringing in an income to add on to your
Whatever,
income, so that you
it
can
is
sustain a
good. It
lifestyle.
is good if you have it is good if you have somebody that understand what life is, a matured lady that understand these things. That this is just for the family, it's for both of you. But the characters we have today, especially in Nigerian women, is very difficult. So that's my own point. So instead of me to fall into that their trap, it's even better for me to stay alone, be living my life. I will not even condone it. So it's better stay
All right.
alone.
All right. Take us back to the politics. Give us a little bit of a flavor on Tinubu appointing a new DSS NIA DG. So just give us about a minute or so on that, and then we're going to Ajan Lekoko.
Is it a man that just resigned a few days ago?
No, two of them have resigned now. The NIA one resigned a few days ago. The DSS one, the Yusuf Bichi, he resigned yesterday. And as early as today, Tinubu fills their slots with Yoruba people, of course.
Why are they resigning like that?
I think they may well have been invited to resign.
Well, if it is because of their incapacity or whatever, I think maybe the president knows why. So, but for me, if they're not performing, then and that is the reason why they were replaced, then it is good. But replacing them with Yorubas is what I don't know, because I saw the video of you playing that Fayose guy that always talk on internet most of the time, saying he's our local and he's fulfilling it. I don't know. So does it mean that he wouldn't have find any other replacement, maybe from the north or wherever? Because his appointment sometime it looks somehow, all this Yoruba, and only Yoruba then.
Oh man, the two of them are not Yorubas now. Mohammed is an Hausa man. Why do you say you replace them with Yorubas?
Mohammed is from Kwara.
So Kwara is
Yoruba people.
Most of them are Fulanis now. Even Tunde Diagbon now Fulani.
Today they are gonna pull. All right. But yeah, no, they are Yoruba people.
Ọlọ́run Fúlàní ni. Wàláì Fúlàní ni. Báwo ló ṣe máa jẹ Fúlàní? Fúlàní jẹ́ ìdí àgbọn.
Tó bá di tán ẹ fún mi ní 30 seconds kí n ṣàlàyé kí n lo time ẹ.
Okay.
This is clearly our local government, Yoruba local government. No two ways about it, and there is no way you can defend it.
Ekene Ajayi's number 2 to Bich. You want make they take number 2 come out?
I don't know, but the only thing is that we have to admit that this is Lily Yoruba con, our local. That is campaign promise.
I don't think anybody can really argue against that Tinubu is running a Yoruba government. Very, very difficult to argue against it.
I don't even know what to argue there. It's very easy to identify it. So there is nothing to America, you don't cover pregnancy. You understand? So it's very clear that this is our local Yoruba con, or whatever he wants to do with it. But the most important thing is let them put a performance. And if he wants to make changes, there are other areas. If those guys never resign, maybe for some reasons of maybe misunderstanding, or maybe they don't want to continue with the government anymore, if it is for the reason of in their incapacity, then there are other major ministers that need replacement to move the government forward. Major areas that needs replacement. So, and I think if that's what he wants to do, then he should look into that direction, not really this one, this NIA, DG, and whatever DSS. So, because these sectors he will still give it to the people that he knows that he will trust, not really people that will perform. The ministers, we know that he has appointed a minister that don't have the capacity to perform. So if he wants to make changes, he still have time to do that. He have time to do that. So, but if
all
he
right.
doesn't want to, if that our local is really what he wants to achieve, then let him continue. I don't have anything to say. What I need is the change in our system. That's what I need.
All right,
Thank
Bella.
you.
So
Go back to my sleep. Guys should
all right,
continue.
all right, Pele. So there it is. Emiloko. So Emiloko. So Ajale Koko, you're up next. And normally I want to argue with the Kene, but very difficult to argue that Tinubu is not running an Emiloko administration. So the NIA DSSDG is replaced. Yusuf Bichi. It was a Tinubu man in that during the course of that election, but I think his tenure has run its natural course and divided loyalties. You cannot have divided loyalties in the government, so they've fallen on their sword. So, what are you then making of these senior most security apparatus are having to fall on their swords?
Thank you, one man. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so.
Sorry. Hassan, stay there. I'll come to you after Janle Koko, and then we move it around very quickly. So back to Janle Koko.
Okay. Well, to me, I think
sorry, Ajali Koko, how are you? How is everyone doing? One man, I've got work to go tomorrow. I just wanted to say something.
Oh, let him go. Let one man say take up with him.
I
Come after.
Yes, because it's we know it's stuck in the middle of the interval. So yes,
our correspondent from Borno
our correspondent from Borno, the Wazobia dark room, where it's fermenting all manners of mischief.
The vice president,
the
vice president appointee.
No, you can say that. I have this guy pinned down for Borno State governorship. I'll be keeping a close eye on him because I think there's a governor in there somewhere. But Hassan, before you get to State House, what is Tinubu doing in Aso Rock? Like you said, a local government who can even argue against that. So Yusuf Bichi falls on his sword. The NIA guy goes as well. So that clearly an orchestrated move where they pushed, but certainly being replaced now. One a definite Yoruba man. They're arguing that the other one a Nupe man. So what's your reading of what's going on there, Hassan?
Well, one man, how are you doing? How is everyone doing? Baba Jali Koko, Baba. Today Kulata is not around. I see Patoski. I see Ekene. That looks like Thomas. Everyone. I hope you're all doing well. Let me start by saying,
We are good.
All is fair in love and war. All is fair. There is nothing wrong in Tinubu replacing everyone in his inner caucus with the people he feels they are loyal to him. That is just the way it is being played. All this noise about the North trying to do this, the North trying to do that, well, that is politics. You know what I don't like about the way these discussions are made is that so often it's too tribal. It's too tribal. And this thing about the Northerners, if they said they don't vote for Tinubu 2027, that is the end of this country. Look, that will not work. If Tinubu did not put his house together and fails to perform, I swear he will be voted out and he's going. Nothing will happen. No threat of Oduduwa nation or whatever will stop the North from calculating. If Tinubu just keeps doing the things that he thinks are right only for him and his family and not for the nation, then he gives the space, he gives the opportunity for his rivals to capitalize. Why don't you guys look at it that way? Why don't, Baba, with due respect, why don't you look at it that way? That you only think that Tinubu is somehow a saint and like he's got some things up his sleeves as if he's some mystical somebody. He's nobody. He's just as Buhari was, as clueless up till now, because I believe he's still clueless because we have not yet seen result. And I will come back here and praise him when he does what requires him to be praised. But right now we must give honor to who
Does he have the
Tinubu
window
does not
left?
have any honor in the eyes of Nigerians as things stands now. So you guys should not be going into your feelings, into your emotions that Tinubu this, Tinubu that they're going to do. No, this
How
is
very
politics.
convenient, Tarzan.
Hold on for him,
This
Baba.
is
Yeah.
politics, and this is the theater where it is being played. The policies that you implement, the mere optics of your government, these things have consequences. How do you guys not see that? Okay, I give people like Baba a pass. He's like thousands of miles away over the Atlantic Ocean, and he cannot relate. One man, I get the sense that well,
Oh man,
you
don't
give
meet me. Oh.
too much benefit of the doubt.
I
Uh,
want him
you
to flow a little bit, Baba. Yeah, carry on,
you
Sir
yeah,
Hassan.
yeah, I get the sense that you give your man the benefit of the doubt, and if I was in your shoes, I probably do the same, and that's okay. But I'm just saying that there is no, you see, this like threat of Nigeria falling apart or whatever. It will not stop from the political players from playing. Well, he is president. The North voted him in, and that is why they feel that they have a say in his government, and that is how democracy works. People who feel that they had a hand in bringing you into power feel that you
How strong is this sentiment that the North is turning against him? And by the North, I'm not talking about the everyday Joe. I'm talking about the power brokerage space. So, are
Not
you
turning
getting the?
one man. They are threatening him.
Baba,
I don't even
just yeah, yeah. Baba,
I
can I
don't
mute you
even
for 1 second? Yeah.
I don't even
Yeah, yeah, go on.
okay, yeah, I don't even think like the pressure from the North, is actually coming from the elites themselves. I believe they are, if the elites are angry, they are angry because they don't feel safe anymore, because right now people are angry, and naturally it is it is them that will be the first casualties. So come
Is
2027.
it people not feeling safe? Is it not the consequence of
No. You see that
Buhari's safe years?
not
Yeah.
feeling safe. That's not feeling safe thing. Yeah, while it's true that people are not, but it's pure hypocrisy of the northern space and in trying to do politics. Like it's that's just it. Every northerner knows that Buhari failed to uh, take insecurity and take security to a certain level that it would have been at least bearable. He was able to do that in Borno, but in the northwest and the north central, the thing has just like deteriorated. So that is a pure power play, if they talk. But concerning the economy, concerning hunger and poverty, that you must underline that if Tinubu does not change anything, if this is the environment, if this is the atmosphere that we are going to do the 2027 elections, he's not going to get any votes. Forget about Baba saying Northwest and Northeast. He's not going to get any vote from the North, period. I don't know for Southerners who will be hungry and still vote for him. Well, that's their cup of tea. But I know he's not going to get votes from the North, period. And if what Baba means is up his sleeves, is that he has other intention of bringing Nigeria down and all that. Well, I'd like to dare him to try. I'd like to anybody that has any fantasy of saying he's going to because you are staying in one country down there, so you are just dreaming, fantasizing about the breakage of Nigeria. It's not going to be easy for you. Oh. It's not going to be easy for you.
Oh man, I have a right now. He mentioned my
Yeah,
name
yeah,
a
yeah,
couple of
yeah, yeah,
times.
yeah, 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 yeah. You have a right, but let me just land this point. So this thing about Tinubu somehow
What of the power of
he has
incumbency?
a lot of things. You see, and yeah, thank you, Ekene, for coming in with that power of incumbency thing. Um, the Nigerian states, you guys should imagine it as an organism that it's living. For everything that is living, it has T lymphocytes. You know what T lymphocytes are? They are your primary immune cells. They are your first line of defense. So Nigeria has internal mechanisms that it will protect itself from disintegration. There are institutions, Nigerian institutions, that you think maybe somebody has your tribal mark and he's wearing a uniform, and you think somehow you have his loyalty fully. There will be a point he will choose Nigeria over that ethnic group that you are thinking. At some point, the president will find that out too, maybe the hard way, if he chooses that destructive path. So, the voice of rebellion is nice, but the reality of the things and the drums that you guys are drawing, because Tinubu is not performing and people are complaining, you are saying, yeah, Nigeria is going to divide. Do it. Let him do it if he can do
No,
it.
Hassan,
One man, he says if he lands, I can come in.
Yeah,
all right, go
one
on.
man. Let's have a discussion with Baba, please, because Baba is so ethnic. Every time he talks about the North,
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Azan. I wanted you to come on, and you did come on very well. This is the thing. You are not sincere. You are not sincere. Tinubu did not create poverty in the north.
who said Tinubu
And
created
let me
poverty?
finish. Let me finish. You gave me the
Okay,
time.
sorry. Go
You
ahead.
understand? You gave me the time. Did not create poverty in the north. And for 8 years, Buhari brought this country to its knees. I didn't hear pim from you guys. Not a word. Nothing. The whole place was fullanized. Nothing. Now a man came in less than a year and a half. I hear all the noises from your quarters talking about lack of educational facility, lack of food for your children, lack of health facility for your children. 18 months to what Buhari destroyed in 8 years. You want the man to... It's easy to break down a house in one day. The house that takes somebody 3 years to build can be brought down in 1 hour. And to rebuild it will take maybe another 3 years. And you expect this man to perform miracle?
Okay.
When everybody in the CBN, this man
Can I
alone,
can I
just
just
let me land this point. This
okay.
man alone, what's his name? The erstwhile chief whip that was removed.
Ndume.
In CBN, NNPC alone, he has about 7 children. Only him. I wonder what all others had. Carry on.
Thank you, Baba. Baba, you are my big. I don't know. I respect you a lot, Baba, and I know there is a lot
It's
of
mutual. I
wisdom.
respect you too.
No,
That's why I always like to
Hassan,
discuss with you.
Hassan, give it to him. You can do the respect. Just give it
I
to
know
him.
there's
Yeah.
a lot of wisdom and experience, and life lessons, maybe that you take in and you bring into the things that you say, and mine too is the same thing. So I understand that. But we have been through this before. The last time I was here, we went back and forth about this. Our schools are not good. The security is not good. I'm telling you now that that is not the bone of contention. The bone of contention is hyperinflation and extreme poverty and hunger. These three things. In fact, I would say boldly today that if Tinubu would solve hunger, he has a very good chance. But it has become that his mode of managing the economy is to create a runaway inflation, for that matter, because every day things are still getting bad. And he flies planes, he does this. People hear that he's giving contracts to his to companies, to shady companies, where his sons and cousins and nephews and and that is creating now, if we enter a ring, me and you, we are going to have a mixed martial arts fight. It is your duty to protect yourself. How can you just be careless and leave your chin wide open? I will give you an uppercut now if I'm a political strategist and I'm aiming to knock you down. That is the law of the jungle. You see, you cannot just come and be going into all these recycled things about Buhari. Buhari is no saint. Buhari did fail, and even before he left the power, a lot of Northerners were saying that he is a failure. But do you know why Buhari survived and Tinubu may not survive 2027? If Tinubu keeps thinking like there is some conspiracy just because he is Yoruba, and that because this is somebody who is ignoring the reality in his front. And I believe maybe the people he has surrounded himself with are not telling him what is actually the case, or if he actually knows and he is doing this intentionally, then I will gladly vote him out and tell other people to vote him out,
Yeah,
because
one man.
that
No, no,
Indulge
shows
me.
no, no,
Hassan,
hold
let
on,
me ask
Baba,
you one
Baba,
question.
no, no, Baba, please, yeah. So that we can move Hassan around a little bit. In 2027, Hassan, how do you see that playing out? So Tinubu gets voted out. Who gets voted in?
More likely somebody from the south. You see, the Jonathan
Oh,
space,
all right, the Jonathan narrative.
the Jonathan thing is real, but as you plan, so do others. To have wisdom is to know that others too have wisdom. All the things that Baba saying is Tinubu has is up his sleeves. People will anticipate it. It's not as if this is if 2027 comes, you know what will happen? He would have people who will say they are with him, and at the die minute they will begin to, you know, remove themselves from his party. He will have a lot of fifth columnists. He is not omnipresent, he is not omnipotent, he's just a human being. This thing about talking about Tinubu in such manner as if he's one kind somebody that does not shit, go enter people head. Oh, people they mad because they hungry. Why una know they una don't take for this Oyibo people
No,
country,
no,
una know
no,
they
no, no,
feel,
no, no,
una no get
we
empathy
don't
for
say
una people. Be like
no,
say
no, no,
una
no,
they look up
everybody.
from that Europe una dey and the USA, like the
May
way
I ask you one
colonial
question?
masters they look
Uh,
at
no,
savage Africans. No, that
One man,
seems
you're
very
unfair. I just want to ask him only
like
one
that.
question.
Like
Baba,
that.
One
I think
question.
Ekene wants to ask him a question as well.
Okay, let me ask him mine. Then Ekene comes in. Just one line of question.
All right.
Hassan,
Yes, sir.
please, Gaskia in the name of Allah. Would you Northerners
Mm.
vote for Obi in 2027 as a president? Gaskia
Gaskia,
in the name of Allah.
Gaskia, we will not vote for him. Gaskia,
Yeah, but that does not
that
address
will
that
not
question
fly.
does not address
Say
the issue
again.
now.
Gaskia, I don't know what will happen, but I don't think Obi, like,
No,
because
answer yes or no.
no,
He said no.
no,
He
from
said
my
no.
own,
He
from my
already
own,
said south.
yeah,
So a
from
bit
my
not south.
own,
You
the
see
way I
them?
see it. Do you know why? Ask me why. It's not my no that matters. It's the why. You guys should ask. It's the why. Of
Yeah,
all the
carry on.
sins, that Tinubu has done, you know, Tinubu was not had on a phone, like asking a certain religion. You know how people are very sensitive to religion in the north, and telling a certain, leader in a certain religion that to
It's a
help him and
religious
his
war.
religion. Yeah, yeah. And that I did not say, but that narrative has already, settled in the minds and psyche of northern Muslims, maybe for northern Christians, yes, but the thing that is happening now is that even the northern Christians will recalibrate and recalculate that he is not a viable candidate. If you said another Igbo man, yes, that is possible, because I've had people say Christian who are northerners, who are Muslims, who say if this is the hunger that we are going to carry on, and lack and poverty and living in this kind of, Hobbesian lifestyle, then it's better we have Christian and move forward. So when that time comes, Obi will not, is not sellable. It's not as if it's because he's Igbo, it's because of the sins of the past. Somehow these things, they still come home to roost. That's just the way I see it.
Okay.
I'm satisfied. Can I come in?
Okay. Hassan, what if just as you said, things remain right like this and no changes, and towards the election, Tinubu come with a strategy, maybe with the money, just as the president now, he has all the resources to settle the people that he used to settle, maybe your local government chairman and all those stuff, and bags of rice, 5,000 naira to 2,000 naira, and all that. Are you saying that the North will reject it this time?
Look, thank you for bringing this question, Ekene, because that reminds me that when Baba was talking, he made mention that there is a new whatever it is process that INEC is doing to standardize the number of voters, that somehow the people in the north are not as plenty as they claim to be in the register. Well, let me bust Baba's bubble again. In fact, what happened in 2023 was that people did not show up to vote because they believed their neighbors, their people will turn up to vote, and they will vote for the Muslim anyway. Get what I mean? Now, in this case, what will happen in 2027 is that you'll find out that those population, I would say that the people that actually voted in the presidential election were like 25% of the actual registered voters, because people didn't see much difference from Tinubu to from Buhari to Tinubu, and they wanted Tinubu anyway. It was not as personal as it will be, because people who used to live comfortably and feed can hardly afford to feed in their homes. So a man, his wives, his brothers, his relatives, the extended family, the village, the whole town will come out this time around. And the way we do the kind of uh, politics that we do in the north, when it's real opposition, is Ajefa, Akasa, Atsari, Araka, Ajira. So cast your vote, stay by the side, wait for it, count it, follow them to the INEC headquarters, wait for them until they announce. Okay, you saw an example was the way Abba Gida Gida took over from Gauna or Ganduje in Kano. You see those people wearing those red caps, and they prayed there, they ate there, they drank there. They were in tens of thousands by the INEC office. Nobody will joke with that result. You joke with it at the expense of your life. If you like, bring tanker, bring whatever you want to bring. It will not work. So that approach, the kind of approach that pushed Jonathan out, that is the approach. And I'm putting out a bet. I know I'm a poor man. I'm just a village boy in Nigeria, so I'll bet.
Village boy, stop that.
No, those people, you guys in the West, that's the way you see us now, village
No,
ignorant
look,
people.
you are a well-traveled man, so you keep saying you guys from
No,
the we are a well-traveled man, so
no, I
forget all
want to
that.
place a bet, Neil. I want to place a bet with Baba, so such that I promise Baba I'll put in, how much is 250,000 naira, maybe $100 or something like that. So it's chicken change for you. I'll put that money that uh will double the votes, win or lose or whatever happen. That people that will cast their vote in 2027 will be double
That
that.
will not happen.
That
And I'm game for your bet. I take it up
good one
as a
man. Okay.
gentleman.
Oh, okay. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do that. Well, I'll add that to my preparation of my second wife. You know, I want to get married, so another calabash of
Allah kiaye, Allah kiaye.
yeah, there will be a lot of
If
brother
the,
no no
if
in
there's
my house to celebrate.
if
A
there's
new president and Baba's money, man. I'm going to enjoy.
if there was
I
ever
will
anything
even
that would make
contribute
me
more to that to the Amaria ceremony.
Hassan, I have a question for you.
Okay, so
Okay. So now we've been talking about 2027 election. Another thing is this restructuring the country.
mm,
If Tinubu moves towards restructuring the country and looking at the fact that he has Akpabio as Senate president and is able to get that in, what do you think the North will do?
you know, Tinubu is lucky to have yes, subservient Senate. He can achieve a lot within this period, but he also has to understand that these people that are saying yes, sir, there are voices of dissent like Ningi, like Indume, but you know, they have been beaten back into the fold. But there are some issues that will lead to critical or what they call what happens in nuclear reactors catastrophic failures. If he pushes some things to the point that is so disadvantageous to a certain region, then it's more likely to fail than succeed. That's what I see. However, there are restructuring plans that are, you know, logical, rational, and serves the interest of everybody, without one side, you know, actually trying to play a fast one over the others. And that if should that should pass through, man, good for him. And especially if he can pass it fast, that people can see the benefits, then maybe if over 100 the things that need to be restructured, maybe he restructures say like 30%, but critical areas that people can feel the impact before the election, and after that election then he goes ahead and implements the whole thing.
Give more insight. I want to understand
I
the
think
kind of restructuring that the
Yeah,
North will really
that's
want to
that's
happen.
that's exactly what I want to hear from you. What kind of restructuring? Because from the South, the major restructuring from the South is resource restructuring. And that's what the South is game for. So if Tinubu, looking at this fact that, oh, the North is threatening, and he felt that it's better to even die once than dying twice. And he moves ahead, push it with the South, with Akpabio and the rest of them. I know there's going to be a lot of pushback from the North, and he gets it in. So what will happen? Will the North divide the country, or will they be in for it?
Oh dear.
we're losing you a little bit, Hassan. Hassan, can anyone hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hassan is now.
I really
it
need
dropped.
to.
No, it's not dropping. We're hearing it, but it's playing like a
He's
guitar.
struggling to come. Is the network?
Is the network, yeah.
Yeah, I actually hope he comes back.
He doesn't even know.
You know, Hassan is the one thing I enjoy about Hassan is that it's game for any questions, and it doesn't unlike
Exactly.
hold on, Baba. Unlike Jafar, who's just he cries every moment. Hassan will take on any question. He knows that it's not in spite or anything, but Hassan, come back. We leave the space for you. So Ajane Koko, you're up next. Thank you for yielding to us. It's for those reasons, by the way, that we always ask you to yield to him. His connection is not strong and it's very dark in the night. So Ajane Koko.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, ready to yield to him again when he comes back. So he's been very interesting.
He's a very delightful guy. I really like him.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah. He's very open, straightforward. He doesn't hide.
He understands the conversation. It's nothing personal, and he's ready to give it back. You know, so it's not.
That's right.
You know,
yes. Yeah. So once again, greetings to our listeners. Bye.
You want me to give you that answer before you go in?
Oh yeah, Baba. I'm ready.
Idiagmo's father is Ilorin Fulani.
Mm-hmm.
Is Dogo Hassan. and is the Balogun of Fulani in their own enclave. Is Idiagbon's mother, that is Aisatu Idiagbon. He grew up in one of these top journalists in Kwara. You know, Kwara used to publish a Herald newspaper. I
Yeah,
think the
Rad.
editor,
Rad.
Herald, the editor is also an uncle to Idiagbon's mother. So he grew up under that man. That's how he got his education. The father actually is a Kwara Fulani, Ilorin Fulani. Is a Balogun of their enclave. Thank you.
But Fulani doesn't have Balogun now. Balogun is a title for Yoruba now. How can
But that's how they structure it in Kwara. If Simba is here, will tell you, or Adano
They
to
have
can confirm
Balogun.
that.
They have in Kwara. They have in Ilorin. They have Balogun Fulani, Balogun Alanomu,
Exactly.
Balogun Zimbab. Just like Balogun just means the head of that enclave. You understand? Balogun Fulani, Balogun Alanomu, Balogun Zimbab, Balogun different Agbolé like that.
want a one ara.
Exactly. But
You
Fulani
could
is
be a
still
Fulani
Fulani.
and still be Yoruba. Yeah, I have so many of them in Ilorin like that. I have Yoruba last name, man. Yeah, Fulani. My own in-laws are one like that.
Oh, all right. I think we have Hassan back. So did
It's
Larry
back?
want to put?
Okay.
Yeah,
Yes, I'm back. Sorry, my network,
All right.
Thank you, Aja.
Thank you,
Yeah,
sir.
so I was answering the question about what when an aeroplane is being flown, sometimes depending on uh, external and internal factors, it can stall. Well, the aeroplane needs its aerodynamics to be working and the external factors to be on its favor too, so that everything will be in sync and in balance for it to fly and fly well. Nigeria, just you take that as have the imagery in your head and think of Nigeria as a plane, and of course a lot is happening, and the kind of what the North actually wants is not necessarily, well, let me rephrase it. What the elites want is to have to eat their cake and still have it. But to be fair, the majority of the northern people don't even bloody care. They just want to have a little better life. So that issue of resource control is not the problem of the young Turks of northern Nigeria. They believe northern Nigeria has a lot to work on, and they see, an advantage that will come from a restructure of the country. However, those elites, the people who are in the same class with Tinubu, the counterparts that do those handshakes over the Niger, the Buharis, the political elite, them, the Edwin Clarks, the those guys, the Peter Obis, and those what do they call them? The Ohaneses, the Ariwa elders from the Odudua, whatever, all those people. No, not Odudua. You guys don't have. You have Afeni Ferry or something like that. So Nigerian elites, those are the ones that of the north that don't want resource control because they have their fingers in the honey pie. So all these things can be worked out. So if Tinubu knows who to appeal to and channel, his messaging in the way he needs to approach restructuring and policy, then he has a really good chance. But I don't see him actually taking that direction. His posture is that of somehow a demigod, a dictator. There is nothing democratic about the way Tinubu is running this country. I have seen nothing, and his quench for his taste for opulence, for putting his children and family matters, and there's this like he is like somebody who has just been rescued from a cave where he spent like a week without drinking water. How can he just see money and just start dining as somebody that has not seen a drank water for 7 days? No, I was not expecting this from Tinubu, to be frank with you, one man. and all his supporters. Who has
I'm
disappointed?
not his supporter. Why do you keep trying to call on me as a Tinubu supporter? I'm not a Tinubu
Come on,
supporter.
man.
As a,
In Hausa suka ce ido ba mudu ba amma ya san kima.
I'm a Nigerian supporter. I've always said that Nigeria is what is better, what's best for Nigeria is what. But let me ask you a question on that space that you were just about to leave, that restructuring space. What would they, and of course, you are just one voice, so what you're saying is not categorical for anybody, but you are a northern voice. But what would the northerners want, by your understanding? Do they want a life that wraps around culture and religion, which is how we see their life, or are they happier with the secularity that is the Nigerian experience? So we're
Wow,
talking about
that's a good
restructuring.
question.
Yeah.
That's a good question because here's the conundrum. It's a conundrum because as much as people like to key into um, religion and all that, uh, recent experiences has taught a lot of northern people that they cannot actually key too much into religion, because it produces people who are so extreme and they want to control every aspect of your life that it's no longer something that people see as viable. Now, that is, if there is anything that will make the northerners want to click to Nigeria, especially the educated northerners, the vanishing middle class and the lower classes, is the fact that the moment Nigeria breaks, then the northern Nigeria is at a risk of falling into the hands of fundamentalists, whether Islamic or whether whatever it is, because we have a lot of sects and people who are vying for control of the minds of the northerners, and these people go out to seek power. They know what power is, they understand power, and they will seek it. They will seek it any way that they can, so that they will have it and lord it over people. And a theocracy may be what will come out of that. And the biggest problem with that is that we have indigenous Christian populations scattered all over the north. So the north is not even, as you people are looking at it, as if it's some just a lot of Muslims and that are all over the place. We have a significant Christian population that their welfare too needs to be looked into. So uh, that space is a space that I'm really looking at myself critically, and I'm even trying to make my own decision that if somehow too much power is granted without secularism in in the north, I may have to relocate, because I cannot stay in a society like this where fundamentalists may eventually win, and maybe a fundamentalist Malam will become the governor or something like that, and then he wakes up one day and say, "Oh, all women stay at home," something like that. God forbid, but that's a real possibility. It's not about the economics, It's more about what will happen if these things really happen. Now
Because
that's
there's a sense,
think about it.
Hassan, there's a sense that in many ways we're in two countries vested within one entity. Because and you can correct it, of course. And when I say we, maybe me, I should let me not speak on behalf of anyone else. I see the North as somewhat of a conservative, religious-led cultural hub that works in a sort of patriarchal sort of system, based on some sort of oligarchic sort of system, and that's the backdrop, and sort of repressive towards certain fundamental human rights. And of course, in the south, we have elements like Bobrisky, so and women half naked. So I often wonder if that chasm is too much for the North, and if they had their way, they would rather just form their own entity vested within that conservative values of our
You
religion
know
and
why I
culture.
would
Yeah.
argue that the chasm is not too much for the north is because of history. If you go back to northern Nigeria of 1970s, it was more liberal, more accepting. People were living better. If you go further back, they were more accepting. You know, what has happened was there's been a lot of proselytizing and preaching of new ideas, and these new ideas in religion have created a lot of factions in different. We have the Shia, we have the Mu'tazila, we have the Quraniyun, we have the Rika, a lot of factions. So the North, it's in itself, as it relates to religion, it's not just one monolith. It's a lot more different, more complex than that. So um, the chasm can be short closed, because we have to also think of the times that we exist in now. If the north of, say, the 1960s, 50s, 60s was a closed conservative society but which lived in relative peace with all its neighbors, does not look down on people because of their ethnicity or their religion and too
Okay,
much
why
like that.
was the Sadao not able to hold it all together?
Hold on, Baba. I think Pansat wants to come in. Sorry, let
Let me
Pansat
finish
come in.
my chain of thoughts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you very
No,
much.
no, no, no. Let him land that. What is saying, then come in, Pansat. Yeah.
You have to realize that in the 50s and 40s, 60s, just before independence, the North was more like united spiritually than what it is now. So even the Sultan of Sokoto, he's not as powerful. Yes, you remember the history of the throne and you give him that eminence, that respect, but there are a lot of people that don't subscribe to him. Like, they don't see him as their spiritual leader. Well, they may be in the minority, but there are a lot, and you keep hearing people saying that he's not my this, he's not my that, he's not my this. So what I'm trying to say essentially is that um the chasm, what fills that chasm, one man, is the world we are living in today, this 21st century, and education. The people of the we are not the only religious people everywhere in the Islamic world. Look at Malaysia, look at Indonesia. These were people that were doing far worse than what the North was doing in the 40s and 50s and 60s. Look where they are now. They were Muslims too. But what changed? What changed? Nothing else but education, rationality, logic. Simple, plain. Nothing. And that is why I think that chasm can be
But
filled.
but
If
i-
you
but
can
i-
have,
is that education permeating the North sufficiently? Because
it is not.
the
It is not,
yes.
because we have an elite that has stolen away the destinies of the
Okay, then
children now.
who is controlling the minds of the uneducated? Who probably, am I wrong to say, saying that they
It's
constitute
not. It's
about
not one person. It's not one person.
70% of the, yeah? Who's
It's not one
controlling their
person.
minds? Yeah.
It's not one person that is controlling their mind. I think is a, a a conglomerate of different spiritual and religious persuasions, something like that. Think of it as a mosaic. While because people have understood that if you live just like a business person, if you have an acute business mind and you're living in a society, you ought to know and see what is happening so that you can also capitalize and get money legally anyway. So if you live in society like northern Nigeria and you have the power of speech, and you can deliver well, so you can just go and learn, go and study theocracy on whatever faction it is, come back and talk to these people, because they do not have a reference point of logic. It's very easy to toy with their emotions and control them. Now, the chunk that you can get, just like pastors, they, but most of southern Christian pastors just are more concerned with the pockets of their people. Well, here it's more like you want to be concerned with the minds, so that you can say, if you say A, do this, B, do that. That's what people are actually getting at. So think of the society in northern Nigeria as society that is so ripe, for people to brainwash other people. Now, why is it that right? Because of poverty, and the biggest one that I think which supersedes poverty is illiteracy and ignorance. Not even illiteracy, ignorance. I would say is ignorance.
All right, Pansa.
All right, thank you very much. Everybody, hello again. I was here earlier. So let's sit on the existing protocol. Hassan, assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam, Mr. Pansat.
Yeah.
Lafiya, hello.
All right. What I want to do, because you made a couple of things that I wanted to push to get more insight how you arrive at that. Somebody asked you earlier, would the North vote for Peter Obi? And you said that not necessarily Peter Obi, but another Igbo person that they will vote for, and then you made other things. But you were using the North, not as a geographical thing. But I want you and I not to go through it. Let's just get this thing settled today with data, right? So I'm going to be using the 2023 election results according to INEC. So in that election, it wasn't a binary choice, and I don't think the next one, 2027, is going to be a binary choice. You have principals in these political parties like Labour Party, APC, and PDP at the minimum. That may
I don't
also be
actually agree that it would not be a binary choice, but Nigerian elections are usually also, in quotes, always not binary choices because we have almost 80 political parties. But continue.
Yeah, that's true. But there's been a progressive development over the last few years. Now we do have Labour Party as a serious party, but when you're talking about the North, we also have a Kwakwanso up there. We have an Atiku also who's a Northerner. But to make, let me first then find out what you mean by the North, right? Because we all have different views of what the North is. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So let me see if I will recall our geography. Would you say that Plateau, Benue, are those the North?
Of course, they are the North. Look, North Central, Northeast, Northwest. That's the North. That's what I mean by the North.
Okay, so not okay. Now, but then you couldn't say that the North will not vote for Peter Obi because some North will vote for Peter Obi, right? For example, North Central, you cannot
Let
say
me
they're not
do
going to
you
vote.
one better, Pansat.
Yeah,
Look,
yeah.
let me put it this way. Say we have a repeat of what happened in 2023, and there are three, major candidates. Major, you have to put it in that way. Um, I don't think there will be a three-horse race, even if there are these three major candidates come up, because people would have gotten wiser. The electorates themselves would coalesce around one person and take him more seriously as the opposition to the president than the other. You get what I mean?
I do get what you mean, but your first premise is what I really don't get. But we'll see what one
Imagine,
man.
imagine this scenario, right?
Yeah,
The North is not trying to field a northern candidate. Just put that at the back of your mind. Okay?
right. I agree with that.
All right. Then what do you think happens if Peter Obi still, stays as the candidate in, say, a Labour Party,
Yeah.
and maybe he's
Let's do it this way because I know I'm just interjecting, so they may just come into give somebody else a chance. But let's do this because you cannot say it's not going to be binary. You can guess, just like I could guess, but due to how strong those parties are and recalcitrant, I don't think a lot of them are going to just fold the whole party and give it to another party and say, okay, we're not going to feed a candidate this season, right? It may happen, but the chances are like 2 to 5%. So let me begin with core North. Sokoto is not, as far as you're concerned, when it comes to voting for, let's say Tinubu APC, because APC is in charge right now, and the Northerners, let's say the Northerners want to vote against Peter Obi, but they want to vote for the incumbent, which will be Tinubu if Shetima doesn't do what I think. Let's just go into the normal discussion. Okay, so Sokoto is the North, right? Is Zamfara, Kebbi, Katsina, Jigawa, Kano, Kaduna, Niger.
Niger. You are so
Niger. I'm
you are
sorry,
so
Niger. You're
used
right.
to
Yeah, today.
wow.
Okay, yeah,
Is
that's
that
okay.
not okay?
Yeah, Niger. You're right. Okay, then Bauchi, Gombe, right? Yobe and Borno. Those are northern states.
Are you
I'm
reading
giving
from
you
a map or
Kaduna there.
something?
Excuse me.
Are you reading from a map?
No,
Are you...
No. I had that sense as well that I was reading off a map. But carry on.
No, I'm just saying those. You just go from KB. You
It
should not
was so,
rest Sokoto.
it was so, flawless the way you said those names in succession.
No, it was
For
the way you
somebody who
pronounced the
always
J
speaks
that,
negatively on those part of Nigeria, yeah, it strikes me
Yeah,
as
okay, but
odd.
don't worry about those things. But what I'm saying
Mm.
is that those are northern states, right?
Yeah.
The solid, they might vote in a block against Peter Obi, for example. But when you come to Adamawa, you come to Plateau, you come to Taraba, right? If you have an article running, okay, now I put that Kaduna there. I believe without rigging, some of these states are really iffy, including Kano, believe it or not, because you have Kwakwan, so you have several other players. So there's two things that I remember I'm interjecting to discredit two things that you said, right? Now let's take a look at what you said. If because one man has been pushing this, started pushing on me. If Jonathan comes in, right, then that it may actually affect the election and he may win.
Yeah.
Now, what I want you to bear in mind right now is that Jonathan comes from a state that's called Bayelsa. It was part of River State before. Abacha, I believe, sometime 1996 or something like that, created out of River State. He created Bayelsa. They have a population of a million and a half at the most, right? So when you look at, say, 2015 election, you remove the Southeast, right? Perhaps the only state, if he even wins it. I just want you to be very realistic now. If you don't agree with me, we can do the numbers, right? The only state Jonathan would win, if he wins it, is Bayelsa. If Peter Obi is running Labour Party and somebody, let's say PDP, is running, I guess it's actually, I don't know who Jonathan is going to run, he's going to run with, if it's PDP or APC, but let's just say Jonathan runs. The only state that he may win is Bayelsa. You're not going to be saying that it.
So what do you think
I'm not
that
sure you
proves,
understand. Sorry,
Hansat?
Hassan. I'm
Yeah,
not
hold
sure
on.
you understand.
Yeah.
Hold on, Spencer, 1 second.
Yeah,
I'm not sure
yeah.
you understand what Hassan is saying. Jonathan is going to be run as a northern candidate. They will run him as a northern candidate.
Okay, very good. All right. Okay, so now under what party? APC?
PDP.
Under PDP, which
Yes.
means Atiku is going to be out of the equation.
Yes.
Most likely.
Well, most likely. Okay, but you do understand from the last election that we had, 2023, and I could also go to 2019 if you want. In that election, the breakdown is that Atiku won Adamawa, Akwa Ibom, Bauchi, Bayelsa.
Do you know why
Gombe.
Hansat,
Hold on
like
now.
this argument of comparing 2023 to now? The fundamentals and realities of 2023 are not going to be the things that will play out in 2027. They are completely different things.
No, listen, indulge me. Think Nigeria is not a revolutionary country like that. It goes, it's a very slow evolutionary thing. Right? So yeah, you're gonna have a primary in which Jonathan is gonna challenge Atiku. If we're talking about today, everything we're doing is today, not a week from today, either today or from what happened in the past. It has to be database, right? So you have to understand that even though Tinubu won the election in the north,
Atiku is not like a persona non grata. He is a formidable candidate. Without rigging, he probably would have won the election if P2B didn't win it. So you have to contest in a primary for somebody to emerge. Jonathan can never, ever defeat Atiku, the Adamawa, what do you call it, the Adamawa? What's his title? What is his title? The Waziri of Adamawa.
Yeah.
Right. I don't like him, don't get me wrong. I'm just being realistic. We have to look at it by state. I'm telling you that he won Yobe, Taraba, Sokoto, Oshun, KB,
By small
Katsina.
margins.
Huh? Katsina,
Small margins.
Kaduna. It doesn't matter, he won. Right? After massive rigging.
I'm not sure I'm not sure you are where the conversation is, Pansat.
No, I'm aware. I'm only attacking what he said. It doesn't matter when you run him. You have to run him in a political party. He has to first overcome that, which is the first thing has to overcome is in the primary, right? Let's say the Northerners. When you say the Northerners, I've already tried to describe it. It's not geographic.
Don't worry. We know all that. But
okay.
I don't think you are where they
one more. I think Mr. Pansat is just being realistic. Why Azan has a lot of assumptions.
Right.
How so?
Yeah, the assumption is that everybody is going to step down for Jonathan, and Jonathan is just going to quickly come and grab the ticket, which is not possible. That is exactly.
Why not?
It's not possible because there are clashes of interest, and I don't know the magic, right? It's easy for us to say, oh, everybody is just going to say, oh, Jonathan, the Messiah is coming, and we just let go all ambitions, right?
No, Jonathan is not going to allow his name to be put forward unless they guarantee him that ticket. And they're not going to guarantee him that ticket unless Atiku hands it over to him. So the only thing they have to do is to persuade that Atiku that look, this is how we want to go. If they step Atiku down, Jonathan gets that ticket.
Well, these are things that we're looking at. They are not as possible as you think it is, right?
But Hassan, let me land on what I was saying, because I guess what you are disagreeing with me is the data. I'm trying to back. But so let me then speak on the
I understand.
Forget about it.
That you are churning out. I also know them. If they
okay.
2023, I'm trying to let you know that they will not apply in 2027 because
the
reality on ground has changed.
Okay, hold on.
This is what
we are aware.
An incumbent seeking for a re-election, not
right.
A president that is leaving the seat of power, who is neither here nor there. Remember,
I know, but I'm not disagreeing with you on that point.
Even with that, Hassan, let me ask him some question, because Hassan, let me ask this. Even what you are trying to say and all the things you are trying to say, even at that, the North cannot defeat Tinubu alone.
Yes, of course.
The North cannot defeat, even though with all the fights the Northern state wants to put together, without even convincing other regions like the Southeast and the South and even Southwest and even Northeast, because even with what we are saying, the Northeast, I don't think they can buy to that idea, whatever the Northerners, the North Central. I'm saying.
Sorry, Akene. If Peter Obi takes the Southeast out of away from the table, then the North can defeat Tinubu.
If I believe, even as it is today, even if the North don't want to vote Obi can still win some South as it is, even whether you believe it or not.
With good luck Jonathan in play, with good luck Jonathan in play,
we're all over the map, because all of a sudden you switched what I was disagreeing with him. I'm disagreeing with him on Jonathan.
My point is that even in trying to say that Tinubu is not good, they not want to gang up against him. The North alone cannot gang up against him. That's my point.
Or any of them, because that's a 2011 election.
Because if you keep on with the narrative that other regions cannot produce president, that is only the North that can decide the president of the nation. Then other region will still tell you that, okay, let Tinubu continue.
No,
Exactly, because what
that's not the
Hassan
narrative.
is
That
already.
would be the narrative of probably what you're anticipating the Southeast would do, because you are
No, no, but
telling me
look, Hassan, listen, we
if
had
the
an
North is
election in
supporting Goodluck
2011
Jonathan,
where the North ganged up against Jonathan. Okay,
yeah,
Buhari was a much
things
more.
change. Things
Hold
change.
on, hold on, one man. You're gonna have the guy be responsive at least. What I'm saying is that we had that election that
I'm
you're
trying
talking
to
about.
answer you.
Okay, in that election, we had a formidable Buhari who is much powerful than any other northern candidate in recent memory, right? So in those elections, the North ganged up against the rest of the country, and they couldn't defeat Jonathan. Jonathan beat Buhari like a drum. He beat him with the northern vote in totality going to him. So
Wow,
let's not
thank you. Thank you
we
for
can
bringing that point.
we can
All
look
right,
at the
Pastor,
map.
can you listen to
Also
me
in
for
two,
once?
no, hold on, I'm using data. I'm saying in
You just no, I want
2019.
to give you a clear example how you can understand my point, and you say no, you just have to keep talking
No,
and talking.
because I have not posed the question I want to pose for you. I was just giving
All
you the
right,
data. I'm
go
still
ahead.
giving you the data of an
And why
election to
is that
look at.
All right.
Yeah.
Maybe take him to the question so that we can move it on. Yeah.
Okay. So, okay, let me just say this. If Peter Obi runs on an election again, let's say in 2027, I will have similar thing. It doesn't have to be exact. It can be similar, right? And then you have all those Kwakwanso, all these northern candidates, Atiku, and all those. And then you have Peter Obi run for an election again. Know what we know today, knowing that Tinubu cannot handle the economy, cannot handle security, cannot handle inflation, and then we'll go into an election where everybody's starving. Peter Obi is a model candidate. He's humble. He's worked hard. He keeps
I
working
know
hard,
all
right?
I know
And
all
he
that.
keeps. Just hold on now. You're gonna be able to handle the truth. So now, what I'm saying to you is that you would be. It would be almost impossible to at least respond to what I'm just saying now. Just respond to that. How are you going to tell Nigerians here on this platform, and those listening to you, that you don't have, you don't even have responsible, reasonable Northerners? That's what you're saying. They're gonna see that they're starving. They're gonna see
No,
No,
don't
it's not
worry.
even a toss up.
Let's not even go to all those. That's not where the
okay.
conversation. But address
Okay,
what they
it's
said.
it's
No,
well
Don't
worded.
worry.
let
We
me
understand.
address
Yeah, just
it.
address it.
Okay,
Yeah.
I will ask a question to Pansa, just one question, and let him give me one answer. So you think that in such a scenario where, because I don't even believe that Peter Obi will you know, will be some sort of candidate himself in the 2027 elections, but if somehow he is pushed to be, a candidate in the Labour Party, and if that happens, and the people of the Southeast go ahead and vote him instead of Jonathan, now what does that tell you about the Southeast and how they see politics? Because when people do politics, they look at what has happened in the past, experimental probability, and then try to recreate it in the future. Now, the only thing that has happened that has been able to push an incumbent government in the history of Nigeria was having one strong candidate where all political parties or all interest groups in Nigeria coalesce behind to face the incumbent. That what happened with Jonathan, with the APC, ACPN, AC, CPC coming together to field one candidate. Now, doesn't it strike you as odd that the people who are pushing Obi are ignoring a true, map and formula for winning for something that has not happened before? And doesn't that tell you that there is an element of naivety in trying to seek
Okay,
for
Hassan,
power
Hassan,
where
Hassan,
there
let me
is a door,
respond. Let me
where
respond
there
a
is a
little
door
bit.
and you are
Let me let me let
ignoring
me
it?
come
Then
in a
it
little
shows there
bit,
is a lack
Hassan.
of sophistry.
No, let me come a little bit. Let me come a little bit because what like people from the north is trying to project to the southeast is that they're not capable to produce a president. So what happens in the next elections is okay, the southeast will just sit down, they look,
That is
do
the
whatever
wrong
you
way
want
to
to do.
take it.
Hold
No.
That
on,
is the wrong
Hassan.
way
Hold
to
on,
take it.
Hassan.
Okay.
Hassan, hold on. Yeah.
So the Southeast will just be Sidon Delu. You cannot tell me that I'm not qualified to produce a candidate. Why you want me to align with you to take out a sitting president? It never happens like that.
Let me ask you a question, Ekene. Why do you think this? Why do you think the North will present a Goodluck Jonathan? Why do you think they will do that?
Maybe for their own political gain.
No,
you understand?
What is that? What is that? Why would they? I mean, you are in politics now, so you should know.
Maybe they think that if Obi win, he would desire for second term. But if Jonathan win, there is no chance for second term for him.
Correct. Right. So that's one. There's another half.
There's
of
another
it.
one, yeah.
Yeah. So another one is that.
Yeah. Go on.
For me, I don't think, but that's my own major reason for me. What I understand with what they are trying to plan or what they are trying to calculate. That's the only thing I understand. But
okay.
For me, Goodluck is not.
No.
Me,
let me hold on before you go into for me.
Okay.
What you're saying is that's one of the reasons. The other reason is that they don't want to rock the boat. So the South are saying it's our turn, and then when it's your turn, you get to serve 2 terms. So if they replace Goodluck Jonathan with if they replace Tinubu with Goodluck Jonathan, so that still satisfies the South 2 terms. So the South cannot say that, oh, we only served 1 term, you took the power from us. But then they also get rid of Tinubu, who they cannot seem to control because it seems to be riding against them. And then they don't have to worry about Goodluck Jonathan having to run 2 terms because he only has 1 term left. So that's why.
Okay, one man. Let me add.
Let me
for me. Hold on. The question was for me.
No, it was to Hassan. Let us. Yeah, it was putting the question.
I still have something to say. Something to say because another thing is the question is the issue of restructuring because they know they have already caged Jonathan in that regard. And for me, if I'll push a candidate, that will restructure this country. And I think a lot of Southerners bad that idea. You understand? So, Goodluck Jonathan for me is not a bad idea. But trying to play politics with it to make other people to believe is because it will be your turn. Just know that Southeast don't buy that narrative.
Yes, but the Southeast is not a significant factor in politics now.
One man.
Just hold on, guys.
That is their idea.
Don't meet me again.
We've had 2 terms of
No, one man, you are not being fair.
Oh, well, how?
Azan has a narrative.
Yeah.
And you're doing everything to justify that narrative. Why the other people are kind of like pushing back?
One man, go to hell. I'm gone.
All right.
Okay. Before they push back again, one man, let me just add the 3rd point. You see, we just need the people of the Niger Delta to claim Jonathan as their son. If Tinubu, actually does not change, does not improve in this economy, this dead, moribund economy, if it stays that way till 2027, we just need the people of Niger Delta to claim their son and vote for him. If 4 regions are for Jonathan, he wins because Tinubu is going to have people who, he has incumbency, but I don't think he
Remember, Akpabio is there before you are claiming South. Akpabio is there, and Wike is there before you are claiming South. And these people are powerful.
Can you guys allow me just one question? One question, less than 5 seconds.
Okay.
And I trust Azan. I trust you, Azan.
We are saying 2 different things. But that's okay. It's just, we are just prognosticating.
Azan, I trust you to answer this question, pointed question, honestly. I trust you. If Obi were to swear on his blood that he will run only 1 term, will they not vote for him?
My God. I still doubt it, man. I still doubt it. Things have happened.
I like your honesty.
Things have happened. If that phone call was not.
Did you hear that? Things has happened before. That's the undertone.
Yeah. Things have
Thank you,
happened.
Azan.
Why does the Southeast don't is Obi the only bona fide Igbo man? This over fixation. Look at the
See,
North is
let
trying
me
to push Atiku to one side. He's a politician like
let me if let me say this. If
a
Obi
human being like
comes out
anybody.
to say if Obi comes out to say I want to vice Atiku, will you support him?
I don't think Atiku wins PDP primaries. I don't think Atiku will last another year in PDP. Just watch and see.
Okay, Obi wants to vice any candidates put up by the Northerners from the North. Will you support Obi?
Obi vicing candidate from what?
Any popular candidate from the North, will you support him?
But what Asan is telling you that they want to retain
in 2031, let me. What are you saying? In 2027,
2027.
I don't think that scenario, actually plays out for the interest of the North. I don't think that will really happen. But if that happens, at least the Babu Gwandaba that he is a vice is still better than at the top of the food chain. But the possibility of that happening is like I don't. You see, when Atiku took Obi, he did not make all those blunders he made after he became his own independent candidate. Now, a lot of water has gone under the bridge now, Ekene. Things cannot remain the same now.
No, let me come in a little bit. You say that if he vice Atiku or any Northern candidate, there is still a possibility. But
People,
that's what I'm trying to understand from you. But if he stand out,
the office 8:30, let me give it another 15 minutes and bounce.
If he comes out to be a candidate, you will not support him. That's from your speech. That's what I understand. So, but if he comes out to be a vice, you support him. But even me, I'm not sort of supporting Obi to be the next candidate because I know
imagine
I don't
if
want
people will just
I don't want him to lose.
To Obi and put
I don't want him to lose his this thing. But for you saying that the Southeasterners don't have any other candidate apart from Obi.
No,
if I say yes,
I didn't say that.
and you people from other region are saying that the Southeast should produce another candidate. Who do you think that can replace Obi's popularity in the Southeast?
Another man
that will be supported by the Northerners.
Who was loved by the Northerners, but the Igbo people don't like him, and he's already tainted. Yeah, it's the former Imo State governor. What's his name? Okorocha. People in the North so love that guy. That he's going to do local politics, has killed his presidential career. That man would have been perfect for this time because he has all the people in the North already praising him because this guy has built schools in the North. He speaks Hausa, and he goes for charities and things like that. It's not difficult to win the hands of people in the North. So now, but he's not a Peter Obi.
No, hold on. Can I just hold on?
Okay. He's not a Peter Obi. And he has never once shown that he prioritizes another religion over another religion to such a point that the people in the North will feel that he's against, their lifestyle or something like that. So, they even curse him. They call him all sorts of names. The Igbo people. So,
Okoro Hausa.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. Just hold on now. Let other voices come in as well. Would somebody like Soludo sell in the North if they were to substitute?
Yes, he will sell because he has the people that will sell him. Just like Tinubu sold because he has the people that sold him. Like he's got that. He's got the people that can sell him. Yeah, Soludo will sell very well too. But I don't think because Soludo, has had issues with the one and only Admighty, and somehow they cannot look past that. It's unfortunate.
All right. Now, is there anything else you want to say to the politics? What's catching your attention at the moment? Have you spoken on this DSS NIA something? I think you said it's just a reload.
Yeah, no, there's nothing wrong with that. It's okay, it's normal. These are just things for commoners to talk and chit chat about. Just like having dogs and giving them, a bone here and a bone there to just like keep them busy, keep their mouths busy and their teeth sharp. It's just part of the Nigerian game. These things are expected. Before Tinubu became president, I knew he was going to surround himself with this, is the people he trusts. And if that be Yoruba, so be it. Since the military left, everybody did this in a significant manner from Obasanjo. Well, Obasanjo was, because he took over from the
Obasanjo did
military.
not surround himself with
Yeah,
Yoruba.
yeah, he no, he did not do so much to rock the boat. But after Obasanjo from Yaradua, the almighty Yaradua actually put them Bazals, those Rimis. He actually surrounded himself with northerners. So when Jonathan was there too, because Jonathan came from a minority tribe, so you cannot use Jonathan as, because even if Jonathan wanted to put all Ijaw people, where are the qualified Ijaw people to hold those positions? You get what I mean? So it's natural. Right? If you understand Nigeria, you don't fret about these things now. So just another topic, please.
All right. This let me take you to this one. This one is somewhat inoffensive. I think we can all coalesce behind this one. Candidates under 18 will no longer take WAEC NECO. So what are you making of that? They are preventing people from sitting WAEC for reasons
One
of
man, if you
age.
go to these ministries, you know what they do. They sit under trees, they are licking mango, they are drinking tea, or they are chatting on their phones, playing music. It's not as if they are working in government ministries. That's what they do. So I'm not surprised with these nonsensical policies that you see flying around. Yeah, it's nonsense. I know of, cheap professors.
Make sure Angelica did not hear what you just said.
No, he heard, and I know he would understand too. It's Nigeria. Yeah, I'm not. It's reality.
Can you repeat what you just said now to say it
Adalo
because of
Coco is with the workers'
say
union.
that
No.
say that over
Ajali Koko,
Sam.
I'm saying that when you go to the Ministry of Education, it's not as if they are doing their job, like really doing their job, because you find people under the mango tree or under they are drinking tea, they are gisting. There is no work to do. Like, look at the kind of things that they are pushing forward for that children under 18 should not should not uh, should not write WAEC.
Hold on, Hassan. Hold on, Hassan. So, do you want to blame those workers at the federal ministry or the leadership of that ministry? The
You
people
are a
that are
comrade,
appointed.
Baba Jali Koko.
Who
You
are
have
the
been in this
people?
struggle for long. You cannot never let the government off the hook.
Gone. So, who are you going to blame for that problem in that ministry?
Yeah, okay, well, yeah, it takes two to tango, actually. So both of them.
You can't blame both of them. When you are appointed to do a job for the country and particularly to lead others to do the job.
Do you
If
know why I'm blaming both of them, Baba Jali Koko?
okay,
You see, the reason why I'm blaming both of them is that, especially in the education ministry, there are powerful permanent secretaries, and usually when ministers are sent from the government, they inform most of these policies, because usually people fall. Who is the minister of education right now? What's the guy's name? Sorry, guys.
It's Tahir something Tahir.
And what was he before? A governor?
I'm not sure. Maybe it would have been an ambassador or something like that. Nothing to
Look,
do with
He
it.
was a vice
it
chancellor.
does.
He was a vice chancellor.
All right.
The vice chancellor.
Yeah, of Base University.
You see, you see. That is not putting square holes in square round pegs in square holes.
But I
I
think
don't.
I think that man get. I think that man has
What
something
I'm
to offer
saying,
in educational space.
what I'm saying,
Mm.
if the political appointee as the head of the ministry who's supposed to bring a policy for the permanent sec, to put the permanent sec to work and the workers, if you fail to do that, then nothing is going to work. Look, you can't have lazy leader and you think the followers will not be lazy. They will as well be lazy like him. That is the problem we have in Nigeria. So
Yes,
don't
because
blame those people. The man at the head is a lazy man. He
yeah,
brought no
I
policy
agree. I agree.
to redirect and to improve on the educational policy of the country. So what are you expecting the workers to do?
Yeah,
Workers they just sit down and they will not do anything. So that's
I
the problem.
agree. I
All
agree.
right, bring him that space, Hassan, and then we go on to Ajan Lekoko.
Okay. Which space? This one on my screen or the education thing?
All right, you can wrap up the education space and then land on this one
Yeah,
for your final comments. Yeah.
on the education thing. Well, I still see that it's both of them. Because ordinarily this nonsense kind of policies should not be, having any place to sit in any shelf or in the minds of anybody that is working for the Ministry of Education. Well, then when a minister comes in that has no clue or is completely lazy and has abandoned his responsibilities, somehow this palm sex feels as if they can push these kinds of policies. And they think that we are going to clap for them one man. They think that Nigerians would actually clap for them because somehow they
It
feel,
makes zero sense to say
and it
that.
doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, that's just that on that. So who is this Bode George?
You don't know about the judge?
I know him, the Lagos
Yes, it's in the back.
almost failed PDP politician.
Yes, it's in the back and forth with Atiku, saying he doesn't. So he doesn't not support Atiku. Atiku accuses him of tribalism, and he's accusing Atiku of incompetence. I'm not sure if you're not following their back and forth. Then they're just in a mortal battle of old age pensioners.
Well, so whatever this is just the shenanigans of Nigerian elite. It changes nothing. It adds nothing to. Yes, so just let me just forget them like that, and let me leave the space for my elders, the people who who think I'm just yarning nonsense, and the people who think saying my two piece. I thank all of you, and I hope to see you some other time. One man.
Yeah,
So
Zan, I thank you for
nice.
your sincerity. Say this,
All right.
Afi.
Thank you, Hassan. So that's Hassan. Who needs to get to bed because there's work tomorrow. So thank you, Hassan. Sleep well. Thank you. So that's Hassan, of course, the majestic Hassan. So thank you, Hassan. From Hassan, Ajan Lekoko, you're up next.
Yeah, thank you, woman.
Thank you for giving way to Hassan, Ajan Lekoko.
Man, we have to give way for him more. Now,
Thank you, Aja.
yeah, okay, bye bye. Oga Patapata from the north with that too. Personal assistant to the vice president, you know, go give way to it. So, yeah, once again, greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. So, why I didn't support Atiku? Okay, Baba Bode George. Yeah, so I think it was very clear then why they didn't support Atiku. To all the political leaders in PDP in the South back then were all were firm with their decision that Northerner cannot be another president, cannot be another president after Buhari. So that was the reason why, and all of them said it's going to be difficult for them to campaign to their people that, Buhari have just finished 8 years representing the slot for the North, and then we are passing another baton of leadership to another Northerner again. So it was, and Wike was, and the 5 governors in the party, they are very strong in the South. All of them were all Southerner except Otom from the Middle Belt. So it was. They did the right thing. They did what they got supposed to do that time, just to send a signal to the northerner within the party that were led by Atiku then, that their rascality is, their rascality is unacceptable. So it's good that Baba Bode George is coming out clean, and I think that is how it should be. People should not be hide what cannot be hidden. So it was obvious that all of them were not in. They did support Atiku candidate, and that is where that was what was responsible for Atiku to fail. He failed to lead well. He failed to unite everybody, and he failed to show that quality of leadership, the capacity that is required of leadership, which is number one, to manage people. If you cannot manage people in politics as a leader, then you're going to lose them. And when your people back away from you, then you go to lose. You can't attain that political leadership that that matters. You cannot attain it. That is what Atiku failed to do. He wasn't able to manage people. He failed to manage UK. He failed to manage those governors. And the sad day, it was just feel nothing going to happen. I think they have promised him so much from the Aso Rock that don't worry, Tinubu we shut him down, so it's not going to get to anywhere. Tinubu is not going anywhere. You don't worry, you will get there. So, and that is why I believe he was so confident and did not bother about anything, that leave these people. When I become the president, I will pepper their eyes. So, but it didn't work out well, and I'm on board with Baba Baba Bode George for coming out to tell us why they did not vote for him. I hope this statement will show something to the entire leadership that, look, it is time for all of them to come together and see how they can unite the party and prepare for 2027. Otherwise, if they want to remain divided against each other, alongside their tribal political interests and other interests, I think they can never win election in that country. PDP will be party of the past in the next future. So that's the way I see it, one man. So, and on the Tinubu taking some people out from DSS and is it NIA? I think it's long overdue. It's long overdue. I see it as a necessary thing to do in order to bring in new blood, new leadership, to carry out a reform in those security agency, carry out reform, and reform that will bring improvement in on our intelligent gathering capacity. because I don't know. I don't know what they are doing. Because if we have BSS, we have NIA, and we're still being ravaged by insurgency and terrorism in the northern part of Nigeria. So, and everywhere in the country as well. But the worst situation is in the north. So I think it's long overdue, and I think it's doing the necessary thing is to do. They have to reform that place, to work well on intelligent gathering, and to give some kind of how do I put it, some a guarantee, that national security um, uh, for the country, the national security that can guarantee, a safety, and a safe and secured country for us. If we don't have a safe and secure country, the economy cannot grow. So, and I think that you read an article that large number of DSS staff were planning to resign en masse. I think I have something like that when you are reading when you are reading the.
Yes, I think they were actually looking to resign in protestation against Yusuf Bichi, who then resigned himself. So I think that that resignation actually precedes that Yusuf Bichi then subsequently resigning. Yes.
So what does that tell you, one man? So to me, what it tells me is that I can speculate is that maybe that guy is not competent for that position. He was just favored by Buhari. He brought in his own man and just put them there. People that are not competent to lead those sensitive position. People to lead such security agency like that must be well-read people, well competent, highly professional, and disciplined, unbribable, unpurchasable, people that you cannot bribe, people that can look up to the face of the Mr. President and tell him, sir, I don't think this is possible. People that will not yield to political manipulation, people that will devoid the responsibility and the carrying out of their responsibility without any political undertone, no political leaning, no political anything whatsoever to satisfy anything, but strictly for the country. Why do you have that 100 of workers threatening that they will resign en masse? Because it's a failure. It's not a man. It's not fit for that position. And that is why I was telling Hassan earlier, look, the people you put at the headship of ministry or any government agency must be competent people that can, give redirection, or rather direct the affairs of that ministry or agency.
I've got a response from the DSS staff after they heard that Yusuf Bichi resigned. Let me show you this. So that's what's been circulated. I'm not quite sure how authentic, but that's all over Twitter as the response from our DSS.
If that is true, that's a shame on him. It's a shame on him that instead of people to celebrate him while he's living, people were celebrating his resignation. Instead of people to, celebrate his term of office, that look, this man did good for this agency and for the country, but rather they are celebrating him living in shame. It just tells us that it's not competent. It couldn't manage his people well. It couldn't do, all he was doing then was just harassment of, what do you call it? People like NSC leader. They said he is supporting terrorism, funding terrorism, and doing all this nonsense. Just people that are very incompetent cannot do good things. They will want to do something because of for political reason, to satisfy their incompetent master that they are working. The same thing they do for Shewore. What did they get in Showore's case? He charged Shewore that is it not the one that charged Shewore that he was engaging in terrorism? Oh, he traveled to Dubai when what do you call it? Shewore never stepped his foot for once at Dubai. He'd never been to Dubai at all. So it's just very shameful that. But Tinubu, I think maybe he got some dissatisfaction report on him, and he believed, look, this guy is not fit, is not competent for this position. He got to go, and to me, I think he's done the right thing to get him out. I hope that people that are replacing him are competent people that can work good for the country, people that are very, competent, people that will work, do their job without doing it for any political reason, but strictly for, to achieve, result that will make a positive impact in our intelligence gathering, and we help support our military in fighting the insurgency against what do you call it, in their fight against insurgency, and so that maybe in the next few years to come, 2-3 years, we can defeat these people. Look, the NIA need to do a lot of, they have to purge a lot of people out there, put competent people there, people that are well trained, people that will be retrained as well to improve on their job and work well for the country. It takes a lot of money to achieve this. So politicians must see the security of our country as number one. That is the number one responsibility. But they're taking it easy. They have corrupt people as the headship, and so everybody just embezzle money, and it's so detrimental to the. I mean, it has constituted existential threat to the state as we have it today. So, to me, I don't see anything wrong in what he has done. Just sat there and put newspaper, and I hope they will do work. They will do well for the country. What next do we have? One man.
Yes, we have the WAEC thing that trying to restrict 18-year-olds from sitting WAEC.
That is senseless, woman. I don't know where that is done. So children that are brilliant, smart, that we have some students that can, they get double promotion. Some will get double promotion even twice in their secondary school lifetime, and then they, instead of staying in 5 years in secondary school or 6 years, they just spend like 3 years and they completed secondary school and they go to college. Why do you want to stop there and say, oh, if you are not 18 years, you go and sit down with your mom to sell Google Atepa, or just go and stay home and be playing game and do this? It's just it's simple.
It could actually ruin life, that thing,
Oh yes, oh yes.
Because if you force these people out of education because you can't allow them into universities at 18, what are they doing in that interim? That's the period where these girls get pregnant and all of this sort of things.
That's it. I think maybe okay. I think somebody was telling me that in Nigeria when one of my nephew was telling me that, and I was thinking maybe he was just joking, but he was telling me about his daughter, that they said if they don't reach 18 years, maybe they cannot seek for jam or something like that. I say that cannot be true now. So, but when you brought this story, I said
it is true. Effective from next year. Effective from next year. Yes.
That is
It's
crazy.
another quota, don't you think so, Baja? Another quota system now with style.
Well, let's see. It's just insane, and this is what lazy people. This is what they do. I mean, how can you ever imagine that somebody can come out? I believe they will bring it down. A lot of Nigeria will speak against it, and I believe in the next few days they will.
Because it affects more the South than anywhere else,
Oh yes. So I believe they will bring it down. It's not gonna go through. I'm very confident. I'm very confident of that. People will raise a very large opposition against.
Unless they force these children to start doing A levels to.
Except they have to compulsory A level. Yes,
They just have to cancel it. No other way.
It's a ridiculous thing. Very,
very ridiculous. Senseless.
Because the average age for the Southerner for school certificate is 16 years.
That's right.
Out of secondary school, 16 years they are out. So why are you making it compulsory 18 years? For what?
What is going on? I can't believe these people, man. This incompetent people. I agree with you. I agree. I totally agree. It's another form of quota. Let's kick them behind. It's just, I don't know. So one man, that is just I'm not on board with it. It's a senseless policy rather. So any more things?
All right, but let me take you to one more space and go on from you to Prince. This is a space that we've been circling around so many times, so I'm not sure if there's much more left to be said on it. Atiku Obi Kwakwanso should come together before the end of the year. This is what somebody, Lukman, is saying, that for them, if they are really serious about opposing Tinubu, they move quickly, come together, and then they have that 2-year build-up. So thoughts on that?
I agree with that guy. I agree 100% with him. If they don't come together, they want to remain divided against each other as they did in 2023. Tinubu will win last. They will win again. Easy ride. They gave him easy carpet they lay easy carpet for this man to walk through into that Aso Rock in 2023. Because they couldn't agree, they couldn't come together. So this time around, if they repeat what they did in 2023, Tinubu will retain that position. Look, and if they really want to do it good among themselves, I think those in the north must succumb to Peter Obi. They should give the ticket to Obi. If they give the ticket to Obi and they, organize their people in the north, I believe Peter Obi will win massively in the south, in the southeast, and possibly in the south as well. And that will take him to presidency. So, but the question which you ask is that will Atiku surrender for Obi to be on the head of the ticket? Atiku has been pursuing this position for a long time, since 1992. Is he ready to surrender? If he's ready to surrender, fine. Kwankwaso, would Kwankwaso be on the same side with Atiku? We can say yes or no. We don't know, because Kwankwaso in the last election, actually, all of them, Kwankwaso, among others, left PDP to form APC. All of them. And Kwankwaso contested. It did not succumb to Atiku. Kwankwaso contested against Buhari during the primary to nominate presidential candidate, which Buhari won. He contested. Atiku contested. Kwankwaso defeated Atiku. He came second to Buhari. So, if Kwankwaso in a new party, then APC, newly formed party in 2014, can participate in primary, presidential primary, and he defeated Atiku. So that should tell us something. So Kwankwaso in his head believed that he cannot surrender to Atiku. Anytime, any day, if a fair election is organized between him and Atiku, he will beat Atiku. And that is why he didn't stay in that party, in PDP. That is why he left PDP, because he knew that they want to rig, they want to, Atiku with his men are cooking something, and that if for him to lose, it's better for him to go to another party and come and contest the North against Atiku. He believed he have that popularity and that and he enjoyed that trustworthiness from the Northerner than Atiku. So, but like I said earlier, if they really want to work together, they have to cut the vote, and Obi must be the face of that new arrangement, so that it can be seen that yes, this is Southerner contesting against Southerner. So then the North is going to be the battleground. So, but the power of incumbency is very strong. Then the question that Baba asked Hassan earlier will now play out, that who will the Northerner go with between Obi and Tinubu? The last 2023 election, they went with, majority of them went with Tinubu. So will they go with him again this time, or will they shift to Obi? That is a $1 million question that we must ask ourselves. But the record is there.
Sorry.
Eh?
So are you talking about northern elite or the borders?
Oh, okay. That's a very good question. That's a very good question. The northern elite first, before the people. Who would the northern elite go for? The power of incumbency. Incumbency that have all the resources at hand, the money, better than anybody, the security, all the wherewithal.
The contract, the invoices to be paid.
Elite. What concern elite with let's continue to pray for God to answer our prayer? No. Elite, give that thing to him that he can take home to share with his followers and tell them that this is where we are going. That is how it works. It's money politics. That those elite will carry resources, they take it home, they have meeting with their people, they share that resources, and then everybody go to work. They oil the political machine, they lubricate it to work good. It's not just ordinary mouth. So, but let's wait and see. But at the same time, Tinubu must improve on the way he's managing the economy. Reports show that the third quarter, is it the third quarter, this or second quarter, that we had our GDP recorded some growth. The growth that the people, nobody felt it. What the people can feel now is hardship and high inflation. What do you call it? High interest rate, high cost of living, food inflation, all this thing there. This is what people are feeling now. Can it get better? It's just 1 year in government. Maybe in the next 2-3 years, two years, maybe things will start to get shape, and Nigeria can easily forget things. If things, pick up better, Nigeria will forget what we are going through now. And they can start seeing that, well, it looks like it's doing the good work, is going in the right direction, and they will vote for it. If things get better in the next 2 years, that people can see that it's actually getting better, yes, I believe people will give him another shot. So he's doing some things right. What I like, me particularly, that he has done good is that NNPC, that CBN is the one taking in every kobo that NNPC is making, is going to CBN account. So now there's accountability. The money can be tracked. So all this shady deal, I'm not saying that there's no shady deal that is going, but at least it's been minimized. It's been minimized now. So I like that. I hope they can improve on it, sanitize that NNPC. If they can be sanitized, and we will make more revenue. So all the looting that they were doing at free will for 8 years that Buhari was there. That has stopped now. That huge corruption has stopped. I'm not saying corruption is not going, but at least the money that is coming in, we can give account. There's account to that fund that is coming in that NNPC is raking in, and then we can track it and we can make use of it for the to run the economy well. So I like that. I hope they can do better, but at least they have started doing something good that I will acknowledge. So, one man, let me leave it there. Thank you.
All right, Roland. Prince, you're up next. So Prince, so to the conversation. Sorry about the long wait. It's always a long wait anyway. I do try to manage it, but never once yet succeeded. But good to have you, certainly, Prince. If you're ready to go to the conversation.
Yeah, one man. Yeah, how you doing? Hello, everyone.
I'm good. And by the way, don't restrict yourself to what we're talking about. You can just, feel free, just flow as you will.
Well, usually the lady in the is it the train or the bus? I'm not usually interested in such stories.
Yes.
But,
Do you want me to replay it again for the benefit of
Sorry.
I said, do you want me to replay it again for the benefit of those who may have missed
Oh
it?
yeah, for the benefit of those, sure.
Yes. So this is quite cringe worthy. It's quite a anyway. Let me play it and then Prince will just tell us. It's just shocking. I give I give this little clips titles just to remind you what's in it, and I titled this one "Niger Shame," and this is why.
This white idiot.
Oh, it's racist as well now.
I'm literally grabbing you by your balls.
No, you're not.
This male passenger was minding his own business until a woman opposite him began using his seat as a footrest. Annoyed by her disrespect, he confronts her, but is then surprised by how she retaliates.
You're an idiot.
All I am is
I'll slap
idiots
you.
like you.
You're so used to women being quiet when you're talking and touch me again, I'll slap you. You're an idiot.
No, you're the idiot.
That's why you're not married, you idiot. No one will stand you stupid ass. Are you married? Are you married? Are you sure? Are you sure? She's not cheating on you or anything. Are you sure?
No, because she's a really nice Yoruba
I'm pretty
lady.
sure she's nice. She's
She's a really
Yoruba.
nice Yoruba lady,
She's Nigerian, so she's like, trust me. She's using your money.
No, I don't think.
An idiot. Trust me, she doesn't love you. I'm Nigerian.
No,
You're
I know
an
what
idiot.
you're like, but I don't.
You're an idiot. Touch me again, I'll slap you.
Other train riders sat uncomfortably as the pair argued with one another.
Your wife is where I'm from, so I know you know her attitude, so you know that we have the same attitude. So touch me again and I will slap you the same way your wife beats you at home.
My chair, so that I have to get dirt on my trousers. So now you know what it's like.
You're laughing because you can't do you know you can't do listen, my feet is literally by your balls. I'm literally grabbing you by your balls.
No, you're not.
Do you understand that? Do you understand that?
No, you're not.
You're an idiot. You're actually an idiot.
Look a complete
You're actually an idiot.
You're making yourself look a complete fool.
Embarrassed that she feels like she's losing the pair's disagreement, she resorts to filming him.
Respect other people's property. Take your shoes off my feet. Okay.
So I get on the train and this white idiot.
Oh, it's racist as well now.
Idiot.
Ah, the racism. I love it.
Being quiet when you're talking and touch me again, I'll slap you.
Follow Daily Mail for more.
I think you should be arrested for that, Prince. It's just so many people out there with mental health issues.
Yeah, that lady. I was gonna say. Yeah. So is the guy even white, or it looks kind of? I don't know if is he like Middle Eastern or Arab?
I think he's white. It actually looks English.
Okay. Yeah, it was just so belligerent. I don't even understand exactly. I mean, so you're trying to attack the guy's marriage or the guy's, status as not being married. And look at the way she was talking. It was just like, I mean, she was so uncouth. She was so, you know, so uncultured. You know,
In a
trying to
packed
make,
train as well, you know.
yeah, yeah, go ahead. Anyway, I just thought I mentioned that. 1 second.
All right. I think Prince may have been temporarily interrupted there. But no, it's just the way we are sometimes, you know. And there'll be other Nigerians on that train as well. They'll just be hiding further and further behind their newspaper. Just the cringe of the shame of it.
Hiding, you said?
No, I said there'll be other Nigerians, no doubt, on that train as well, trying to hide behind their newspaper, not wanting to, you know.
Oh,
Yeah,
gotcha.
God, it's just I couldn't bear it when I saw it. I don't know, maybe I'm overreacting to it. I just couldn't bear it. You know, I just felt for the guy.
Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, what started it? So she put a foot or a feet right between the man's leg on the other side of the sitting. Is that what
Yes,
happened?
that's what
Oh
she
my God,
did. And then he invited her not to do it. And then she said she was going to slap him. And then said she.
that's like crazy. That's super crazy.
Oh God.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, she can only do that in England. You know, can she do that on Molwe in Lagos or where? No fun
No,
nowhere.
why she 14 is great.
right, right away. Anyway, yeah, let's move on to the next topic.
Well, that's what we go through here. So, yeah, we're talking about the DSS and the NIA all being sacked and replaced. What's in play there? And then clever students not being allowed to progress their education only in Nigeria.
Yeah, as for that student not being allowed to the 18, you know, we can jump to conclusion right now, but I'd like to know if there's other reason behind it. Quite frankly, is it because of the welfare of the children? Um, Taking the exam that young, and by the way, what percentage of those that take that exam at that age pass and go to college? I mean, I think that maybe there's more to it. I like to believe because it doesn't make any sense. And sometimes
I
actually,
think it's wrapped around the maturity language or concerns that they
but
might not be sufficient. Yeah.
if you pass, do you have to go that year? How long is the result good for actually?
I think you may be able to defer it. I'm not sure if they have that deferring system. You know, but I think their concern is that a 16-year-old in a university hostel is just lamb to slaughter. You know.
Okay, instead of trying to prevent the kids from taking it, they should allow them to take it and defer their matriculation or admission. Wouldn't that be a more reasonable way to go about it?
But that could clog the system up, though, because then they will be then it affects the quota then for the next year, doesn't it? It could clog the system up.
Okay, I don't know. Maybe so.
Well, I think they should just remove it as like it's the responsibility of the parents to guide their children. If you are in sports, they say if you are good enough, you are old enough. So if you are clever enough, then you know you're old enough. You know.
Anyway, yeah, that's true.
But
What's the
woman,
other
every
topic?
country has its policy. Sorry, please, daddy.
Go
Countries
ahead.
have their
Yeah.
policies around that area of education. In so many climes, even here, you are not expected to be in primary one until you're about 6 years old, and you spend 6 years in elementary, and then you spend 3 years in junior high, spend 3 years in senior high. So by the time you are out of elementary, already 12, you are spending another 6 years in junior high and senior high. That's 18. Normally, that's the way it used to be. A lot of West African countries are like that. You are not expected to have finished high school at 16. You
No,
understand?
Patoski, they don't restrict it though. I know a kid at 16 or even younger are in universities. They don't
Yeah,
stop you from going further.
we're in the US, right?
Yeah, at least in the US, I would say,
Yeah,
yeah.
but what I'm saying is that different countries can evolve
But,
their national
but,
policies
but even
around
in
that
the
that space.
even in the
I
US,
believe that a child should be mature. Like people send their children to school. Have you seen Nigeria? People send kids to school at the age of 2, 3, 2 years old. They are sending the person to child to. The child has not even grown up with the mom. You already we want to just put him in school, and then there's no that bonding, that proper training by parents and everything is missing because it's already put in school, and then they are rushing the child. They are rushing the child. Before the child even get mature to really reason out what he wants to do out of in life, he's already chosen a career. He's already graduated with a degree. You understand? So before a child can reasonably process what he really wants to do in life, at times, most times, maybe 18, 19, the guy is already graduated. He was already stuck with one degree that he probably
Are you
wouldn't
talking
maybe
about back home or in Canada?
back home, even here, they don't even go to university here anyway. So
It's a black man, is a black man or African people's problem. We have a big problem. You know, we like to anyway. The white people like to is that's their orientation. For example, sometimes when white kids they finish high school, they take like a year or so to go volunteer or go on a what do you call it, exploration. They explore,
Gap
travel to other
year.
countries and do some other stuff, and don't worry about college. And they come back later and go to school. There's no rush. There's no rush in what they do. They take their time.
that exactly. But our people, they say, "Ah, no, his mates are already." I've seen when I was in Nigeria, I've seen parents who come to me and say, "Manager, I want to borrow money. I want to send my child to a private university." I say, "Why? This child is just 16. Leave him. You don't even have the money anyway. Now you want to borrow." He said, "No, his mates are already in the university." I say, "Which mates?" At 16. And then because her friends mates are in school, that child could not pass maybe jam properly. Instead of sitting the child down, spending money to invest and let him pass, we will rather put him in maybe osu and give him one maybe philosophy or sociology or French, so that they will say it's university or human resources. Those are the kind of departments in osu that they just send them. Say he's doing industrial and labor relation, and the child will just finish, and then no work, or he can't even figure out what he wants to do. So that's the thing. People want to do it because our more and what their friends, kids are already in university, his mates are in university. I don't want my people to feel like my child is laid back and stuff like that. If your child can't pass jump, why push it? Most of these 16-year-olds that are talking about in Nigeria, some of them don't even pass. Oh. Their parents are well to do, they push them, they find their way into it. In the US, only smart kids, not the people that we are talking about are not necessarily smart kids. Some of them are children of rich parents who feel that they should, it's their time to go to university, and they just push their children in. You understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, so
A lot, a lot of them are
somebody wants to
heavily.
ask me. Go ahead, one minute.
No, no, sorry. I was just going to say a lot of them are heavily coached as well. All of these.
Yeah, you're right.
can I say something? But even in the US, it's kind of like close to what Patoski actually said. Because even in the US, if a child is less than 4, that child will probably be going to preschool or probably Head Start. If a child is 4, that child gets into pre-K. If a child is 5, that child gets into kindergarten. And if a child is 6, that child gets into first grade.
Grade one,
Right?
yeah. That's
It's
what is in Canada too.
so that's it's kind of like it's not like you can just say, oh, this child is 4. I want to get this child into first grade. It doesn't work like that. So it's kind of like, they ask you, the first thing they ask you is, when is this child's birthday? And that's exactly what they use in ensuring that they have the right kid in the right class. Right? Unlike what we have in Nigeria, you see all this double promotion, triple promotion, you know. It's when I started hearing all those things. You see some kids they will tell you they have double promotion like 2 times. And you ask yourself, what is double promotion? Right? Are they extraordinarily smart? And you also see some of the kids. Sometimes when I've seen some of the kids, you see a 13-year-old. They tell you a 13-year-old in a university, and you ask yourself, what's a 13-year-old doing in a university? Basically, because yeah, I want them to be as fast as possible. But sometimes you ask yourself, that are they really ripe to really be in that university? I think what they should do, and this is going to be a problem, right? Because you already have people that are already in the system, and I'm not sure they have provision for those ones. If you want to bring up this policy, probably you want to bring up this policy in the next 6 years. Because as it is now, there are kids that are almost close to leaving the secondary school. Just like somebody said, what exactly are you going to do for them? Are you just going to leave them and probably, waste their time away? So probably when they are bringing some of this policy, those are things that they want to look at. If you want to put probably a compulsory,
Just as you're speaking, Larry, I was just thinking that they are putting the bar in the wrong space. One, they should cancel out all those ideas of double promotion. So that's one. But then they should set the bar at the primary school age so that a child has to be X age before they can get into primary school. So that would then just automatically take them through the ages to land on 18.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And if they need to regulate some of these private schools too, right, it has to be uniform, right? Because the problem is if it's the public school, yeah, it's normal, right? If you are not of those ages, you don't even get into some of these public schools. But the private schools are actually the problem, right? They want it to be as fast as possible. And you ask yourself, they say, oh, this is the youngest kid in university. How old is the kid? They said 13. And you ask yourself, how is it possible for a 13-year-old to be in the university? How is it possible? What you see is just that they'll say, oh, this kid had very brilliant, this kid had double promotion like 3 times. And you're like, double promotion 3 times? So you can't see a matured kid of 13 year in the university, where you have people that are far, far older. It's a whole lot of things. And for me, if I have a girl child in Nigeria, I wouldn't want my girl child to even go to university when that girl child is a little bit, less than 17.
All right, back to your Prince. Yeah, back to your Prince.
Yeah. Um, so yeah, someone once asked me, why did I go to college? And I could not give a real definite answer because I didn't really have one. Well, it took me time to think about it and like, huh. After thinking about it, like, well, I didn't really have a reason why I went to college, except that it's just a progression in the family. I just did what everyone did. And it was later like, it's good to think. I mean, in the West here, at least kids, they think about what they want to do in terms of how they want to live their life, be it college or any other route. And I think, in Africa that we are, in Nigeria, yeah, the student loan program is a great program, but there should be. I think there should be a lot of money spent in what do you call it? It's not vocational schools or trade schools. In America, they call them trade schools. Those are the real, not real, but those are schools that can absorb a lot of students and after a couple of years, put them to work and be out there earning a living, running their own business, and being productive part of the society. Not just 4 year college communication and psychology. Nothing there's anything wrong with it, but a bunch of them. I mean, what value are they to society? One thing I don't know if I regret it. That's one of the beautiful things about America. You can always pursue your dreams and do other things. I want to get to doing something now that can actually use my hands. Growing up, I didn't want to do that because I didn't want to get my nails dirty. I didn't believe in getting my nails dirty. But now I see value At least it's more. It looks more exciting to be doing something with your hands. It looks more creative. I don't know. I've always wanted to use my brains, and I think that would solve the problem. But I think those are the kind of opportunities we need in Nigeria. A lot of them, a lot of them, and because all these graduates, it's not like we have plenty of jobs for them. Maybe I'm mistaken. Do they finish and go to work for the government? And how productive is the government? So yeah, we have a lot of challenges, but we just
they finish and then they go and learn how to sew, and then they become fashion designers. Then they become seamstress.
yeah.
All these graduates, they end up selling chin on Instagram and whatnot. I'm not even sure if education is what it for the Nigerian people. If you are not doing something like engineer medicine, something that is internationally sellable, then
That is true. See, we don't have to think. That's the problem with Africans and black men. People think, oh, white people are this and that. Well, yeah, they are all that, but guess what? It's usually their thinkers, their think tanks that do all the brainstorming, do all the work, and bring about the strategies to society to develop their state. You know, we don't have that. I mean, what do we have in Nigeria that actually has a grasp of that space, the different parts of it, and offer a proper like a real solution for different. It doesn't have to be a monolith, a one linear solution, but for different parts of the country, provide solutions. I mean, every time when we talk about Finland, I haven't been there, but it sounds like I have a pretty good grasp about the Finnish people, what they do, how they structure the society, what they want. So that's always a good question. If you know what you want, and you summon all your resources and efforts to go pursue that, you will achieve something. As the saying goes, for every effort, there's always a window of opportunity that's open, and new realities are discovered. And but we don't have that. We're such a disorganized society for the most part. And that's really the root cause of our poverty. That's the root cause of our poverty. And you would think by now, many African countries, especially like Nigeria, agriculture, innovation, investments, R&D will be big time. That's what will be dominating. Well, of course we're not. We don't do nothing. We're still waiting for the white man to come help us. We have a big problem on that. Anyway, what's next?
all right. Do you want to go to the reshuffling of the security forces? The Fulani is being cleared out to be replaced by the Yorubas. Emilokon.
Well, I just learned from Baba that Tunde Diagbon is a Fulani man.
Do you believe that? I'm still struggling to accept that one. No, I think Baba may have put the first one on us there. Idiagbon
No,
from
I'm serious. I'm serious,
from
woman.
Katsina. Idiagbon from Katsina.
No, it's Quara, but those Quara Fulanis.
Okay, that's fine. What's going on with the Fulani being cleared? I don't know. It's well, just like Hassan said. I mean, I don't know who becomes a leader and surround himself or herself with a bunch of disloyal people or people you can't trust. You have to be able to trust the people around you. At least if you handpick them and they fail you, that'll be your problem. But you don't retain people from other governments, and if something goes wrong, who do you want to point your finger at? So it's of course just like I said, it's not strange that Tinubu will have his own people. Of course, Tinubu is a Yoruba man. You would expect that he puts Yoruba people mostly in his government. That's not strange, and the same thing happens in the West. You don't see a Democrat become the president and appoint a bunch of Republicans in key positions. It doesn't happen. Okay, so there's
It's a
nothing.
very dangerous trend, though, Prince. Is it not? So Buhari went in and had wall-to-wall Fulani. Tinubu goes in and then he now has wall-to-wall Yoruba. So if Peter Obi goes in, we can you imagine a wall-to-wall? Are we ready for that?
I mean, what is the solution? I just said it. Peter B, if he appoints a bunch of Igbo people because it's an Igbo man that transacts, interacts, has relationship with Igbo people, it's not a strange thing for it to happen that way. It's not strange. So it is what it is. I mean, if you, unless you can, I mean, is he going to appoint a bunch of outside people and Yoruba people to circumvent his government? That is Peter B became the president. He wouldn't do that. I mean, it's just common sense. It just happens to be what it is.
Prince Daddy, that's the
Yeah.
bad thing that APC have brought to us as a country. It started with it started with Buhari, this you know fulanization of all position during his own time. So Tinubu now is not feeling secured to have any other tribe in strategic position than his own tribe. So and during the time of PDP, they didn't do that. Everything they balance it. They spread everything out.
I disagree. PDP Obasanjo, yes. Jonathan PDP, no.
Oh, okay, Jonathan is Yoruba people.
Baba,
Yes, yes, I
Baba,
agree with that. Yeah.
Baba, you know the thing is this: every civilian, when it comes to security, every civilian president wants to surround themselves with people that they trust. And I think that's, I said something yesterday when the NIA issue happened. Part of why I think Tinubu is trying to, ensure that he has a full grasp of that security side is the fact that he still have this, I think he still has this small mistrust, right? That he feels that he needs to put people that he trusts. Look at what would have happened if he had not changed those Buhari close guys with this little protest that happened. I think he was able to sleep with this little protest basically because he's sure that the guys that are there are not going to do otherwise. So you won't blame any president. Even if you're a president today, Baba Janle Koko, the first thing you want to ensure that you get is that security. You don't want to put people there that have one or two ethnic bias. That probably one emir, one way, they have a way of talking and everything. I'm like, okay, fine, it's possible. You want to have you are in a place where people are outrightly calling the military to take over. And you think you have people that, you're not so sure, because you have to be very sure if you're a civilian president, particularly in a country like Nigeria. It was easy for Obasanjo and Buhari a little bit because they are military guys and they know the game. But civilian presidents, how many of them know the game? They are not even sure. And that's why you need to be very sure. For Bichi, for me, I knew because I was more like, why is Tinubu still keeping Bichi? Because when it comes to doing the dirty jobs, DSS does it. So I think probably what happened was just more like, it feels that, at this point, I can give every other person, you can be minister. If you are still a civilian like me, you can hold, you give the North the two minister for defense, minister for state for defense. But the key guys, I think that's what he's just trying to do. That's what I think.
What about this? What about this NIA? Does it have any real significance? And this Mohammed,
one man. Look at what is happening with banditry. Look at what is happening with Boko Haram. If we have good intelligence, we will have got to the end of the security issue. And I think what is happening at this point, because there's this bias. Take, for instance, I will take you a little bit back. When Injerika, what's that guy's name? Do you remember Injerika? Is it Injerika being Injerika? One chief of army staff at that point.
Yeah.
Do you remember the thing, the bias in the north at that point? Oh, he was killing the northerners. When that guy was trying to blow out the shit out of the Boko Haram guys, it was everywhere. There is this bias. Oh, it's anti-north. He's killing the northerners. He's doing this. He's doing that.
They removed him. They put pressure on Jonathan, and he
And
was
even
removed.
the one that was trying to do something was that guy that chief of army staff that died in that crash.
You mean the one they dropped his helicopter?
Yes. That guy was up to the task. That guy was ready to bomb the shit out of all those Boko Haram and all those guys. Because at this point, we've had this security issue gone so long. And you keep asking yourself, are we really going to get to the end of this thing? And I'm not even seeing the end. Now, see Azan, for instance. Azan is coming here and say, oh, there is hunger in the north, there is this, there is that.
Did you sorry, Ajane Koko, you thought I was padding him away too much? Was that you thought I
No,
was
because he
shielding him?
was, see, by one man. Number one, Azan was still in this northern egoism, like, yeah, you know, it's the north that the north decides Nigeria.
But
And
they do, don't they?
No. That last election has actually showed us a lot, right? And 2011 also showed us a lot. That it's not all about the north, right? Now, Azan is telling us here, oh, there is hunger in the north. Why is there hunger in the north? We are talking about banditry in the north. This same banditry, don't they go to Jumat with the people? If you know what happens in the north, the people know the guys. During Jumat, they still pray with them during Jumat. And you're talking about banditry, you are talking about people couldn't go to farm. Why is it that there is shortage of food in the south? Is it not the same Fulani herdsmen, all those security issues and all those things, right? In the south. And these are things that have actually happened year on year on. But it's always easy for us to say, oh, people can't go to farm. Why is it that people can't go to farm? Until the north itself purge itself out of all those things, Nigeria will still be like that. I can tell you, Tinubu cannot solve that problem.
Without their support.
He can't solve that problem. If they think Tinubu can come and do magic and solve the security problem in the north, is a lie. They have to solve their problems themselves. And I think that's probably why Tinubu is now looking outside, heaven will fall. Oh, the north will not support you. He wants to solve the problem. And if he wants to solve the problem, he needs to solve it heads down. The north knows everything that is happening now. Okay, you are bringing Jonathan. So you think the south, we know why you are bringing Jonathan. You want to bring Jonathan and you tie his hand behind him, right? You just want to bring Jonathan, not because you want Jonathan to walk.
But this is still within the realm of speculation. So
yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly
it's
what
just
I'm
a
saying
speculation.
now.
I don't think that Jonathan will even accept that offer to say he wants to come back.
Baba, do you see that he was trying to?
I think he will. I think
No.
Jonathan will be on that ticket 2027.
But I can bet it with you.
That guy cannot be trusted. I agree with you. You know that even the last election, you see
It
the
was
game he
hustling
was playing.
hard now. It was hustling hard. He just couldn't. he wanted that APC ticket.
Yes.
I can bet you
Did
that.
you not see in Aso Rock with Abba Kyari and or was it
yes,
Maman Daura or whoever?
Yes. Yeah. One man, I can bet you Jonathan will not have that ticket. Do you see that Hassan was basically trying to gaslight the Southeast? Why would they not vote for Jonathan? Oh, how would they not this? Do you think we all know why you want to bring Jonathan?
But one man shielded him because
That was
I
why
was almost going to ask him a
that was why
question.
I said one man was not being fair.
I was leading him somewhere, but one man didn't give me a chance to tell.
Baba wanted to blala him, but one man was protecting him.
I want to be encouraging voices like Hassan to be
I
coming,
understand.
and then so Hassan would be the clarion call to bring in even more Northerners. So I don't we just have to
I get it.
We understand what you're trying to do, but there are instances where some things are being pushed, and when you don't let people push back, they tend to feel that what they are pushing is really going straight to where it's supposed to go straight to. And that's why most times when you see some Northerners say, oh, we decide, right? How about them saying, okay, fine, the South, okay, we don't want Tinubu, give us an alternative, we will follow. Basically, what Azan is trying to say is just that we will choose who you follow. People said, oh, what about Peter Obi? Basically, kind of like tell you that no, Peter Obi is a no-no, because they want a candidate that they've tested before, because for them, number one, they believe Jonathan is weak. They believe Jonathan can easily be manipulated.
No, Larry, you missed one point there. We all were listening to what he was saying. We did not listen to what he was not saying. He ended up only alluding to the fact that Obi will only be accepted as a VP.
No, that was, if you listen to him very well, it was difficult for him, right, to accept that Obi will be accepted as a VP. Right? It was difficult for him.
No, I think he accepted that.
No.
But the presidency is what he said no.
He then later accepted it because, okay, fine, the North is not going to lose anything. It's just a VP. A VP is just a VP.
But at the heart of it, Larry, is like they don't want an Eastern president. He said
I don't know. I think what he said was that what actually damns Obi in the North is the Yes Daddy tapes.
Yes Daddy.
It's just an excuse.
And
it's an excuse. It's
the
deeper
fact
than that.
Azan is now speaking for the North. I laugh. Right? To believe that, oh yeah, they already have a hold of North Central, those ones are just there. You understand what I'm saying? And you feel, oh, it's the North. I laugh. You know what is going to happen? You see, the problem is this. Tinubu, you are showing him the game that you want to play, right?
Sorry, I think that was where. Sorry, Larry. I think that was where Pansat was taking him to. People thought I cut him off a bit too short, but I think that's why Pansat was trying to dissect the North in order to
we didn't give us. Do you know he was telling us, if we care to listen, that they are even afraid of the Almajiris, that they will kill the elites. Did you hear him say that?
Yes. He said the elite
that they will be left at the mercies of their people if the country breaks up.
Yes.
He said that clearly.
And he said another thing, right? Because I was more like, what's the worst case scenario? Worst case scenario for me will be Tinubu, okay, fine, I'm not going to get it. The thing that is so difficult to talk about is resource restructuring, economic restructuring. That's the thing that is most difficult for any Nigerian president to talk about. Then, I know I'm not going to get it. Work with Akpabio. Let's force it. And do you know what? You remember what you saw what Azan said? Oh, it's going to be restructuring that is going to be acceptable to the North. And what does the South want? Economic restructuring. Because take, for instance, forget about oil. You were here when we were looking at VAT. When a Zamfara brings less than 1 billion and takes away 25 billion from VAT, And you think that's not what the South wants? So for me, worst case scenario, that election will be like, if they not still believe that, yeah, we'll decide what you want, because they are so testy, they want power at all costs. And they said, oh, worst case scenario, Jonathan would use 4 years and will quickly come back and undo whatsoever has been done in the South.
But Larry, as it is right now, the strength of the northwest, particularly, is the southeast. Southeast is the neutralizer in the game. Of course, the southern part of Nigeria is not one, and if you look at it, Ekene is quite symbolic of the politics we play in the southeast. Ekene right now is ready to vote for Atiku as long as the vote is against Tinubu. Is ready. And this points to the strength of the Northerners. That's why Asante can talk the way he's talking. But really, Baba dropped a bomb earlier, which I'm still pondering, in the sense that this election really shows the numbers in the North, especially the Northwest, supposedly, that they determine the election in Nigeria. Maybe not so anymore. Not so anymore. The numbers have been reduced, contrary to what Asante was saying earlier, that, if they want to vote against somebody, they're going to come out en masse and go against that person. Maybe not. Back gone are the days they should write the numbers down, write down the results, but not so much anymore. So as we continue to strengthen the electoral system in Nigeria, I think then we're going to have a much better way to balance the power in that country. I think the mirage is gone.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Prince Daddy, there are two things we have to solve in that North. Those 14-year-old, 15-year-old holding voters card, and then the little women. I'm sorry if any Northerner is listening. I call them little women. 14-year-old girl in a job with a child back on her back, already married, but she's still underage. We have to solve that problem.
I think that goes deeper than
that's what I'm saying. That
that's entering into borderlines of religion, isn't it?
Yeah. So another cry that the North and everybody will cry is coming in December 2025. December 2025, another INEC chairman is coming. And that INEC chairman is coming from the South. That's going to be another...
No, I
think it will go to the South. It's
South.
Yeah.
Baba, no, the North had it consecutively now. After Jega, another Northerner took it. So we are not going to have another Northerner the third time. So it's basically going back to the South. So I don't even care. South.
It can't go to the Southeast for reasons of not wanting to serve into the hands of Peter Obi. Taban Sotobe. It's not likely. I'm just saying, I'm not even being anti-Southeast, but I'm talking about it can't go to the North for the reasons that Larry just said. We've had Jega, now we have this guy in situation, so it can't go there again. It can't go to the Southeast because they wouldn't. I think they will permutate that will play towards Peter Obi, and it'll be unreasonable for it to come to Yoruba land, given already I think it may go to the South. That's where I say. So
why I'm laughing, one man?
Yeah,
they've dribbled themselves into a tight corner. Look at what happened in DSS. Number 2 man, Southerner, Yoruba. Now, if this Mahmoud goes, automatically it goes to the South. So everything, they put themselves there. Once it's overdue, and it's getting overdue, it goes straight. You can't blame the president. So that's why I'm laughing at them, that they don't know what's hitting them.
But do you not think it would be a bit excessive for him to appoint a Yoruba man as the INEC chairman?
No, that would be excessive. It's a no. I don't think he will do it.
Oh man, worst case scenario, we'll do it.
Why? That's dangerous. Come on,
Say,
Larry.
Buhari did it now.
Buhari shit now.
Baba, see, Baba, you know why I said that, right? You know why I said that? The way me I reason, I don't reason based on the fact that, oh, this is the right thing to do. Because politicians don't do the right thing to do. Politicians only do the things that favor them as politicians. So one thing is for you to believe that, oh, this is the normal thing to do, right? Politicians don't think like that. Politicians look at their card and say, okay, fine, what's the worst case scenario? Right? The worst case scenario is I bring another person. So what's going to be aftermath of that worst case decision is what politicians now think of how to deal with. Normal thing, or probably someone from Southeast, or probably someone from South, right? That's the normal thing to do, but that's not how politicians reason. So until we start thinking like them and looking for the worst case scenario, we'll still keep, we'll still keep missing it. That's how I reason. I look at worst case scenario. Worst case scenario, you put another Yoruba person, there will be a lot of shout, oh, nepotism and this and this. He buys Akpabio over and said, okay, Akpabio, this is the only thing we can do. There's a lot of, oh, wow. You shout in National Assembly. The Bamidele, and his boys, they look for a way, they suspend you, they bring you back. It's politicians. Those are the ways they think. So until we start thinking like that, and then
Larry, did you say Tinubu might bring a Yoruba person to the INEC?
I said worst case scenario, right? Worst case scenario is him bringing another Yoruba there.
That's a nice one, Larry.
I'm
It's a
thinking
nice
more
one.
like the likely scenario. I think one man is undermining Tinubu's appetite for Imilokan. I think you are. Tinubu
No,
will
he will
bring.
not do it. No.
You know what I said?
I think you would.
Baba.
I think you would. Who's there to be trusted in the South? I mean, that position is actually probably the most important position for Tinubu's next election.
Don't forget the Chief Justice is Yoruba.
No.
If the election goes in his favor and it goes to education, it's a Yoruba person that will sit at the Supreme Court.
Baba, you know the deal. Hold on, but you know the deal. It's better to announce the winner and go to court rather than have the court announce the winner. So, in fact, the INEC person that's going to come on is more important than the Chief Justice. If it goes to the extreme end, okay, it's going to end up there. But you want somebody that will call the results for the world to know. Then you go to court.
No. I don't think it's fair.
Baba,
on the rest of the nation.
Another thing they will push. Baba, another thing they will push. And when that time comes, you see them pushing it. They will tell you when, as a Yoruba man, being INEC chairman, can you point out that time?
It doesn't matter.
That is what. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't really look. It's a calculation,
Baba,
Larry. Yoruba chief judge, Yoruba INEC.
Baba,
in an election year, we know it will end up in litigation, and it's a Yoruba man that declare. It's a Yoruba woman that will legally certify it. I beg,
Baba. Until probably, let's assume, right? Let's assume he does this. Is either he look for somebody in South, right? Or probably another thing they can do, you see them going towards Ilorin, towards Kwara, using that to claim, oh, he's going to North Central.
Larry, the Northerners, somebody came on television before the election, right? Or right around the election. This prominent guy, actually like the guy from the North. It didn't say, like, almost tongue in cheek, like, the Northerners don't really count Tinubu as a Muslim. They don't. I mean, it's pretty much said it. So if you go Quara, go choose a Yoruba man, you think they'll consider a Yoruba person as a northerner or a Fulani. It's not going to happen. Listen, I think Larry, you're right, but in analysis, in the sense that look, if Baba is thinking logically, but the politicians they don't think so. They think what is best in their interest in this, in this rock game, so to speak. I'm telling you, if Tinubu is going to do anything, they have to choose a Yoruba person as the INEC chairman. They have to. I'm telling you. If it goes south, the Fabio must put his neck on the line for that person. Who's that person in the south to be chosen? I don't know. You can only put your ball where you can guarantee it's going to go into the basket.
Okay, what you people are suggesting?
Let's not open that place, but me, I'm telling you that's another thing, big thing. December 2020, 2025. That's another big thing. And a lot of people are kind of like, there's a lot of calculation going, and that's why for me,
what do you think he may just extend
Mahmoud?
Mahmoud?
No, Mahmoud.
Why not?
Mahmoud is going.
Well, people are going to complain. I mean, people like Kwansel thought that Mahmoud was the person that illegally announced the result for Tinubu. Now he wants to keep him. Not at all. He needs to choose somebody else. Mahmoud, by the way, if you asked me, I said it before, Mahmoud saved Nigeria's democracy coming out to announce that election. If you want to play that game, they were playing, Buhari and his cohort were playing in the north. And those guys, he came out, he knows, he understands Nigeria. And these are the people that want Nigeria to remain. And that's why he did what he did for Tinubu, even though I think we believe that Tinubu won. But he just didn't want to pollute the air in terms of the results. That's why he did what he did. And yeah, so I think Tinubu knows. He knows. Baba, I think the next INEC has to be it has to be a Yoruba person, of course, trusted person. If you go south,
well. Yeah,
what do we do now?
For me, I don't want Yoruba person to be there, right? But I always prepare myself for worst case scenario. That what is he going to do? What's the last thing that I would do when I don't even trust him? The right thing.
Sorry, go ahead, Roman.
No, you go first.
I was going to say, when Absent talks, he talks with confidence and kind of lays his demands out there. But when it comes to the South, especially the Yorubas, I think we kind of timid in our position to do something bold. It was a northerner. I mean, Buhari did what he wanted to do, and if you complain nepotism or whatever you complain, it don't matter. So why being reticent about choosing a Yoruba person so the optics doesn't look bad? I don't care about that. In a dog world, you got to do what you have to do.
Prince, a Yoruba INEC chairman declares a Yoruba candidate president, and then everybody else goes to court, and then the Yoruba Supreme Court then tells them to get lost.
I mean, exactly one man. How does that look?
Yeah, the opposite for me, right? The opposite, it doesn't really look right. I would have even preferred if they have people they trust, probably, south, southeast, right? Doesn't really matter, right?
That's why I said they will go to the south. That's the only space they can.
Matter, but probably I don't know if Fabio is because it's most them how they think.
But what is the argument that a Yoruba person had never been an INEC chairman before?
Yeah, 1999 till date, no Yoruba person has ever been INEC chairman.
In this republic, no Yoruba person.
Okay, that should count. That would be a good reason why in choosing a Yoruba person should not be something strange.
It's not enough, Prince Daddy. Come on.
It's not what?
Look for somebody in the south. It's as simple as that.
No. Tinubu has a mission, and I think the point you made earlier today, I think maybe he's already had it in his one of the variables in his calculation. I tell you, I think it's really bent on breaking that northern hegemony,
Oh, he's
especially that of
determined.
the.
He's determined.
Okay, so if it's determined and it needs somebody to call a second term election to be able to fully implement whatever it's trying to implement, why wouldn't you go that bold? In this world, it gets to a certain level and position that everything you do has to be bold. And so if Tinubu can come out and remove, agree with the subsidy removal and the duality in the forex exchange and all these things, that's a bold move. I'm telling you, Atiku nor Obi would have done that. They would have suspended it for later and played their politics around it. So and just like Woman was saying, it sounds like Tinubu is doing everything to circumvent his next election, but you see, it's making bold moves, really. So yeah, I don't see
I
anything wrong
think
with
in
that.
Obasanjo's time, was it not Maurice Iwu?
Yeah, there was one Maurice Iwu during Obasanjo.
I think there's brain function taking place beyond our capacity because I don't understand what the guy is doing at all. Just it's acting as though he was in the second term when he knows that he's not going to be canvassing for elections anymore. The way he's going about it.
That's why for me, this issue of we northerners, because you are telling a person that I want to kill you, and you are telling him early when he still has a lot of time to do all sorts of things. And these politicians, you say, I don't know.
It's the Showore error, isn't it? In 2 months' time, I am going to demonstrate. In 2 months' time, I am going to demonstrate. And we will shut the country down.
Because this is the man that still has the big thing, which is INEC. He still has it. Now, it's not.
Can I come in a little bit?
Sorry, you can come in, but let me bail out. Mike is here. And before I bail out or even do the super task, by the way, I have to acknowledge that Mike has really been putting in an effort. It might not even be in the mood, but I always am twisting probably against his will. So being nice to Mike because he's been nice to us. I was actually just looking for my window to shut it down, and then he turns up. So thank you, Mike, for doing that. Shoma kicks it off. Prince picks it up. Prince still carries it on. Ayo backs it up. That's Ayo still juggling it off. That's still Ayo still. And the latest installment, of course, is Ayo. So thank you to all those. Thank you to all those. And thank you to Mike. Let me remove that. So Larry up next. Prince has the floor. Mike. Larry up next. Remy about to interject. I'll be hovering around there somewhere. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, Homer, bye. Mike, welcome.
So first, thank you, Mike, for.
Hey, Baba, what's up, Baba?
Yeah,
I'm fine. And you?
Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Quickly, thank you, Mike, for stepping in most times. And I think what Larry has been saying, I totally agree with him 100%. In politics, if you show your hand too early, then you are giving your enemy to plan very well for you. And when you guys continue to say whether the next INEC chairman should come from Yoruba, to me, that is not a big deal. They not have been doing it for a long time. When you look at, I'm not so sure, but when you look at the INEC chairman during Buhari 2015, he's an Hausa man. And when you look at the Supreme Court justice at that time, he's also an Hausa man. I think the only difference is and most of the army chief and all of them, they all come from the north. And particular dispensation, as we are talking today, most of the important position in the army still belongs to the north. The Minister of Defense is from them. The Chief of Defense Staff, the highest of the ranking, all these military, air force and self, is from the north. Agricultural Minister is from the north. They have juicy portfolio, even more than when you break it down very well. How many ministers of state do they have? Most of their ministers, the budget and plan belongs to them. The information minister, like they do used to have, belongs to them. They have a lot of juicy portfolio. This guy have over pampered them.
Okay, so Baba, what would you say about that, Baba?
Yeah, he has
Okay, yeah.
overpampered them too
What,
much. So,
Remy,
yeah,
what I would say, what everything you said is correct, but
yeah.
that was a different era.
But this
The
is
political
politics.
atmosphere. No, let me finish. The political atmosphere is not as thick as it is today. So what I'm saying is that, I mean, Iwu has been there. So Southeast, they've had their time. So it is now the Yorubas or the South. And I'm
The South has been there too in the name of Eno or something like that. It's from the South. He has been there.
Eno.
Yes. AENO, something like
Where
that.
is this guy from?
From the South.
Where's
Did he
Dubai?
take over from Iwu? I can't remember that.
Yes, he has been there. He has been there too. It's after him they continue to bring the Northerners. So South has been there. Southeast has been there. The only person that have not been INEC chairman since 1999 is Yoruba man. So if you put a Yoruba man there, everyone will not fall. So what's the big deal about it? It's true.
But I'll be
And
embarrassed anyway. I'll be
moreover,
embarrassed.
Baba, why will you be embarrassed now?
I will not be embarrassed because if you show me your hand,
But Baba, don't you think Yorubas have been really oppressed, like holistically? I would also suffer now.
Baba is not
The thing here is
a
this.
Daju, right?
Exactly. I'm not an Odaju
No,
now.
think about it this way. Okay, let's look at it this way. To be really honest, this is the first time Yoruba man has been president, to be honest. Okay, let's look at it. When what's his name? Nanda Zikwe became head of state, he did nepotism. He did it completely. He put Southeastern ahead of everything, police, army, everything. And then the Northerners, well, they've pretty much ruled most of the time, and then sometimes they do nepotism, sometimes they didn't. And then Yorubas have been really punished in that country, man. Look how long they've been denying us presidency. They deny Awolowo. Abiola even won, they denied him. And then as they gave us a puppet, Obasanjo, against our will. We've been denied presidency, man. So finally, Tinubu now coming. First time in power now. My only thing is, the guy should just perform. That's it. I don't even like if he's going to perform where everybody will see performance and say, wow, this is the best. Then I want it to be all do your nepotism so they can say it was Yorubas that really ruled and they did well. That's my only concern. But if he's going to fail, then don't do nepotism, please, because that's when I'll be embarrassed. Because at the end of the day, whether you put all Yorubas there or you put 0 Yorubas there, if you don't perform, they will say it's Yoruba people that didn't perform. That's what they will say. So to me, my only thing is just I don't want to see all this nepotism. At the end of the day, you did nothing. You did like Jonathan, where you did nothing in your land. You didn't build anything in Yoruba. You didn't develop Yoruba, and then you didn't even perform anywhere in the country. That's what I don't want to see. I want the guy to perform, develop. Baba, before Yoruba man enter there again, it will take a long time. You know that.
Can I come in, gentlemen?
Man, say enjoy yourself. Go ahead.
I support Mike to, the thing is this, Baba, it's what we all know very well that in that country, nepotism has always been the game. And I'm not saying it's the right thing to do, but let's look back at when Obasanjo even became the head of state. Now, it couldn't change what Montala that everybody would like to worship today. It couldn't even change most of those things when he was there. From the Inspector General of Police, everything down. Because when you take Obasanjo out of that particular government, tell me how many Yoruba found themselves there? Maybe Olunleye or maybe 1 or 2. Then fast forward to when this guy took over, Buhari. I'm surprised that people didn't even know that Idi Agbo was even a Fulani man just because he answered a Yoruba name. People mistaken him for a Yoruba. No, Idi Agbo was actually a Fulani person. Then, not only that, when IBB now took over, what the first thing he even did was just to even cancel that position that Idi Agbo occupied, the name that sounded Yoruba, that chief of staff supreme headquarters. And in the name of pretending to now balance things, he started putting Ogosoka, Ihobu, and name that stand non-northerner. He started putting them in position. Whereas when you look at the
quickly,
position,
Is one man an Englishman? Would you call him an Englishman?
Uh, I don't know. I don't know what you are
Can I
talking about.
come in?
Hold
Let me
on,
tell one thing.
man, president, you come in now. This guy that say, I just want this comment. He say, don't come, don't. Hold on, sorry, that's not what he said.
Hello?
No, this guy, man, president, hold on. He say, no, Yoruba should complain when the table turns. The thing is, we don't complain. Trust me. When it was happening, we never complain. That's one thing about Yoruba people. They don't
Yorubas
complain.
Can
don't
I
complain.
They
can I
don't
come in?
complain.
Can
They
I
keep
come in?
quiet. Even
Can I
when
No,
come in?
Jonathan denied us position, we
let
didn't
me
cry.
land,
We
man
never
of
cry.
prestige.
Man of
Man of
prestige, go
prestige.
ahead.
Please, no, let me land, Mike.
Okay.
I've not landed.
Okay,
Sorry.
quickly, man of prestige coming. Yeah.
So when you now look at those positions now, Yoruba has been marginalized over time. So don't let us pretend as if we didn't see all those things. Both from the military era, even up to the civilian era, nepotism has always been the order of the day. Like Mike Kylie said, what I want to see Tinubu, how I want to see Tinubu at the end of this government is to make sure that if you can resolve this stupidity that some people are so entitled that they think they are the owner of Nigeria, that would be the greatest achievement any president in the history of that country can actually have. Thank you.
Man of prestige. Oh yeah, now.
Yeah, I've been listening to everybody narrative. So my question to everybody on this panel: when is this merry-go-round, nepotism, or this circle of nepotism that begin? I don't know, whenever 1960 or whatever. When is that going to stop? I mean, are we still going to be doing the same thing? I mean, our time will come, they're going to do the same thing. They say, Southwest did it.
You want me to answer
I
that
mean,
question?
I'm just concerned about, because I don't take pleasure for, I don't take pleasure for any of your discussion, but,
You want me to
um,
answer the question? You say when is it going to stop?
no, it's just my
Okay,
opinion, but
you know when I
yeah.
think it should stop, man of prestige.
Huh?
Whoever started it, when that person become president, he should give an example and stop it.
It
So
doesn't
who
it doesn't
started?
work. It doesn't work that way.
Yes, sir.
Hold on now. Where I'm
Somebody
giving my
has to
opinion.
somebody has to take initiative. Somebody
Hold
has
on
to
now.
take
I'm giving you
initiative.
my opinion now. I'm giving my
No,
opinion.
I'm not subjugating your opinion. I'm not subjugating your opinion. You have a
Do you know
right.
who started it?
I know where you're gonna go because you have made comment about Azikiwe. You don't know
So
what he
when the
said.
South Eastern are coming, you should come and give us,
I need to go back and
you
review
should come
that,
and give us
I,
example and stop it, and then we all follow him again.
okay. If that's how you see it, so be it. I mean, I don't really care about all those
When it's
nonsense,
your turn, you come and show us how to.
Okay,
You
let it
tell us
be.
how to
But
be
my main
nepotistic.
concern,
Now, when
when
you
is it
come
gonna
back in
stop?
again, like
But yeah.
how not to be nepotistic.
Okay,
Prestige, you
let
think
it be.
Obi
You're
will be?
continuing enjoying,
Hold
enjoy
on,
for now, and
Prestige.
nobody rules forever. It's like merry-go-round. But
Prestige, you
Don't
think
worry,
I'm
he will
not
be?
here to say whether me local, Western local, Igbo local. So
Man
it's
of
all your
prestige.
business. If
Man
that's an
of
Prestige,
interesting
can you
prestige.
hear me?
topic.
Prestige,
Yeah, I
Can
can
you
hear
I
you.
think it
just
will be?
talk to you for a moment? You understand? There is a saying in Yoruba that in your location, Loro is like it is humans that implanted in a horse some wickedness, deviousness. The Yorubas are funny lot in the sense that look, we all talk about free education in Yoruba land today. Say Awolowo, free education, free. Do you know when Awolowo introduced this so-called free education in 1954 and taxed everybody one shilling, one shilling to support it? The Yorubas protested. They did not agree with free education. But today, hey, free education, a whole lot is that. But over time, the Yorubas have been beaten down, battered down. Particularly, the worst, as far as I can remember in recent time, is during Jonathan's time, when the Obas even went to beg him, and he promised them that he will make the necessary adjustment. He did not do it. It was humiliating, actually. No, vice president, president, senate president, this, that, secretary to government, chief of staff, chief justice, no Yoruba. I'm telling you, check the records. It was humiliating. And I think
And
that is where the
I mean,
vexation comes in.
all those things doesn't do anything,
Baba, was that
For
Azikwe
me,
one you just mentioned or Jonathan
it
one?
doesn't do nothing for me. So, but anyway.
No,
Prestige,
Jonathan, I
Prestige, can you hear me?
Azikwe one was even worse. There was no Yoruba near anywhere in government. They won't work our only man in prison. Azikwe
Oh,
put our in prison for 10 years.
Mike,
They won't,
I need to get more information about what you said
I'm
because I know
telling you,
you're always anti-Southeast, so this is
man of
nothing new.
prestige. Azikwe put our in prison for 10 years because that is only opposition from Southwest. And that was one of the worst era. Like he locked our premier in prison for 10 years.
I need to
And
find out
you know
about
what they
that
accuse him of?
because everything you
He
say is half
was
true to me. So I have to
the
verify
most
my own facts.
ridiculous accusation. They say Awolowo was planning coup with Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana to take over government in Nigeria. Hey, what
How
kind of
long? How long was that? Wasn't it in the 1960s or
I
whatever?
forget how long
Prestige,
ago.
I
When
have
are
a,
The
we going
same
to get
people
I
we
have
out
a
of
still
that
reason the
question.
same way.
and become like Rwanda?
We still reason the same way, my brother.
Okay,
If you
Prestige,
go and
Yeah,
look at the way Nigerians were
if it's a
behaving back then,
can,
it's the same way we are behaving today.
man of prestige,
yeah,
sorry,
y'all
before you
continue
go.
with your behavior.
Man of
Okay,
prestige, before you go,
hopefully.
I just want to ask you this question.
I don't think it's gonna get better for that country.
Man
That's
of
my
prestige,
opinion.
quick,
But I
quick
wish them
one
good.
for you.
I wish Nigeria good luck. So I mean, I don't
Man of
really like to
prestige,
engage
man
myself
of
in this kind
prestige,
of.
sorry.
Yeah, I'm listening.
You just mentioned that Mike is trying to bring in the old history to justify today. If you accuse what Mike is doing is not good, what about your region that still bring that because of that the Nigerian Civil War? They still have it in their mind to today, and they're still using it against, especially against the Yoruba people. That if not for the Yoruba people, that war would not have happened. They would have gone their separate way. Now I want you to juxtapose this thinking in your region with what Mike said, and please be factual. Thank you.
So you are agreeing with all the whole assertion that Mike made. That's the right way to
No,
go.
no,
We have to we have to make
I
it
He's
a
just
not
asked
conclusion.
agreeing, he's just
you.
asking you a question.
It's just a direct question. You
You are the
accuse
one
Mike.
telling us to forget the past, but now you guys are the one
Okay,
always dwelling on the
you know
past.
what? Just don't forget the past. Continue. Okay?
You,
Continue
you
because
don't
I don't really benefit nothing from that country.
you
So,
you guys
Okay,
dwell on the
hold
past
on,
I
Mike.
just
Let,
come
let
here.
me ask my question.
I just come here to babble. Just to
Okay, before you
conversate.
babble away,
I don't
Prestige,
benefit nothing because even at
Prestige,
all,
I have
you're okay.
one last question. Hold on, I have one last question. You think if Italy became the president, is going to change the whole dynamic of the just select your own tribe of people to fill the government? You think it's going to put Yorubas and I would say in his government mostly? Is that what you think?
I don't know what would be. I mean, I like
How
Obi's
can you say you don't
ideology,
know, man
but
of
hold
prestige?
on, let me land now. I don't know what Obi could have done, whether it's going to put Igbo or whatever. But Obi is not in power right now. But I mean, I'm not in favor of those kind of nepotism. If Obi did it, I'm gonna condemn it. But he's not gonna listen to me. I'm nobody. So
Man of prestige, Obi that was doing campaign in Samu Giri, Alaba. He was only he can't even
that's okay.
he was
I
only
mean, I just came to
his own campaign trail was in
just
among
to give my
Igbo
opinion. So
populated
it
area. He
doesn't
wasn't
really
even
matter.
campaigning.
I mean,
He wasn't
nobody
even
can stop.
visiting any opposite traditional ruler
Nobody
on
can
that tribe. He wasn't
abilitate
even
people
campaigning with that
opinion.
tribe. Now you think
So,
you know,
but
you think when he become president,
okay. The point is that if you all enjoy it, enjoy it. If that make your life better, power to you. But my life is good already, so that's all I care for.
okay, good for you, man. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you asked me a question about, the Southeast, still holding grudge against what happened in the Biafra war. I wasn't in the Biafra war, so I'm not going to go in detail, but I have a little bit of foresight, but I'm not going to come here to dialogue about, how the Southeast feel about
So,
that.
if you want to,
Hold on now. You asked me a question. You don't want me to answer. So I'm just saying I'm not going to come here, say what the South is feel about what happened during the Biafra war because they feel like Yoruba people wasn't on their side. Yeah, I mean they started in the northerners. If I understand that's where he was going to, so they still blame them today. I mean that's them. I don't blame nobody. Civil war happened. To me I blame the military. So that perpetuated it. Whether it's called Igbo war, I've read a little bit about that. This is not the place for me to be talking about whether it's most of the people that participated, have information about that. So, but it is what it is. But when are we going to start going forward instead of going backwards? Still, the reminiscence of what really happened. if we can be a country like Rwanda, the kind of genocide that perpetrated in that country, and today
I know, Prestige. Nobody in
hold on,
Nigeria
today
go backwards
they
more
only
than
adopted
Southeasterners.
three language. Their main language, English and French. And look at how they're doing. So, but
Man of
That
Prestige.
is that is
Southeasterners
What
are
happened in
constantly
Nigerian
remind
Civil
us of
War?
20 pounds. 20 pounds. This is what I will forgive 20 pounds.
say
If you
what?
go online, nobody's talking about Nigerian history, reminding everybody of the past and the Southeasterners. So don't come here and be accusing people of still not forgetting the past. I mean, you people focus on the past the most.
You
Everybody
know
don't
what, forget
about
Mike?
Biafra. But you guys are the only ones still bringing
Mike,
Biafra
I already
up.
know where you're coming from.
You will
So,
tell us history of Ahmadu Bello.
that's your opinion. I mean, you're anti-Igbo, so it doesn't really
No,
surprise
no,
me.
no. It's not. I'm just telling the truth. I mean, people have to tell you guys the truth.
I've been listening to you for a
They
long
will take.
time. So this
You
is
guys
not
are the only
something
one that will
new.
constantly take.
But
Hold on now.
it
Hold
is
on.
what
You
it is.
guys are
That's how you want to perpetuate your life.
you guys
Power to you.
constantly take 30-second interview of Ahmadu Bello when he make comment about Pakistan. You guys are posting all over the internet using that comment to define Nigeria today. Oh, the hatred on the Igbos. Oh, they will play Ahmadu Bello small clip. That clip of interview he did with our journalist in 1950 something. No, you guys still use it to play propaganda till today. I mean, you guys are the one constantly reminding everybody of the past now. Every minute they will go take that clip of Ahmadu Bello when he make comments out of context about Igbo people. You guys use it to just claim that people hate Igbo people today.
And you are innocent,
Constantly,
right?
you
And you are
guys
innocent.
go to the past, or if you go online now,
Mike,
everybody is doing documentary about Nigeria history.
You
It's
are
all
innocent, right?
Southeasterners.
You are innocent. Very, very innocent.
I'm not telling you I'm innocent,
In
though.
the
I mean, I
early
always say
hours
the
of
truth.
15th January 1966, a group of young army officers, mostly from the Igbo ethnic group, led what is now known as the first military coup in Nigeria. The coup was aimed at overthrowing the civilian government headed by Prime Minister Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, whom the plotters accused of corruption, nepotism, and incompetence. The coup resulted in the deaths of several high-ranking politicians and military officers, including Prime Minister Balewa, Premier of the Northern Region, Sir Ahmadu Bello, Premier of the Western Region, Chief Samuel Akintola, Finance Minister Festus Okoti Igbo, and Brigadier Samuel Adesujo Ademulegun, who was killed in bed with his wife by Major Timothy Onwatuegwu. The coup leaders, under the leadership of Major Chukwuma Kaduna Nzeogwu, announced the establishment of a military government to purge Nigeria of corruption and to restore dignity to the Nigerian people. The coup plotters attacked the cities of Kaduna, Ibadan, and Lagos, while also blockading the Niger and Benue River within a 2-day span of time before they were subdued. The general officer commanding the Nigerian army, Johnson Aguiyi Ironsi, was compelled to take control of the government of a country in upheaval, inadvertently putting Nigeria's nascent democracy on hold. Aguiyi Ironsi's ascendancy to power was, however, deemed a conspiracy by the coup plotters who were mainly Igbo officers to pave the way for him to be head of state of Nigeria. Aguiyi Ironsi was of Igbo extraction too. Consequently, the retaliatory events by northern members of the Nigerian army that led to deaths of many innocent Igbo soldiers and civilians, which eventually led to the Nigerian Civil War. The 1966 Nigerian counter-coup, or the so-called July rematch, was the second of many military coups in Nigeria. It was masterminded by Lieutenant Colonel Murtala Muhammad and many northern military officers including Major Theophilus Danjuma, Captain Joseph Garba, Captain Ibrahim Taiwo, Lieutenant Muhammadu Buhari, Lieutenant Ibrahim Babangida, Lieutenant Ibrahim Bako, Lieutenant Maman Vatsa, Lieutenant Buka Suka Dimka, Second Lieutenant Sani Abacha, Second Lieutenant Muhammadu Gado Nasco, and Corporal John Shagaya. The coup began as a mutiny at roughly midnight on 28 July 1966 and was a reaction to the killings of northern politicians and officers by soldiers of mostly Igbo extraction on 15 January 1966. The July counter-coup resulted in the murder of Nigeria's first military head of state, General Johnson Aguiyi Ironsi, and Lieutenant Colonel Adekunle Fajuyi, the military governor of western Nigeria, who was hosting a visiting Aguiyi Ironsi in Ibadan. At 4 a.m. on July 29, 1966, soldiers led by Theophilus Danjuma and Joseph Garba drove into Government House, Agodi, Ibadan. Their mission was to kidnap and kill Ironsi. The gentleman officer in Adekunle Fajuyi, however, took over. He refused to allow his commanding officer to be killed under his roof. He felt it would give rise to Yoruba, Igbo suspicion and everlasting hatred, woven into a conspiratory theory. Unfortunately, he paid the supreme price for his courage. Upon the termination of Iranzi's government, the coupists installed Lieutenant Colonel Yakubu Gowon, a northern officer, as the head of state. The 1966 Nigerian coup and counter-coup were two significant events that shaped the country's history. The coups had far-reaching consequences on Nigeria's politics, economy, and social fabric, and their legacy is still felt today. The events of the coups serve as a reminder of the dangers of ethnic and religious tensions in a diverse society and the importance of building institutions that can withstand political instability and violence.
So it's amazing. All those guys that became future leaders. Why wouldn't they
Yes.
put a demand? Why wouldn't they put a demand on the country, on Nigeria, to be their leader? Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they? They sacrificed or whatever they did. I mean, look at all those guys from Dan Juma, all these people. If they were not dead, they would have been, some of them, they would have been, part of the ruling class right now. So you can say they paid their dues. They did.
Danjuma is alive. Oh.
Yeah, Danjuma is still alive, and you can see.
Babangida is still alive now.
Babangida is alive.
But those Northerners, that counter coup,
No,
they came
what
heavy. They
didn't
came
they
heavy.
become leaders?
Those
Or didn't they
Northerners,
become leaders?
those Northerners proved to be intelligent, man. They did their own coup. They make sure they secure it forever. That you don't see that move. How can you do a coup like that and your bodyguard are all from the north? He also looks like Pansat. That guy has a brain like Pansat. Who look do? He's a very dumb human being,
No,
When Pastor
I
come
don't
here
think.
to speak, I'm like, which kind of human being is this kind of level of IQ so low? And
I
the guy
don't
look
think
like Ironsi. If you look
Pansat
at that picture, so maybe that's where Ironsi was thinking too. He did a coup. You forget that he did a coup. You use all
Mike,
you did
Pansa
you
doesn't
did
have a low IQ, okay? He's a professor here
you
in California.
how
So
many people here
don't be
believe Pastor?
denigrating people
Let's
because
take a
you
vote. Who
disagree with
believe
them. I don't know what kind
Pastor?
of IQ you have.
No,
I mean, come
I
on
tell you,
now. Don't be
Pansat will not
denigrating
surround
people because
himself. Pansat will not
you
surround
have different
himself
political
with
opinion of where they are coming from.
No, Pastor has a very low IQ, man. Come on
No,
now.
he's
he won't
not.
surround. Hey,
He's
he won't
not.
surround himself
Pansat
with a
has
northerners,
been a
though. I tell you
visiting
that.
professor at University of California here
Prestige.
in San Diego.
Maybe you and
So don't.
Pastor, maybe you both have low IQ, so maybe that's why.
Okay. You probably a very low IQ. That's why, because I've been listening to you, particularly
But at
the
least I
late
agree that
night. So
Ironsi
I
has a
know
very
where
low
he's coming
IQ.
from. So,
But
but if
Ironsi
we're gonna
IQ was
come
very
here, I
low.
think
You have
one
to
man
agree.
play that video. Come and litigate what happened. What happened. I read much about what happened. So, but this is not the time. There's no time for me to start talking. Who participated
Okay,
or who
okay,
didn't
okay.
participate.
Then let's move on, because at the end of the day,
Yeah, let's move on because
No.
I only
Man
came
of
here for
prestige.
nepotism, but you
No,
have
no,
taken
no,
it to a different direction. But
man of prestige. To tell you the
man of
truth, to tell
Well,
you the
yeah,
truth.
Remy, let him express himself now. Come on, let him express himself. Don't shut him off.
man of prestige. You see, one thing is this: if we need to move forward in that country, truth must be told. We can't shy away from the event that led to the abortion of the first republic in that country. So trying to rewrite his history, honestly, no way. Now I was listening to someone the other time that Azikiwe government jail Awolowo, and you were saying it was true. It was true. It was jailed. In fact, if that guy was alive that time, they could have piled that guy along. Maybe there would be no Awolowo even for us to even discuss for a very long time. So it was so glaring that, okay, look at it this way. How does it sound? Yamutu Akintola, who happened to be one of the leaders in the South, Okotiebo, I probably will link that one to South, and Yamutu, this guy, Sadauna Osukoto, Yamutu, the prime minister then, and suddenly the leaders from the same region as the coup plotters, they ran away. So it's so glaring. Even a green child, we know that no, something was not right there. And It was this mindset. We said this thing over and over and over, leading to our independence. If Azikiwe wanted unitary system, then Sadana Sokoto didn't want to stay. It was the like of Awolowo that convinced him, look, we are going to put a system in place that will allow every region to decide how they would like to govern themselves. But they still carry that mind. They still carry that mind, hiding under unfortunate events in the country. Turn everything around, just abolish the government, and now thinking that, okay, you had advantage. Because that's why sometimes you don't look down on someone. You don't think yourself as higher than someone where you've never even taken your time to even see, because you're only seeing a stagnant person that you don't even know if that person become more kinetic that can be better than you. You look down upon people who, after all, were occupying everywhere in the public space, all those stuff. So you automatically assume that will lead everybody, just the way we are shouting that some people are leading the country today. That's the exact way you assume them. Those guys assume they did that, and they now counter them. See, until we say the truth, and we now decide to say, okay, let us find a way now to live and move forward. It's going to be difficult. You can't want to hide the truth. You now talk about your concern. I say you want to move forward. No, people will still be referring to what happened. Accept your fault. Okay, this is our fault. Okay, can other people accept their fault? Okay, let us find a common ground for us to move forward. But if we still continue to live in self-denial, Baba, the
That
argument from now to
this
tomorrow.
okay. Can I say something? This is where the leadership need to come in. I mean, you and I can stay here and talk to thy kingdom come. Nothing is gonna happen. It is a leadership that has to initiate something like this. And
You
we
mean
come
Obi?
here. I mean, they come and heal. Let there be history. Where what started this and how did we get there and how I'm come to a clean sheet and try to do something to champion the country to a better place. Yeah, I agree with you totally. That has to be combined. And if people talk about it. It's not you and I. That's where leadership, whoever is going to be the president want to heal the country, and that's where things going to start. In my own opinion, nothing is.
Yeah.
I don't see any prosper in that country until that country is properly here. I'm not here to
There's
say.
gonna be prospect. But a quick question, Mike, why do you think the Northerners did not join forces with the Yorubas, the Southwest
I
to?
can't hear you. Kind of low, man. Your voice is low. I can't hear you well.
Can you hear me now? Is it better?
Yeah, it's still low, but I can try to hear you now. It's okay. Go ahead.
That I was asking, why don't you think the Northerners joined forces with the Southwestern, the Yorubas, to persecute that coup against the Southeast in
You
Ronsley?
said they joined forces.
How come they did not, or
They
did
didn't
they?
have to, man. They didn't have to join forces, man. I mean, it was like I said, you honestly didn't. The guy was not thinking well. He thought he already took over. He underestimated the Northerners. They always have this mentality that okay, what can they do? When you see one start talk, now you see how the guy always talk. What would they do? What would they do? That kind of. They have this mentality of what can somebody do. They always underestimate people. So they after that first coup, they really underestimated the Northerners. Like they didn't think those people were smart enough to do a counter coup like that. And the way even Rossi relaxed himself, like I'm like this guy. The way they got him, I'm like even a lot of his bodyguard were Northerners. I'm like this guy was not smart. So the counter coup was so easy. It was very easy. And yeah,
Another thing, Mike, is this. During that time, most Yoruba people, they don't like to join the military. Most time is that time, the fashion is that I want to be like Awolowo, be a lawyer, be a medical doctor. So they don't have a lot of officers in the Nigerian army at that time. Most officers, the people that have most officers at that time are from the southeast, followed by the northerners. So Yoruba people do not have a lot of officers. So by virtue of that, and moreover, that coup is a revenge coup. So it's the northerners that plan it in their domain. So they don't want to bring anybody in, but they know who is their enemy. They know who they want to go after, and they go after them. So
Mike, I
after
have
that,
a question for man of the state.
What did
go
you
ahead,
say?
Abdul. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, and also I have question for Mike and Remy. But I'll start with man of prestige. Man of prestige, totally agree with you that at this age and time, we shouldn't be playing ethnic politics, and where a president comes from should not matter at all. But I'm curious though, why did you support Obi instead of the other two candidates from the other tribes? Then for Mike and Remy, um, do we have any data, or is there any? Yeah, do we have any data to show that a president coming from a particular region benefits the people? Because as far as I know, I think it only benefits the president and his cronies. So those are the questions.
Okay, you want me to go first, right? Because you uttered my own question first. So you
Yes.
asked me why did I support to why did I support Obi? I was never involved in Nigerian politics, I never really looked into Nigerian politics, until this election, just because of the euphoria behind the election. So when I studied both candidates, I didn't really know about Obi antecedent when I know he was governor of Anambra, so I don't really know how he performed, bad or good, That's wasn't the reason why. So I think my main ideology was to push. I just need a new paradigm shift coming to Nigeria, just to push out the PDP and APC that has been ruling that country. I just said we need a different trajectory to go to that coming from that country. Maybe if somebody like Obi can come in, which is kind of different. I know he was part of them. Let's be, but that party wasn't part of the two parties that had been ruling Nigeria for decades. So I said that we need a new paradigm shift to come into that Nigeria. Maybe that we get to tell people in Nigeria that okay, on the other party have a chance to win. I mean, that was my philosophy behind, you know, supporting Obi. I'm not obedience, but if you want to call me obedience, so be it. I didn't have, I didn't have opportunity to vote, so I never
Nothing
voted.
to
Okay,
do with
okay,
tribe.
let me come in now so that
Hold on,
Hold
Remy.
on, hold on, Remy.
Prestige,
Please,
nothing,
you want
nothing
to
to
go?
do with tribe.
Huh?
Nothing to do with tribe.
Well, I can't say here. There's nothing to do with tribe. Okay, I mean everybody has their own sentiment. Yeah, there could be.
Okay,
I'm
okay.
not
So
going
it
to
has to
deny
do with
it.
tribe.
There
Okay, we
could
get
be,
it. He already answered
but
your
it
question.
wasn't
It has
the.
to do with tribe. Yeah.
Hey, let me talk, okay? Don't put word in my mouth. It's my turn to talk, and I'm giving you the fight up because I have to tell you how I feel, and because nobody can do anything,
okay,
nobody
thank
can do
you.
anything for me or do anything. I'm just telling you exactly how I feel. Yeah, there's a
Yeah,
tribal connotation to that. There's no
yeah,
doubt about it. We are tribal people, so
yeah.
that may
We
that
appreciate
play a factor, but that's not the main factor. I just want them to dislodge that two party. I'm not be happen to be the other, somebody from a different party coming into that space. That's probably I don't know how to portion the percentage. Trouble, yeah. Believe me, we are trouble people. Okay, that's there. If I answer you
But
properly.
man of prestige, there's your statement. I appreciate the fact that you accepted that there are elements of tribe plays a significant role. I don't know if it's a significant or a minor role in your choice, but you can imagine if someone of your pedigree and point of view can still not suppress your tribal um, instincts. Talk less of, you can imagine the millions of uneducated Nigerians or even the educated but not exposed Nigerians. So you
Yeah,
can see that.
very very good question. Okay, it's a very very good question that you asked me. And I was very honest to you. I mean, I just very transparent to you. Yeah, I told you there's certain kind of element, but I'm not here to portion a percentage. I don't even know what kind of percentage there is. Like I said, I don't even know much about Obi, but my main philosophy behind that was just to dislodge that two party. Maybe we have a new paradigm shift coming to Nigeria. Maybe that would be for the future. We know that these two parties cannot dominate, that country forever. That play a part to it. I'm not
But
going to deny
Shiwore
it.
came in though with a different
But
guide there
so,
before. Why didn't you support Shiwore?
yeah,
Because
Showore
no,
ticks
no, no,
all
no.
the
Let me
boxes.
tell you.
All
Okay,
the boxes.
okay. That's a good question. Why didn't I support Showore? I like Showore ideology. I just believe, so what
He
bring out
wasn't Igbo.
hold on now, let me land. Bring out the kind of revolution that we need in that Nigeria. I'm not a subscriber of bloody revolution, but I just feel like Shobode is a
No,
very
before
strong man that
revolution.
could have
No, no,
gotten
no.
it
We're
there.
not talking about
But I
after
know
his revolution. No,
what?
no. He ran in 2019. Remember?
Oh,
And
I
he came
never
with
follow.
that said
I
he
didn't
create
follow
this new
politics. Didn't you
party.
hear
He
what I
even
said?
campaign with your people. He campaigned
Didn't
with
you
all
hear
of
what I
us,
said? I say I
diaspora.
never follow I never follow Nigerian politics. I've been gone, I've been gone from that country for a while. I never follow
So
Nigerian
until it
politics.
was Igbo man's turn to run, that's when you decided to follow Abi.
Okay. This you have because
You you contradicting yourself,
you are
man.
bringing your
That's what you are
ethnicism
telling
there. So
us now.
that's
Well, I mean,
I don't even like to have
I'm
a
helping you to
I don't like
present
to
it
have a
the way
conversation.
it
I
is.
don't like to have a conversation with you, Mike.
Mike,
Okay.
do you want to answer Abdul's
Okay,
question?
let me go ahead and answer that question. Yeah.
Okay, Abdul, you asked a very good question. First and foremost, we don't have enough data to back it, but I will give you an example of head of state and president that have
No,
run.
to back what Remy, I'm lost. Please to back it up what.
Okay, yeah, maybe going turn to your turn. I've seen some head of state or president that have ruled and their region have gained. I will start from this guy, from Ibrahim Babangida. When he was the president, there is a lot of people from the northern part that he put in juicy position. I've been to the north before, and I've seen how much they contributed to make their road even much more better than we in the south. And when it was the turn of Abacha, there is this called PTDF. Sorry, excuse me, run by Buhari that time. They voted a lot of money, and we see a visible development in the northern part of Nigeria than in the south, in terms of roads, in terms of primary health care, in terms of schools. All of these federal government initiatives, they were well structured and organized in the north. They have a lot of them. Now, to push them in is another thing entirely, but they gain more than the south. And during when Jonathan was ruling, I was on the plane with more than 50 or 60 South people going to the various parts of Indonesia, Pakistan, and the rest. So it was during that time they were agitating for their whatever Niger Delta militant. They were going to Pakistan, Indonesia, India to learn underweather welding, to learn so many things. And it was during his time that they started giving a lot of money to all these Nigerian militants. It was during his time that a lot of people from the South and the Southeast benefit a lot of projects into their side. Whether they execute it or they do not execute it or they eat the money. On paper, what they bring out, this is what they voted the money for. So they really enjoy a lot during that time. So in my short conclusion, I can say the northern president or head of state have done a wonderful job for their people in terms of bringing development to that area. I'm not challenging you. I would suggest that anytime you have opportunity to go to Nigeria, please go to Yobe State, go to all these northern states and see the road the federal government construct for them, and then compare with the people in the south. See their schools, see their primary health care, see a lot of stuff there, and then you now compare what we have in the south.
No.
Remy, can I ask you a
Military
question?
dictatorship don't count. We're talking about post-democracy.
Let me ask Remy a question. All this thing you just said there right now, how has that transformed to human capital development in that region? I mean, it's just road and all that kind of nonsense. What has that done to that region? Look at where they are right now.
Okay, I will answer your question. I'm asking the question in the context of what Abdul has. He said, tell me any president or head of state or whatever that he has ruled that benefited their people. It's a simple question. If you want to
Post-democracy, post-military.
If you talk about since democracy,
Even military self.
Even if you talk about from 1999, this present democracy we are talking about, I will still continue to tell you that the northern president have done wonderfully well for themselves. Buhari did a lot of things for the northern people. He established so many universities there, even explored oil in Bauchi, even give them a rail line to Maradi, another country. They put a chunk of money to that place. And
they didn't do anything, bro.
I know, Remy.
Okay, hold on. Let's give it structure. I think
he didn't do anything. He messed up the whole
Remy is
place.
answering the question. Hold on. He threw a question at Man of Prestige, me and Remy, I think. So Man of Prestige already answered. Remy
can pick it.
Yeah, go ahead. Finish. That's what I'm saying. Finish answering the question. And
I think I'm done here. You can continue.
okay.
Oh no! You have to say all of them now. Even if we give you one, you have to explain all of them. Obasanjo, Jonathan, all of them.
Oh, okay. Let me explain all of them then. When you talk about Obasanjo,
No, I don't think. Hold on. I don't think he asked you all of them. He said which one. Can you name one person that's done for his people? That's what he asked.
That don't count. You can't say one, and that's just the cover for one.
Oh, guys, Cyrus, he just came in, man. Don't come here. Me. Abdul asked a simple question. He said, "Which can we on?" He said, "If you look at data, say which head of state has actually done anything for its own people, its region, or wherever it comes from."
You
That's
can't
what he
use
asked.
one and try
He
to
didn't say to
confuse
name all the head
everybody.
of state and tell you what they have done. So let's not. So if we have to make Remy talk about all the head of state, they will sit there all night. So I think you already answered the question. I'm sorry.
Okay, can I
Hold on. I mean, he asked me the question too, so I'll give him my simple answer. If you listen to me, Abdul, when I came in, the first thing I said is it will be irrelevant. It won't make any sense whether to do nepotism and actually not perform. I said what I care about is actual performance. So if he does the so-called nepotism, I actually give a performance, develop the country, and not only where you come from, especially where you come from, and then I will clap for you. But if you do all this nepotism at the end of the day, you don't perform, then I will even be more disappointed than anything else. So that's just my own position, Abdul. I don't know if I answer your question. Okay, go ahead. Who wanted to come?
I say Ogasairo. Sorry.
Okay, one minute. Larry
Abdul.
needs to talk. So,
Can I? Sorry, I just want to get clarification from Mike. Mike, would you agree with me that nepotism breeds corruption? If it does breed corruption, corruption inhibits development. So
Okay,
your
let me know. Are you done?
yeah. If you get the question, you can respond.
Okay. To me personally, it depends. If the leader intention is not to practice corruption, the number one, then nepotism will actually not break corruption. Because when you do nepotism, you're actually putting people you know in that position. So you know who you are putting there. You understand? Like let's say a leader that comes in and he doesn't want corruption, doesn't tolerate corruption, and he wants to do nepotism. He's not gonna just say I'm picking a random Yoruba person I don't know. He's gonna because people know their people more than they know other people. So he's likely gonna pick the best of his people. A leader that wants to perform and doesn't want to practice corruption, if he start picking his people, he's gonna want to pick the best of his people and the people that he knows very well. So he will know who's likely to be corrupt, when they're doing committing corruption, he will sense it quicker compared to when you pick people from regions that you don't even know at all. You don't know their left and right, don't know their language.
When has that ever worked in Nigeria?
Let me tell my something.
Hey,
You can't
Cyrus,
take away nepotism.
can you wait, bro? Let's not turn this to argument.
I'm just telling you, nepotism intermingle with corruption.
Guys, I don't want this, man. Let's one at a time. You get your time to come to talk. Let's start cutting people's sentence short. Let people finish their sentence, okay? He asked me a simple question. He's not asking about history of nepotism in Nigeria. He's asking a simple question. He said, does nepotism break corruption? And I'm giving him an answer that it depends. It will break corruption if that leader is the corrupt person and he puts his people there, and then his people are going to be even be more corrupt because they know that he's less likely to punish them because they are his people. On the flip side, on the flip side, a leader that comes in that's not interested, that doesn't want corruption, if he's going to pick his people, he knows his people more. So he's likely going to know when his people are stealing and when they are not stealing, compared to somebody from another place where you don't know how they think, how they operate. You don't know their body language when they are stealing, when they are not stealing.
Give us example. Can you give us example?
Basically, what I'm trying to explain. Yeah.
But you have
oh no, see, I think I'll let you answer that question because I hear Mike's point, but at the end of the day, nepotism or people that are not related to you doesn't prevent corruption at all. It doesn't prevent corruption. It's the system that prevents corruption. But I like it, you can chime in.
I think I agree that systems that prevent corruption. Now, look at where we are today. You understand?
Ola, before you go, let me ask you this: is it easier for you to know a Yoruba man that's corrupt than a guy from Nupe somewhere, another tribe that's corrupt? You know a Yoruba man, you know his character. You could know when a Yoruba man is, when he open his mouth, that's one way. You understand? Compared to somebody that you don't know his
Mike,
language.
I disagree with you, Mike.
Mike, sorry, man of prestige. I just want to quickly push back on Mike. Mike, what you're proposing works in a limited group or in a small group, but when it comes to a complex position like the position of a president, you're gonna be working with hundreds of people. That kind of system will not hold. It's not going to work because it's so dynamic. So I agree with Prince Daddy that a system that works in that kind of complex situation rather than close allies or nepotism.
Okay. All right, Ola, go ahead and finish your point. And man of prestige,
Okay.
come after him. Okay.
So Abdul, look, see, the problem of Nigeria itself, I don't want to limit it to micro thing like that. Maybe probably you live in America, I live in Canada. You can never be nepotistic more than American and Canadian system. But the thing is this, their nepotism work because look at the story of networking. Oh, your network. What does that tell you? Oh, my network, who know man? Man knows man is what ring. Because if you don't have a good connection there, you may not even get a good job in this country we are. So, but that nepotism is not even the issue in our own case. If you are nepotistic and you are nepotistic towards someone that is competent and you establish things, do you think, for example, now, if from 1966, if you put another there and we have our system functioning like maybe America or Canada, you understand? Those people that will be shouting will just be the politician because number one, person from the north will not even know the difference from the benefit that someone from the south is or the south where we get. Because number one, everybody they are seen equal, you can get job, you can do everything, security, everything is perfect. Nobody is going to complain. But when the complaint starts is this, when your nepotism is becoming something that is diminishing others, that is creating some kind of feeling of existential threat to others, that is where the problem starts from. And because of that, Nigeria has a framework to say, okay, federal character, because that nepotism has always been part of us. So for you to stop, so nepotism is, yeah, we agree that nepotism is someone calls it the father of corruption, but sometimes too, when you look at it, you put in a context, you understand. Nepotism, you want to make sure that you want to bring person that will not be doing something against what you want to do. A president now want to put the country rivals. You put someone that is thinking of how it's going to put the president away in 2027. It's not going to work. Look at Obasanjo versus Atiku, for example. You understand? Now, assuming you have about 10 articles in Obasanjo government, oh my goodness, you will see what is going to happen. So nepotism is human thing, and nepotism will still always be there. But nepotism in the broader view, is not actually the reason Nigeria is backward. It's just because nepotism that tends toward incompetent people is the reason we have Nigeria where Nigeria is today. So that's
Man of
just what
prestige.
about that.
Yeah, man of prestige, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I kind of look like, in terms of nepotism, it's not necessary, I mean, although Nigerians will overdo it, whomever is in power. But that's not even the problem. Like I think it was it Prince Daddy that said about the system, the institution. I think that's what the problem is. I mean, because I'm just nepotism in America. Look at what happened. It does happen. Even like Allah said, even in Canada, in the Western country, it does happen. But you have to hold people accountable. When even at all, you bring your own people there for them to for them to come into office, occupy any kind of position. They know they're going to be accountable. I know some people do get away, but it's very, very minimum. If the system has been structured, the institution is it's well instituted that if you do something wrong, you're gonna be held accountable. But in Nigerian case, it's not so. So that's where nepotism in Nigeria is so bad, you know. I mean, intermingled with corruption, because if you have your own person there, you know, you're not going to hold that person accountable. I mean, that happened during Buhari time, but you know, let's see what's going to happen, you know, during Tinubu time, you know, because it has not finished his 4 years, so we don't know what actually going to happen. I mean, Buhari time was an epidemic of what nepotism, you know, bring the worst of Nigeria. So in that case, it's definitely the system that we have that is the paramount of everything. That's the way I see that.
Yeah, but it's not.
Larry, are you still there? I don't think Larry's with us. Okay.
Let me contribute.
Cyrus, go ahead. Yeah.
So you see, the nepotism is not even one of the issues in nepotism in Nigeria is that even when your guy is incompetent, it's nothing. They won't remove the person. It's extremely hard for all these people who appoint their lackeys to remove somebody. Look how the minister of sport has failed woefully in this past few months. You don't even know his name. You don't even know his name. But if he went back there, he did something reasonable. In this last tournament we were in, you'll be hearing his name. But have you heard about anybody calling for a sack or anything like that? He's just there for the sake of they negotiate and put the guy there. So the nepotism in Nigeria is that we have so many mediocres contesting for position. We have mediocres. You don't have that in all these Western countries because over there those people have shame. If they mess up, it's a certain level they won't go below. And if they mess up, no one needs to tell them to resign. They resign immediately. If you look in the Western, at least America now, every month you have a politician resigning for incompetence or he used money and buy chewing gum or something, even something as small as that, the guy will go. But in Nigeria, of course, it's not going to work now because it's the worst people. I don't know, all the good people are not going for position. It's only the worst of the worst. So if you're picking the worst of the worst with bad apples, you'll never get anything good. So it cannot work. It's not going to work in Nigeria.
Mike, can you give me a minute before I lost my thought? This guy just made a comment that, you know, ring a bell to me because I follow Nigerian sports, you know, when it comes to NFL. I mean, I have been so ashamed and so baffled what is going on with Nigeria when it comes to that NFL place because there's no synergy between the technical part of it, you know, and the minister of sports. I mean, look at what's going on in Nigeria. Does it mean we don't even have the money to pay a coach? Now they say, what's his name? Somebody was lobbying for Celsia, who has not even coached for 5 years. I mean, what is going on? We have a match in 3 weeks, and we don't even have a coach. This is not something new.
Is it only football that we? Is it only football that we have in Nigeria? Don't we have wrestling?
No. I'm just
don't we have basketball? Even the women's side. Is it only that football that we suck at that we're focusing on? What about basketball? Even some of these sports, like the women's sports, the women are even doing better than the men in sports. We're not focusing on them.
Yeah, but
let's forget football.
A good example of, you know, how...
Can I respond to you?
Yeah, go ahead, Remy. I'm sorry.
Actually, what happened there's so many problems. So many.
That guy supposed to be sacked. That minister supposed to be sacked immediately. He's not doing anything.
Hold on. Before you sack the sports minister, remember, FIFA does not allow your government to interfere in football. So so you have to be careful.
Not just football, though.
No.
That's not the only sport in Nigeria.
Football now.
No, we're not talking about football. We're talking about sports in general, which include the women's side and basketball.
The speaker, Remy is right. You can't sack him. You need to follow FIFA rule.
No, you can sack your sport minister.
No, you can sack your coach. If you can sack your coach, why can't you sack the minister now? It's the same position, it's the same thing.
No, you don't understand.
It's FIFA violation. Remy is right.
No, hold on. Let's understand something here, Remy, before you go. Is Minister of Sport tied to FIFA or the NFF, which is the FIFA aspect of the football? Is what FIFA regulates, but the minister is something a president appoints. So, if president want to change a minister, he's got nothing. The minister of sport is the minister of all the sports in Nigeria. Okay. You understand? Okay. So, if the can always sack the sport minister, FIFA cannot tell you who will be your sport minister in your country.
Okay, listen carefully. You are right. The president have a right to fire the sports minister. but the sports minister does not have a right to interfere in anything about NFF. I'm talking about Nigerian Football Federation. Even appointing a coach or whatever that is happening there, the government does not have a right. If he does something like that, then FIFA will ban us. Okay, so that is how it's going to play out.
Well, let me say this. It's not only one. I'm pretty sure that's the Minister of Sport that is choosing the coach for us, or he has some influence inside of that.
What happened to them is this: that NFF, first and foremost, they did not get their acts in order. They don't know how to go about it. There's a lot of politics also going around there. They wanted to appoint a coach. The coach they have in mind that Nigerian can have the NFL have the money to pay. His name is Chala. He's a black man that is coaching Mali now. But at the same time, they're also asking themselves, will these egoistic Nigerian players, will they listen to this guy? That is one. And then two, if we want a good coach, do we have the money to pay? I'm talking about NFF now.
Oh, come on.
No, relax.
Come on.
No.
This is Nigeria we're talking about. We don't have money.
You do not get the point. When you talk about Nigeria, it's not Nigerian government that's going to pay the coach. NFF have to look for money by themselves.
Who told you that's how it works? Who told you that's how it works? Don't they have ministry budget for sports in Nigeria in general?
I think sometimes it's very difficult to, if you don't let me finish, then you can come. Just give me 1 minute and then you can come in. As it stands today now, we want a world-class coach. They have already penciled down 2 coaches. They penciled down Renard Ave and also the other guy, the Anderson from Sweden.
So, excuse me, those people, they're not African, they're not black, they're Oyibo.
Yes, they are Oyibo now.
That's how you got to get your system right, Aqua. You use all these people that are winning tournament. Can't you see that they're using their own development of their coach?
No, in the Nigerian context,
it can never work now.
Oh my God!
Just let me finish, and then you can let him land his point.
Nigerian football very well, and you talk about successful coaches in Nigeria. They are all white men.
No.
Let me. I talk about Otto Gloria in the 80s. You talk about Westhoff in the 90s. Almost of Father Tico in the 70s. Almost successful coaches in Nigeria are white men.
They did not win anything now.
No, let me finish. Now, the present situation we find ourselves is simple. They pencil down 2 coaches. They don't have money to pay them because this guy is asking for more than $100,000 a month. This French guy. And the other Anderson also is not coming cheap also. This is now where the sports minister will now come in. The sports minister will now have to go and meet the presidency. That, okay, the coaches we have. Does Nigeria have the money to pay like $100,000 for this coach every month now? The president also have to look at it like, if I pay $100,000 to this coach now, what will Nigerians talk about? Would they say that we are wasting money? So you have to look at the mindset of the people.
You know, I'm about to find that coach that won us.
We're not about to get stuck on this coach argument between 2 of you, man. Other people
you can say so.
So this first of all, Nigeria is extremely good at football when it comes to the youth level. We know about how we be winning under 17, under 20. I mean, we have been winning that for so many times now. Now, if you check that coach, if you see what Spain is doing, what Spain do, they have their coach for under 17, under 15, then the person will graduate to under 20, then under 23, then a junior coach, then he'll then graduate to the national team. So in Nigeria, we won this 2015 under 17 World Cup. I didn't say AFCON. The World Cup, we won it. That guy who was our coach then, I'm pretty sure it's a Nigerian guy that was our coach then. Why not promote this guy to the under 23 team and then promote him to the national team? That guy knows our system extremely well. He knows how the players
can I
use
come in on that space?
If you remember very well,
when was the last time we qualified for the under 17 and under 20 World Cup? It has been a while.
It has not been that long
in
now.
recent time. There's no grassroots development. You're talking about Emenike. Yeah, Emenike was promoted to the under 20, to take them to the World Cup, and he didn't qualify. So don't just say he could have been promoted to the senior team.
All these white
What
men
was
we've
his
been
outcome when he coached Tanzania? He didn't perform that well.
No, you can't do that.
Do you know Fanny Amu? Fanny Amu was the coach that won us under 17 World Cup. He was promoted to under 20 World Cup, in which they play in Nigeria. Nigeria crashed out in the second round of quarterfinal. We crashed out. They even gave him the under 23 Olympic. We also crashed out. We did not qualify. Some of these coaches
Remy, that's the same thing with Emenike.
Yeah,
He won the World Cup. Then he crashed out. He didn't even qualify for under 20.
Yeah, if you want to hear the truth, in the 85s and the rest, most of our Nigerian under 17 players, let us see the truth, they are overage players.
Oh no! Oh come on! We're talking about
you know what?
2015, Nico. That we won everything in 2015 when we won the World Cup.
Do you see some of these players?
Remy, let me just add voice to it. See, Oga, the thing is this. It is not as if we don't have competent local coaches, but as our system is, once money enter, corruption follow. So this is where we still have to get a system of monitoring. And you've heard revelation from the like of Olise that how those people are corrupt, and we've heard some our internationals that said the coaches to all those officials they always ask for bribe to feature. But the thing is this: when Nigeria pick the right people, when those coaches want to do their job, they do it. So what has made difference so far? I think when you engage the foreigners, I don't know, I'm just assuming here, probably they don't take money from our players. So but we've seen so many successful Nigerian coaches. It's not as if we are short of Nigerian coach. After all, Sibikeshi won us African Cup of Nations. So just to say something, first Tony Bide, I think it tried to win to take us to some good area. Then we have Shaibu Amadu. So when you look at people like that, for example, when you look at them, the level they got to in Nigeria, there's no way you will say we don't have indigenous coaches that can take over. We have Christian Shuku, so many, so many. But then we've got the story of where these people, is it NFF, you call them, that they be owing these people maybe for 2-3 years. And we are these people that they will intentionally stifle the players. You won't release funds for those people. You imagine the Nigerian players to be contributing money to be looking after themselves.
Is that fair?
It's all about corruption. It's not about the.
It's not about how. Sorry, you see
but this where you are bringing all this Oyibo in.
Okay, all right, guys. Let's get from Madam Zita, man. I mean, I don't think she's into this football thing.
She can talk about sports in general now. That's not the only sport.
Yeah, she can talk about. Well, let's hear from her.
I don't know what you people are talking about the sports. I just came in. What's going on in Nigerian sports?
Nothing. No, nothing is happening. We're seeing Botswana and Kenya win gold, and we have over almost 500 million people. We can't do anything. That's
Madam Zita, I think we are using sports analogy, to state where Nigeria has been going backward, deteriorating in terms of the way things is going in Nigeria. It's in different aspect of Nigeria. Sports is not left alone. So
we're not even producing great players the way we used to produce.
You see that thing. You people know what happened when that guy won that 2006 Olympics gold. What's his name? Westerhoff.
Bonfrey Joe, 1996 Olympic.
It's not Bonfrey Joe, it's Westerhoff.
1996 Olympic. You said that he said 96. That's what I said.
Westerhoff.
That's 1994. That's
Westerhoff was 94. Yeah.
No, who won the gold in Olympics?
It was Bonfrey Joe, the French guy.
Madam.
It was Bonfrey Joe. Olympics.
It was Westerhoff that put the team together, so people give Westerhoff their credit.
Bonfrey Joe, which one is the one where a man?
Okay, this is the way it is. Bonfrey Joe was one of the assistants to Westerhoff, right? Westerhoff led us to 1994 AFCON. We won AFCON. Then when Westerhoff left,
and the World Cup too, he took us to the World Cup.
Yeah, he took us to the World Cup. So when he left, Buffalo took over and he won us 96 Olympic. So
Okay.
was it Multi Rubbish or what's the name of this guy that took us to that of 98
You know,
1998 World Cup?
I remember, I don't know which one it is, but I remember listening to his interview. He was extremely stubborn about the condition in Nigeria. You know, in Nigeria, everything is barako. Barako. Who no man, we no man. It's all over the world, though, but most places do overdo it to the extent that they will crash the whole system. You don't put, what do you call it? DEI. When you wrongly use DEI, you crash the system. So you people know the story of Nigerian football before these two men came in. I don't know which one that won that in either Buffalo Joe. I will check it later. They were interviewing them. The guy said that what they do in Nigeria is that when as they came, all the, you know how ministers' brother, that they were just calling and sending people who is going to play. But the man did something. He said anybody they bring to him must play. That he doesn't just accept the person. The person must play. He wants to know how good the person is. And at the end of the day, he said even if it means him getting his 22 players in one family, that he doesn't mind. And that was how Nigeria became a name in soccer. But since they left, those people today, you can't fight the system. The system is too corrupt, I think.
You see, the issue is, we have that. You see, it seems that football from the youth level is what we're getting right, because we'll be winning all these World Cups at the young stage, post 99. But that development there to take them to the next level, they're not letting the money and the resources go to them. Because I believe we went to another Olympic finals against Messi some years ago. And at that one, I think it was only 1-0 or something. So you see, under 23.
Let me tell you. You see that guy, when you not call him Western of Buffalo. That time, that guy, what did my father say? He was behaving like a spy. So they let him be.
How fast is that now?
Huh?
How fast is that?
What do you mean?
We don't even qualify for World Cup nowadays. That's how disgraceful we are now.
We have a problem. I remember that World Cup under 20. Mikel B, some of I remember.
I think we went to the final winning that thing.
Yeah, we did. I remember Mikel B was there.
During that time, it was good, and I will tell you why. I will tell you why. Under 17 World Cup that will be played, most of these guys, because I know where they camp, and I know the man that owns that hotel, they were within the age bracket. They were young. So when they finished that under 17 and most of them into the under 20, they were still within the age gap. And then they have a lot of clubs that take them over from all over Europe. It's from that under 20 World Cup that they got to the final, they lost. Majority of them were pushed to under 23 World Cup, under 23 Olympic team. And in Shanghai, they lost the final to Argentina. That was a kind of golden era. That was a kind of, we have a lot of young players. But it's not
Remy,
really about players alone. You have already mentioned the most problem is about the management of the team, the people who put in the right places. The coaches themselves are also very biased. Talk about the Nigerian coach. It's very biased. So cannot blame
Remy, Nigeria has always been, biased and nepotism player. But don't you think the main problem is grassroots development? There's nothing like Principal Cup, even Primary Cup they used to have it by then. I think that's the problem we have.
Corruption also. They bastardized the system. Totally.
Can I come in?
Go ahead, Madam Zita.
You see, when Nigerians talk about Nigeria and how bad Nigeria is and how the system is backed, right? I keep asking one question. Who are Nigerians? If I can remember, for last time I checked, Nigeria has always been ruled by Nigerians since independence. So who are these Nigerians that are baptizing everywhere and destroying our country? It's us. I keep saying this, but nobody will listen to me. But that is the truth. If you see that, I don't know whether any of you have had opportunity to sit down with our younger ones, ranging from age 28 downwards, up to 14. You have opportunity to have them like 7 or 8 around you, and you people bring out a topic. You won't believe their level of understanding about their Nigeria, their country. It's so shallow. It's so shallow. I don't know what is feeding them from what is feeding them. And sometimes, when I listen to the so grown-up Nigerians too, it is actually ridiculous. Look, the problem we have in our country is the problem of orientation, ideology, and belief.
We don't, when we're maintaining something, we don't know how to maintain something good. We let the thing fall apart.
No,
because
it's not. Those are not. You are talking about our secondary problem.
Yes.
Those are actually secondary. We can't do this, we can't do that, we can't maintain something, we can't rule well. Those are actually secondary.
Madam Zita, a quick question for you. Don't you think Nigeria should just forget this Gen Z generation and we start a new orientation from age 0 to 5? We start again.
That is what Britain is doing now.
So we should start again because this Gen Z.
Britain has started doing. I was reading a documentary on it. They want to get, when they do things like this, we don't seem to look at it. But when they excel, we call them colonialists. Britain is taking age 7 downwards now. They're bringing them up on how to debunk fake news, propaganda, ideology with common sense. I was watching the documentary. How you can tell a little child of 4 something, he will tell you, just one question he or she will ask you. The answer you will give will make her know that you're a liar. That is what Britain is embarking on. And they have budgeted a particular amount of money. They are listening to me. I was watching the documentary, page by page, how they're going to execute it.
Give us an example now. Give us more detail.
Huh?
Give us more detail now.
I've just given you the details.
We don't know the documentary now. We don't know. I mean, so some of us are interested.
There is something that are not previewed to the public. You know that.
We can see the documentary now. Get the idea from there.
I said, there are something that are not privy to the public until it goes public. It is what it is anyway. But I think it's now in their news. They have started putting it out in their news. They want to start training them. Because for several times I came into the platform, I said, we lie to them, we indoctrinate them, we do all this propaganda because they don't ask questions. If you ask somebody a question, that person will be, then you will know that you are saying something you don't have a clue about, but you are carrying it on. So Nigerians don't have, I don't know how to say it. I don't know if any of you have sat down to discuss with them.
There's something called Plato's Cave, See, they don't teach philosophy in our schools. That's why, because philosophy explains all these things, They teach you about asking questions about how,
the
how to use your brain.
The best place to teach philosophy and psychology is home.
Yeah,
that is the first place.
But unfortunately,
develop
enough parents have that. We can't depend on the parents.
Huh?
we don't have enough parents that are intelligent enough to be able to teach philosophy to a child now. So we have to depend on
What do you mean by
either
we
the
don't have enough parents?
yeah. Are you talking about these young people
Huh?
having kids that don't have time for them? All
You
these
say we have
illiterate having babies and they
enough
don't have to
smart
teach
parents.
philosophy.
I
Okay.
don't think that's the problem. Okay, let me give you an example. The problem is the problem of freedom.
Is the
Whenever I
social media, is the
huh?
TV, is when they put on the radio, what are they listening to? What are they hearing?
Hold
What
on,
are the children
let me
exposed to?
finish. There is one word that sounds so good, but for somebody like me, whenever I hear it, I get so scared. You know what that word is? Freedom. The moment I hear that word, I get so scared because it's so broad that when somebody say it, you will know the magnitude of what you mean by freedom. You see, I want to give an example from my tribe, the Igbos. I like talking about them. You know why? Because I did an experiment with them. In Igbo land, before now, when a child grew up, as a woman, I have to talk about the two gender. As a woman, your family will be growing you as a woman, in the sense that from age 1, they are training you to be a mother of children and manage a family. They are throwing values on you. Don't sit down that way. Don't you know you're a woman? Don't you sit down? Don't cook like that. Don't bend like that. Don't do this. Okay, that is one. That's for the female gender. Then the male. When you grow up, there are two things. They train you to be strong, to face challenges. Two things are bound. If you say you don't want to go to school, you want to learn a trade, they hand you over to somebody who is already big in that business. You became what we call a mini servant, in the sense that he will train you in character and in learning. You have to do some menial job, learn how to do some certain things. At the end of whether 2 years or 3 years, whatever you discuss with your family, they settle you. He start a business. Some good masters would even give that boy one of their stores or one of their branches and say, this one now is your own, manage it. In the next 2 years, make sure you return so and so amount, and the rest of the store is yours. And they celebrate. But recently, the word freedom came in. They don't do all those this time. Instead, a girl will go to Lagos or go to wherever and live a life. I know of somebody I know that have 2 kids. The family doesn't even know she had that kid outside of wedlock. Then you see these boys hawking. They start by hawking. They no longer want to stay under anybody. Nobody wants to answer sir to anybody. Nobody wants to respect or obey or do something to get something. It becomes a situation of I can do it, I can hustle on my own. And that thing has removed value from my land. Today, before now, hello, are you people there?
Yeah, with you, yeah.
Before now, there is one word about Igbos. They say they have the strongest marriage institution in Nigeria. But those values are gone. Before now, if you are a man, you divorce a wife, or even your wife die, kind of difficult for you to get another Igbo girl to marry you. When you are a girl, you divorce your husband or your husband die. It is like searching for a needle in a hair sack for you to get a man to marry you. But those things are gone. I will continue about my tribe because it is my tribe. But I will continue saying it that as the day pass by, that word freedom is making us to lose our values all over the world. Though,
I agree with you.
Nigeria.
America is the number one pusher of that so-called freedom.
Whenever I hear that word freedom, I get scared.
Freedom and democracy.
Freedom to do what? Freedom. Are you in a cage before? So what freedom are you actually talking about? I'm not in bondage. So what freedom?
Let me tell you what I found out about that freedom that America always talk. They just want to, what America wants to do, they want to penetrate your markets. And they know that they need you to consume their culture and to be free of your own way of life in order for you to be able to consume their product or whatever things they're selling, whether it's their entertainment, their material things. So they now started pushing out freedom as part of their marketing campaign to everybody. You know, last time we go to the Middle East, they go to Afghanistan, say, oh, freedom, girls should be able, because they want to sell their products, you know, they want their products to enter that market. So people can have freedom to buy them and consume them. That's what that freedom is all about. It's about money. And they use it to destroy people's cultural values and their ways as, you know, has kept them upright. And everybody's just doing this freedom. They don't even know what they are doing. They can't define it. It's just, like you said, it's so broad. People are just doing, you know, individualism.
Better live a decent life and live the life of freedom. Which one is better? You are not talking about they don't have parents. We don't have enough parents to train children inside. What cost it? What cost the fact that we no longer have families? What cost it? Even in my tribe, where family is paramount, in Igbo land, family is everything. Ask anybody. That's why you can be excommunicated in Igbo land. Ask any Igbo person. Your family can excommunicate you if you do anyhow. They will just excommunicate you. Serious.
You know, the saying now in Nigeria is when you still want to live like the past, they say you're not civilized yet, you know. If you are still trying to follow old values, you're not, they'll say you're not civilized.
And Mike, I was listening to a program yesterday and I was shocked. They said in Nigeria now, most ladies or girls between the age of 20 and 23, they started selling their eggs. As they sell it as low as 200.
That's an old story now.
They will remove it from they will cut their body and start selling their eggs. So the doctor now said that, and apart from that, the life they live, that in the next 3 or 4 years, Nigeria should prepare for this. Most young Nigerian boys will not be able to impregnate ladies.
That's an old
story. And most ladies will not be able
to it's getting worse by the day, but they've been doing it.
So it was so alarming. I was like, is this so serious like that? So I don't know that you already know about it also.
It's been there now, even before. It's common, more especially in Port Harcourt. It's very common. It's very, very common. I remember 10 years ago, a particular girl donated for my colleague 3 times. I mean, my dear, it's a terrible situation now. Honestly, it's a terrible situation. Nigeria is what it is today because of Nigerians, not because of anybody. And
another thing that always...
I think the UK thing you're talking about, is it that one that they're teaching the kids how to identify fake news, critical thinking, and all this stuff?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. That's a serious country. They're preparing themselves for the future, for what's to come.
Yeah.
Because if you look at...
They did a documentary, a mock on how it's going to function.
Yeah,
Just
yeah, because if you look at what's to come, the generative AI and all this technology that is coming, um, you will realize that I don't know if you know this quote where I've forgotten who said it. He said, "An educated person in the 21st century is not somebody who can read and write. It is someone that can learn, unlearn, and relearn."
of course, of course.
Because with the coming of this generative AI, a lot of jobs will go extinct, and a lot of new jobs will be created that requires you to be able to learn new skills real fast. And if you don't know how to exercise critical thinking, you're
Let me
just gonna
let
be
me tell
left
you one thing
behind.
about AI. You know, when people mention AI, I'm into it. So when you mention AI, I come in. People discuss AI as if it's something that is new. AI is not new. Everything we are doing in internet before has been controlled by AI. Now they are bringing it down. They are developing it more into our everyday life, into our classrooms, into our kitchens, into our fingers, into our bedrooms, into our bathrooms, and all those things. Yeah, fine. But it has always been there. And let me tell you something. For information security, will not use AI. Let me repeat myself again. Information security, I foresee in the near future, information security can only be information cannot, okay, let me rephrase it. Information can only be secured if we go back on the old ways. But if you try to use AI to secure information, it's not going to work. So all those ones people are saying a lot of them. I've come here before, I've talked. They say green energy, blah, blah, blah. I said the world will end on hybrid. They abuse me. I said, okay, no wahala. Make we the wait. I know say when we reach 90 die, some people will say, yes, it will still come. But I'm telling you, the world will end with hybrid. Even coal is coming back. So I don't even know why all this drama.
Cool.
Regenerative. Yeah, coal, yes.
Yeah, COVID is back already, so get ready for it, okay?
What did you
Cool.
say?
I said COVID in some part of Asia is back.
I didn't say COVID, I said coal. Coal
Cold.
energy.
Cold.
Cold.
No,
Coal.
cool.
Cold. COAL, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Not COVID. It's back. Back. There are some certain things now to get it done well. They have to use that coal.
So continue to create environmental destruction, Harry.
Where they might refine it in a way that it might not so bad.
You know, I always believe that the time Africa will come into the technological age will be time where we will discover more green and more cleaner energy.
You see, Africa,
That hasn't been discovered yet, you know.
no, no, they've discovered Africa, but they didn't discover you in terms of, they discover you in terms of labor.
Mhm.
It's the same thing as slavery. They discover you in terms of labor. Like, these people are young, they are strong, they are energetic, they can work longer hours. If we train them, we can use them. But now, when it comes to that intellectual capacity and capability, I don't really know whether all these young people that they said in the next 30 years, Africa will be the only place where you can get really like crowd of people to work or things like that. So I don't really know whether those young people in Africa have the intellectual capability and capacity to match them, okay? Or they are going to just use them to get the work done while they hold the intel. I don't know, but let's see how it goes. But they've discovered them in terms of human labor. Yes. Africa, they have it. And the whole world has recognized they have it. And they say in the next 20, 30 years, they will be importing them, or rather going there to use them.
Madam Zeta, you are 100% correct and right. If you look around Europe here, if you see the advert that is coming, they are recruiting cleaners, everybody, mechanic, plumber from Africa, and people are jumping on board. Even America already follows suit. Canada is already in it. Australia is already in it. All over Europe here, they're already in it. So there's going to be a shortage of labor. They are even saying that even if you don't have that experience or skill,
Well, let me think about it. Now. There's advantage to everything. What they did is they decided to create free education for their own population, and to all their population, virtually all their population, have gone to acquire higher education, right? So now, when you take all your white population, they've all become very educated. So which educated person will now do small or blue
No,
job?
I don't think that
Hold
is.
on, wait now, wait. Now, where are you gonna find the population that will do the blue job and even the menial jobs when all your children, majority of them, maybe not all of them, you put them into a higher institution, you highly educated them, well, you're not gonna have it. So now you have to go to third world country to go
I
and find.
don't think that's the reason.
No,
I don't
Mike,
think
that
that's
is
not
not
the
all.
reason.
That
Let
is
me
not
tell you,
Maybe.
a majority of these guys here
have
also,
you been,
they don't. Okay, after Madam Zita, go ahead.
I don't know if you've been in a class where you happen to be the only black before.
I've been there many times.
Okay. Were you able to assess them?
Assess what?
Assess them and their thinking.
Oh, the Europeans. They
Though they call name, I just said something. I said, have you ever been in a class where you happen to be the only black person in the class and the rest are the other people? And then I asked a second question. Were you able to work with them in that class and assess their... Because, look, do you know why I'm saying that? When you tell me that somebody is superior, or
no.
somebody, hold on, that somebody thinks better than I do, or reasons better than I do.
The one thing I can say before you go further is we have more social intelligence and we're more intelligent in many areas. In native, natural,
Wait,
or in terms of
it's
more of
not
a formal
being more
education, they may be
intelligent.
ahead. Yeah. Right.
It is not being... what I didn't use the word. I said assess them. Did you assess them?
Yeah, I
What
did,
I'm
and that's what I'm
saying
telling
is
you what
that
I uncover. Yeah.
you might be more intelligent than they are.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, when you assess them, how fast do they pick something? Forget about intelligent.
Not as quick as us.
Not as quick. You pick more than they do.
They
They
don't pick
pick
things as
faster
quick
than
as
they do.
we. Not as we. I think I'm more faster than them.
Okay.
I think.
Let me continue. Not say me.
Hold on. I know. One thing about Africans is we grow up more in a social environment where we tend to acquire more of a street intelligence. Should I call it? Well, it's more of cultural kind
It's
of.
not leave that intelligent. I'm saying they bring something. How quick? Because that's what I was watching out. I mean, of course, if you give me something, if you give me something to look at, if I look at it one, look at it two, by the third time I'll be able to figure it. That shows I'm smart and I'm intelligent. I can do it. I can get it right. But Why I was assessing them is I want to know how fast they are. They might not pick everything. The ones they pick, how fast do they pick it? I have worked with them. I have schooled with them. So I know what I'm talking about. How fast?
A lot of that has to do with curiosity as well. No, really, intelligence.
When you are, anyway, it is an obvious thing because I've been in a class where we are all the other side. The professor was another side. Like I am Black, they are Europeans or Caucasians. Then the professor is a Japanese. I have been in a class too where there are Caucasians, I am Black. The professor is a Brazilian. I have been in a class where there are Caucasians, I am Black. The professor is a Jew. So I know what I'm talking about. So it's not like the professor is them. So there was Parako. No. The professor is a different. I have been in a class where there is them, it is me, and the professor is a Haitian. So I know what happens and I monitor them. In fact, I find myself, I have to sit in the middle of them. Why? Because I want to know what makes them tick.
What makes them what?
Tick. What makes them tick? Because if you, I don't know, but let me say this because I want to say it and I must say it. I don't care how anybody feels. When you stay in Africa, you've been in 4 or 5 African countries, like maybe you've been in Rwanda, you're in Nigeria, and you've been to South Africa. I'm talking about the big wigs, the African big wigs. You'll be able to visit Rwanda, you visited South Africa, you visited Kenya, you visited Ghana, then you are in Nigeria. Then you find yourself in 4 other continents. You go around it, you come Europe, you go to America. And then you begin to look at what they did, how they did it, how they built that thing, how that thing functioned. To me, listen to me carefully. To me, I don't just walk around the city and look. When I see it, the first thing that comes to my mind, so God gave man wisdom to do this. And most of them, when they finish, they put the name of the person that did it. And I will look to see whether my Black brother, the name didn't sound Black. So I become more curious. So when I found myself in their midst, I want to know whether there is something exceptional about them. That's all I have to say. I know most people, most Africans that migrate, most of them don't concern themselves. They have this belief that how dare they say, how did they do this, idiots came and colonized us, blah, blah, blah. Because when I look at the story of slavery, I look at the story, it's not only Africa that it was enslaved anyway, so I'm not saying about only Africa. But when I read the story of slaveries everywhere, and then I read the one of Africa, and the way it was orchestrated gets me so angry. The same thing with colonialism. When I read the story of other countries that were colonized. When I get into that of Africa, I get so angry at the easiness, the dumbness, the laziness, that unthoughtfulness. So I begin to wonder, what made these people tick? How are they able to convince us? When I started living, visiting them, I begin to look at everything they have critically.
Do you think if they didn't bring anything glittering that kind of was glamoring to our faces, do you think they would have successfully done their so-called colonization or other stuff? Or
Okay, they brought something glittering to your face. You didn't see beyond the glitter.
some people do, but most people didn't. But that's what it is. Even today, okay, let me tell you this.
Either way you look at it, it shows you're not good.
No, you will find, even no matter how good you are, among your population, you find people that will be bad, that will fall for it. Money talks. Even today, let me tell you this: if you take, if a Igbo man go to any country, any poor country, third world country, and bring his Lamborghini, Mercedes Benz, and all those things, people will follow him. You know, they will rest
Let me tell you. Let me tell you.
Am I lying?
There is an adage.
You're very correct. As a matter of fact, you should have even talked about our government. There
Let
are a
me
lot
tell
of
you
Exactly.
something.
things.
But why are they
There's a
colluding
lot
with the
of
Europeans? Is it not because of the luxury thing, the
You
Mercedes
people are
Benz, and
wrong.
those?
You
no,
people are
no. I'm
totally
even
wrong.
talking about the technology. The technology they share with us. It is not for free. You have
Let me
to
Exactly.
tell
give back
you.
something.
Let me tell
That's
you
how our leader
people.
follow them. Now that's why they collude with
Let
them.
me tell you
Yeah.
If Igbo man don't
people.
have those things, like let's say we also have it, we won't listen to them now. We will
Let me
cooperate
tell
with them.
you.
What do you
Let
have to
me
offer
tell
me?
you. There is one adage in Igbo land that said, "Onye nwe mmadụ ka ego, igwe bike." Population is bigger than wealth. There is no amount of wealth you will throw on population that the population will not swallow. But if you throw the population on money, the money will fizzle away. It's an adage in Igbo land.
Well,
So when they
intelligent
come up, hold on, let me
of the
explain why I
population
use that adage.
will listen to
When
you.
you come to explain that, when they give you money, I am sure they did not share the money to every look and cranny on every woman that has
They don't
breast
have
in
to
her
now.
mind.
They just need few people to take it and cooperate with them.
Thank you.
The rest of
There is
us.
what they call resistance. I don't know whether you follow the story of colonialism from country to country. You follow the story of slavery from country to country. When you follow it and read it, you will understand what I'm talking about my continent, Africa. That was
Yeah,
why,
Madam
at the
Zita,
end, hold on, let me
yeah.
finish. At the end of the day, they were littered all over the world, uncoordinated. They couldn't even give account, like in Brazil. Brazil threw all of them into Atlantic Ocean. And nobody asked question up to, Argentina. Nobody asked question about it today. At least we are even talking about it as blacks because America left their own. If America has done decisively the way others dealt with their own, we wouldn't be saying, we wouldn't even remember that blacks were used as slavery in the first place. So it's America that is making us speak about it today. Otherwise, it would have been dead and gone.
You know, America is the only one that tell the story of slave trade. I don't want to remind everybody. If not, the rest of us would have moved on.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
They are the one that
Because
always make
they
it
kept their
about
own alive.
Kita Kinte and
Huh?
Ruth. In Nigeria, nobody know about slavery until they brought Roots now. That movie. Remember Roots?
Kutakunte.
Yeah, that's when we know like, this thing happened.
Yeah, that was,
I wouldn't have
in
known
fact, that
anything.
was the first time I heard about slavery. Kutakunte. Yeah. I don't know about anybody. Nobody told me slavery until that movie Kunta Kunte came out. They started showing how, I think they used it as a TV show that time, self. They were
Yeah,
doing it
even
as a TV show. Root. They were doing it as a TV show.
it's America that remind everybody. Everybody who moved on, man. Like,
Yeah, it's because they left their slave. If they didn't leave their slave, nobody would have been talking about slavery today. I can assure you
Well,
that.
Madam Zita, what is the difference between our ancestors that was enslaved and we today? There's no difference now because all the things they forced upon us, we are still using it, practicing it today. We even defend it and even
nothing
kill
has changed
each
our
other
No,
approach.
that does that not make us
over
stupid?
it.
Does that not make us stupid?
We
It
we
doesn't
don't
make me
believe in.
stupid.
You see, I always say this. We African, we have this belief that the need to protect our feeling, we put it above actual uh, right principle, meaning doing the right thing. For example, you and I can agree that okay, teaching history is very important. So you don't repeat it, you learn from it and you move on, right? You learn from the past, so you don't repeat the same mistake. But however, a black man will say, because that history, it doesn't make me feel comfortable, or it doesn't make me feel good. I want to protect my feeling, so let's ban it. That's where a black man will
That's so
approach that
true.
issue. But a white man will say, no matter how uncomfortable this thing make me feel, it's still the right it's still the right thing to do to teach it. Like we talk about America just now. It's the white Americans that are actually putting that history in school, in the books. It's not the blacks. Even though the white
As a matter of fact, oh, sorry, Mike. As a matter of fact, the whites even discovered lost history of people, Indian.
you are breaking up, I can't
The
hear you, man.
whites will discover some of those. Okay, go ahead. I'll come back.
Yeah. So, like I was saying, even the whites are the one that are even teaching that history, even though the history, they are the one that look bad from the past. The history make them look bad. But they will still teach it because they realize that even though this thing doesn't make us feel it make us feel guilty and everything, but it's history that needs to be taught and people need to learn from it. But in Africa, the blacks, man, I think that's our problem. Even within a conversation about our society alone, our problems. Once we begin to talk about it, some people will start to feel uncomfortable. They will say, no, let's move on. No. Let's shut it down. No. Because somebody is not feeling comfortable. Maybe the story doesn't favor him, or you know, it doesn't make him look good. So that's the root of our problem. That's why we continue to repeat the same mistake over and over and over and over. Because we don't have that desire. We have more desire to protect our feelings than actually dealing with reality. To me, I think that's the problem with black man. That's why I get frustrated when I'm in the midst of black people having conversation. I always get mad. I can't remember myself getting upset when I'm interacting with my white friends, or I'm in a place where I'm having conversation with white people, because they are there with the need to actually, you know, uh, cultivate logic and things like that. They don't. It's not about you know. But when I'm in a mix of black people having conversation, oh Lord have mercy, man. Some people that lie just to.
It's all about how they feel.
Yeah, go ahead, Abdul.
And they find it difficult to separate their subjective feelings from objective reality. They cannot separate it.
Exactly.
They believe their subjective feeling is as real as whatever objective reasoning you're going to present to them. And that's a problem of, you complain about philosophy. It's a problem of critical thinking and logic. If I think the government needs to do some work on that,
Yeah.
because if your citizens cannot think logically, there's no way they can organize the country and make progress. It's not even possible.
It's not possible at all.
As
No
in,
way.
I talked to 10 years old, 12 years old American student here. The way you converse with him, he's so enlightened about his environment, what's going on. He can separate fiction from reality. He understands the future importance of AI
Where did you
technology,
get
all this
that
stuff.
thing you are saying from?
Get
Which
what I'm
country are
talking
you talking
about?
about? America. A
It
10 year
depends
old
Yes.
boy
on
doesn't
America, the
understand
white
what you're
side of
saying.
America, not the black side, the minorities.
Okay. I for ask so.
We
So,
are talking about the ghetto side of America. Those ones, they are empty. They're even worse than the Africans.
I've not been to those areas. Those
They got
mostly in
freedom,
California.
freedom to do rubbish. When you
And
get that
Mike,
kind
do
of
you know
freedom,
there were some lost civilization in India that the whites helped them
I have to
discover.
go. See you people later today. Bye.
What did you say? You said there what?
There are some lost civilization that the white men, when they went to India to colonize India, that the Indians themselves are forgotten about. They are not aware those civilizations existed until all these explorers from Europe went there and helped them to rediscover it. Even language, lost language and civilization was discovered. Forgotten the name of that civilization and language that they discovered
Even
in
our
India.
own call in Nigeria, the knock civilization, all these old civilization that we've forgotten about. And they are the one really still writing books about it. We are throwing it away. Even our own recent past civilization, we are throwing it away. Most of our youth today, they believe we're nobody. Our history began in 1960. I'm telling you,
Oh
man.
my goodness.
I'm telling you, that's how foolish. I'm telling you, Nigeria, if you want to start talking Nigeria history, 1960, that's where they begin. Before that,
Well,
they don't know. They don't. Many of them don't even know. They don't know what's
so
happening.
Mike, I really am curious. Who expunged history from the curriculum in Nigeria?
I
Who
don't
did
know.
that?
I have no idea. Like I just laugh. Like, okay, what are we? Even the school, like what they are teaching doesn't make sense. Like our curriculum. That's why I used to remember Fela used to say they didn't want his son. He didn't want his son to go to school. I'm like, this guy is stupid. Fela was the only one talking back then like that. I'm like, when back then he used to sing to all of us, you must go to school, go to school, go to school. The guy said, man, because but then I later found out the guy felt like, oh, he's better off educating his own kids by himself. But realized that the school system in Nigeria is really the curriculum just what they're teaching is more rubbish. It's more about England, and nothing
Yeah,
about your own history.
very. Yeah, that's so true. Even your own history self, they'll tell you it's the white man that discovered it. When I was back then, I used to wonder that, how can they say this man discovered river or something? Were there nobody living there? How comes nobody knew about it until this man, uh, until these people came to colonize us? Later on, I understood that, all this thing is all about setting the narratives for themselves.
I believe the colonialists still collude with our leaders in terms of what we consume. They
Do
kind
you
of
think all these kings, because I learned that during the slave trade, those guys were the one even selling their people to the slave masters. Do you think that's part of the reason why they try to expunge history from the curriculum?
I don't think so. I don't think it's the kings that are taking that out of the curriculum. And in fact, the story about what took place during the slave trade is one-sided. It's the European version of the story that we are consuming. You understand?
Oh, really? It's not true that those times the kings and were the one
No,
selling their people to the slave masters?
no, I don't think so.
Because you will not believe that I have met a few Jamaicans here that they keep telling me, "Oh, we sold them out, this, that, that."
Yeah, that's what.
And they don't even blame the white people; they blame us. They say we sold them to the white people.
The thing is and that's the problem. Like we allow ourselves to be people where other people tell us the story. So these things about if you want to read about slave stories or colonial stories, usually only white people that are giving the story. They are telling the stories. The Africans don't give their own version of the story. You understand? Okay, let me give you one simple example now. You see this human trafficking that's going on in Nigeria, like particularly in Edo. Remember, like there's There was a time where
Yes, 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 yes.
where the Oba being had to lay a curse on the traffickers, right? Do you
Yeah,
know
yeah.
thousands of young Benin boys and girls have been trafficked, especially girls. They were trafficked to
Italy,
Italy.
right?
Oh yes, correct. Do you know that? Okay, 100 years from now, what if a white man say it was the Oba of Benin that was selling them? You understand? But you and I know today that the Oba is not the one selling them. The Oba even against it. The Oba just didn't have control over it. It was human traffickers, organized crime. You understand? So that slave era, personally, I believe is probably an organized people because Europeans had to work with some people to get it done. So it was probably some organized crime. Like some people where the Europeans organized to do the work for them. Because it would not make any sense to me that a king will just be snatching his own people and be selling them because the people will revolt against the king.
No, they said it's not like his own people, that other tribes, that's what they do.
So
They
like they
just
grab it from
gonna,
time and sell
yeah,
them.
yeah, they
Then there
invade
will be
other
wars
tribes.
going on because that's the thing will happen smoothly because that if it's a fact that I may not, but the fact of the matter is okay. That's where I had issue with that assertion is we always see the king as the rulers of our ethnic group as the custodian of morality, customs, right?
Uh-huh.
And people will look up to as the people that noble, you understand, that tell us the rules of how to treat, like they're like the government.
Yeah.
So now for them to now be doing something so, and Africans even till today we still kind of have like strong cultural values and all those things. And the reason we have it is because it's something that our leadership put it, like push to us, to the values that they push to us. So now imagine that the same leadership will now be engaging in that kind of barbaric thing in front of the people. So if that was the case, then the people would have just accepted barbarism as a culture. But how come if our kings were practicing those kind of barbaric things in front of us, how come we all didn't become barbaric culturally? We're still noble people now, Africans. I mean, in terms of
Yeah.
our values. So that's why I never believed for once that the kings were just selling people in front of them. Like, I mean, come on. Imagine if the US government start engaging in barbarism, selling human beings and things like that. Americans, we see that as okay, that's the norm. No one will have any kind of moral bone left in them, because we all see that, oh, the government believe we should all be barbaric and everybody will turn barbaric. So that's why I don't believe that. Now, I may believe that maybe people that are prisoners, because in African society back then, they used to banish people that are commit like atrocities, maybe crime, terrible crime. They will banish you or they put you in, like the York Kingdom, they had this prison called Tubu. They call it Tubu. It's a prison. And maybe those kind of people, maybe they were just banishing them to the white people, selling them. It's possible. But the idea that they were just loosely engaging.
There's millions of people though, so I don't
Yeah.
think.
So to me, okay. For example, when we dig in history, dig of the name of people that were selling people in Yoruba land, for example, you hear something like Madame Tinubu, you hear names like Chief Mobi in Badagry. Those people were not the traditional ruler; they were merchants. You understand? They were engaging in that business very organized. Yeah, they
Oh,
were merchants, and those people, don't get me wrong, they must have learned English and really. Why? The Europeans are very organized people now. When they want to embark in something, the first thing they'll do is go within that population, grab a group of people, teach them their language, train them for the job, for what they need them to do so they can be well organized and orchestrate. Things can be well orchestrated, right? So personally, what I believe is before the
yeah.
began the transatlantic slave trade endeavor, they would have had to plan it and create a class of Africans that they would use to get it done. You understand? Because the thing went smoothly.
Yeah. So are you saying that all with all these things that happen to Africans, no, we didn't write it down. Our ancestors did not write these things down, and the history
That's
of all
why
this
it's so
stuff.
funny. If you think about it, the kingdoms were not document. They really didn't document the slave trade experience. They didn't. It means they didn't understand it. How come they within kingdoms, right? When they're telling history, tribes, they always tell history of different things. That many of them, they pass the histories down. But if they were really connected, like fully connected to the trading, it would have been they would have have that knowledge and it will be part of a history that will be teaching to the young generation. Like, okay, this is how we're doing it. This is how we're trading. This is how. But they don't have it.
Exactly, because
But
there is a guy there was a slave that when they took that slave to, I don't know if it's America or Britain, the guy knew how to write, and they were shocked that the guy can write. As a matter of fact, they had to call the king, I think it's England also, to come and see, or is it, I don't know, I think it's America. I think they called the governor or something to come and see the guy. They were all astonished that this guy could write and he's a slave. But they said the guy is from one of the noble family, so that's why he knew how to write. So if we have people that can write back then, how comes these things were not written down?
oh, well,
You didn't hear that part?
Yeah, I heard you. Yeah.
Did you hear that story? You've not heard that story before?
Oh, the individual. I'm not sure what that person. It depends.
I've forgotten the guy's name.
Is he Equino? Olada Equino?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. And the guy was able to write, and I think he was writing maybe it's in Arabic or something.
Yeah,
because they saw him wrote a lot of stuff on the wall of his cell, and they were shocked that he could write.
Another thing the European had to do, like when they came to do their colonial time, was they had to, because they needed to establish a new form of relationship with the Africans. So they had to find a way to bury their old atrocity in Africa, to kind of move it from the minds of the Africans so they can move forward with them. So the next phase of their engagement with the Africans. So they must have worked with the Africans, like, okay, well, let's move forward from this slave thing. Let's put it behind us,
but we did. It was a collective failure. Now we didn't do our job because all those people that were going to foreign lands, we never checked up on them, see how fast, see how brutal it was. We just say, hey, if the people are leaving our shores, no problem, making other people stronger. So I don't see, you cannot absorb any royalty from the blame because they had hand in it in the collective failure of Africa. They have a strong hand in it. Even a lot of these colonialists, that was the first people that was the number one person they were looking to meet and do all these trade deals and trade rules dealing with all these kings and royalty. So they are part of the failure of Africa. You cannot absolve them from any blame, including slavery. That's the truth. And once we start telling ourselves the truth, then we know how to move forward. You can't have somebody from African American or Caribbean person asking you what happened, and you start saying, "Oh, that's not what happened." They'll lose all the respect for you now.
Well, you have to present the fact that that's what happened, though. You can't just say
You tell them what's happening, you apologize for it, and you move forward, like what Ghana is doing. You can't just say, "Oh,
hold on, Sarah.
start lying and all this stuff."
You have to know facts. You have to present facts. You can't just say you accept that this is what happened. You have to you have to bring evidence and facts before you just accept that that's what happened. You can't say it's what happened because the white man wrote that is what happened.
What they're saying today is that we were involved in selling ourselves. It's not even them, ourselves into slavery, including our royalty. That is the truth.
Who said that?
That's a story I heard, but I don't have any proof to it.
That is the truth.
Let's ask him. Who said that? Who said that, Cyrus?
Both sides are saying that.
Who's both sides? Which king told you he was selling people?
Listen, even if you look at some of these, go and look it up online.
Online, okay.
Yes, go and look at it. Hold on.
That online thing you're reading.
It's people who said that in their own family they were selling slaves.
Yeah, people were
In
telling me,
their
but
own
you're
file,
telling me that the
nobody
entire
anything.
royalty.
It's
Hold
not
on.
something.
Let's
It's
make
not
the
something they
conversation
read on.
structural. Let's not argue blindly, man. I don't like all this blind argument. Let's focus on what we are talking about. The argument is you said all the royal kings were all selling slaves. That's what you said.
I said most of them were. You can't say they did not know what was going on. They were not involved or did not receive
Yeah, they
benefits
may
from it.
know.
What do
Yeah,
you
go
mean
ahead.
they may know? They knew, of course.
Yeah, but were they all participating?
Which ones were not participating? All those coastal ones. You said they were not participating.
All of them, the kings.
You want me to start naming them?
Go ahead.
The ones in those state, he was not participating. He was the
Oba
number one guy.
Obini. You say
Yeah,
Oba Obini?
I don't want to go. I don't want to go too far, but you know who I'm talking about now. He was
Are
the
you
number
talking about
one.
the Oba Obini?
He was the number one guy now.
No, Oba Obini never sold slaves, man. There's no
You
evidence.
don't. It's no evidence. When they start
Okay, what's the
saying,
evidence? Tell me your
hold
evidence.
on,
What's your
hold on.
evidence?
Once they start saying that, oh, they ruled from Benin to Ghana and all this other stuff, that is the sphere of influence of what they were doing.
Okay, okay. Your evidence is what?
I mean, you can look into the historical records there, but
Which record? Now tell me the record. You can't say go and look. Which record?
their histories and the records now. They were documenting.
Okay, fine. Okay, there's document. Okay, whose document is it? Who wrote that document?
It was the account they were giving to the Europeans there now. That's part of it. The account they were giving to the Europeans there.
Yeah, who give to the Europeans?
Themselves talking to the Europeans, saying that what is going on.
Who's that? Now be clear what you're saying.
Who wrote the document? Who wrote the document?
It's not only them talking or what the Europeans are writing. If you can't tell me you have never heard of any people were on your side or your tribe that they were involved in the slave trade. Forget the Europeans.
No,
All of us have heard about
argument,
it.
man. We are not talking about people. We all know that people saw people. There's no question.
It's not.
Dude, calm down. Learn how to have conversation, man. Don't do strong man argument. We know that there are people within almost every kingdom. They were trading people. They were doing it. You understand?
Right.
I trying to question you is the kings, the rulership of each kingdom, the palaces, were they all involved? Because that's what Europeans are accusing, and that's what you are also saying. And I'm telling you that this knowledge that the kings are selling people, is this knowledge coming from the kings themselves, or is it coming from Europeans?
My guy, let me give you an example, because I don't see how you're going to absolve them. If anything is happening in your territory, you know about it. If there's any
party doesn't mean they were doing it.
Let me hold on. Anything that's going on in your territory, you know about it.
Okay.
And it's so if you have a foreigner, somebody that nobody ever see before, and you're of course you're gonna know about it. Talk with if some people they're transporting
Cyrus,
people
we're not
out.
arguing whether they know about it or not. What we are asking,
they benefited from it now. That is the truth.
It, bros. Keep it simple now. We're not asking whether they know about it or not, or whether somehow they benefit us. Were they directly engaged in it? Were they selling? Were they the kings?
Were they active participants too?
Yes, they were active
was
participants.
it a trade for them?
And what is your
They were active participants.
And what is your proof? What is your evidence?
The evidence is there now. Who doesn't know that?
Where?
Go and look it up online. Since you want to deny everything that you have already heard locally, go and look it up online. Since that one is
okay, fine. If I go look it up online, who wrote that thing I will be reading online? Who wrote it?
It was the fellow human beings right now, Europeans. Are you saying they're lying?
Europeans, exactly.
It's not only you. I'm pretty sure you can find black people selling it too, because he brought up an example of Oloda Equiano you brought up before. He's he a European?
Well, he never said the kings were participating. The kings were selling people.
My guy, is it okay?
He didn't say where in his book did he say a king sold him or a king was selling him. He didn't say that. In fact, what I'm saying is what he said. Some people came and kidnapped them.
No, they just kidnapped them just like that. Who kidnapped them? Isn't that his fellow African?
The traders.
No, it was his fellow Africans. It was his fellow African people.
Yeah, the Africans. That's what I'm saying. The Africans were doing the kidnapping.
And I'm telling you, when the European was coming with all these stuff, they'll give them guns, they'll give them certain things, and they'll use that to fight wars against other tribes. Do I want to see, do you want me to go into the history of the South of the Yoruba, how they were fighting each other and all this other stuff before the
No, you're
European came?
shifting argument. You're shifting argument. We're not talking about Yoruba. We're not fighting each other. People are not fighting. The main point we're arguing is you came. You said kings, all the kings were
Yes,
selling their people, and
I
I'm
said the
telling you,
majority of
where's
them
that
now.
evidence? Okay, you know what? Let me use this. Let me ask you this. Today, right? Let's focus on today. Let's look at today. Maybe today will make you understand the past. We have human trafficking going on, right? In
Yes,
Nigeria, right?
go ahead.
Okay, let's focus on Edo State, for example. Do you know that the number one epic center of the human trafficking is in Edo State? You know that, right?
I
In
was.
fact,
It's
to
one of them.
Italy, to Italy.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Do you agree with me? To Italy, right?
I can agree with that. Yeah, go ahead
Okay,
with
there's been thousands of young Benin,
it.
Edo girls and boys and trafficked to Italy. You agree with me, right?
Go ahead.
Okay. So if somebody 100 years from now tell you that was the Oba that was selling them, if one white man begin to write that, oh, the king was selling, trafficking his people to Italy, all these, maybe all those that do, there will be in Italy generation from now. So some Italians start telling them that it was their kings in their homeland that trafficked them there. And then I'm asking you this question, the way I'm asking you today, okay, what is the proof? And then they start telling me exactly what you are saying, that they were aware of it. They were aware of it. Oh, you can't tell me they were not aware of it.
No, that's not. You see, that's not a good
It's the
example.
same thing, man.
No, it's not the same thing because in the one I'm giving, you can clearly see how the kings and the royalty will be benefiting from that kind of transactional deal because
But
they were
what's the
receiving.
evidence? In fact,
Okay,
you
okay.
They
Tell
say
us
this
how they are
online now. You don't want to believe it.
how are they benefiting from it? Can you tell us?
You
Can you
say
articulate that?
you said
How
how
are
would
they
they?
benefiting from it?
What do you what kind of question? What kind of question? You don't know how they are benefiting.
If
Europeans,
I know,
hold on,
it's not a rhetorical question.
hold on. Let me give you an
I'm
example. Let
asking.
me tell you what was happening now. Back
So you
then,
should have just tell me instead of saying that I don't I know.
I don't see how you. Okay, since maybe you don't. Back is one of the main things was all these old expired guns they were using in Europe that time. They'll give it to the kings. The king will use it to, if he wants to use it and subdue a place, which is the history of them doing it. They use those guns and go and subdue a place and add it to their kingdom. Then those places they subdue, they'll be giving them a tributary because there was a lot of tributary system back then. So yams, fruits for first harvest, and even human beings, they were giving it to them. The records are there. The Europeans will say it locally. People have said it too. I've heard this story since. I will know what's going on. I don't need a European to tell me confirm what is going on in my history, in my life. This it didn't even happen too long ago, sir. So I don't know what you are denying. It's the facts are there. The fact if you go on the history, the facts are there. It's nothing to deny. Ghana, you see, Ghana has accepted their wrongdoings, accepted how they were involved, including their relatives involved in the slave trade, and they're negotiating, they're making amends. They're talking with African Americans, they're moving past it. But you all in Nigeria, you want to hide all the wrongdoings of what's going on. And then you wonder why things are not moving forward. You wonder why people are not Nigeria is not a tourist attraction. This is part of the
But
problem.
you know the problem with Nigeria is there is no one taught history. There's no records, nothing. It's all
No,
about hearsay. That's a problem.
it's not only that, is that we don't value anything history. We don't
Exactly.
even know the history that happened 1 year ago. Can somebody give you a good detail of it? All these colonial, all these col-
Exactly.
all these big colonial houses, where all these meetings were taking place. These are historical sites there where children are possibly going to field trip there. But if you go to them, some of them are even abandoned. If you pass it, you don't know this is where all the big deals in Nigeria was going on. Like in Calabar side, they have a lot of those monuments there. But how many of us that are talking now have even gone to any of these sites or even any museum? We don't value anything. We come on, we start pretending how Nigeria will be good while we're not. We don't even care. We don't making any contribution to it. So
That's so true.
what I'm saying is, It's nothing wrong with admitting you were wrong in the past. After all, the white people are doing it, and they're finding ways to make alliance and move forward. Look at the United States and Japan now. Are they denying the United States? They deny that they hit them with 2 nuclear bombs.
But who's the wrong that we have to establish the wrong
You
person
want
that's wrong.
some the issue that I'm having with what you're saying is you want to absolve the kings who were benefiting massively. They were even the number one, one of
All
the
of
main
them.
beneficiaries. Most of them.
Well, you have to call out the ones that were benefiting and show us the evidence that they benefit, and then we can talk about
Oh,
them. You can't indict the ones that didn't have not. You can't indict kingdoms where the kings didn't participate.
Which one did not
You
participate?
can't be talking like this black American where you just lump the whole Africa in one goddamn. Whereby maybe somebody from Congo will offend them, they will hated the whole Africa. You can't do that. You can't
leave
just.
Congo. We're talking about Nigeria.
No, I'm not. I'm just giving you example. Calm down. I'm just giving you a scenario, a mentality of some people where they put when it comes to something bad, everybody you put when they have problem with one person from one part of Africa, they got problem with the whole Africa. You
A lot of
understand?
them now. I catch you. What's
No, and what I'm telling you is we have to tell our story. We can't just maybe during that era, some kingdoms where the tradition, the kings, whatever, their palaces were involved in trade, and then maybe some kingdoms where their kings or their palaces were not involved. We're against it.
Which
I don't
ones?
know.
You
I don't
don't
know.
know, but you're saying you're giving them a pass.
Who am I giving? I'm giving who a pass. The one that were not involved.
Which one? You can't name one that was not involved now. Name this.
You are. What do you mean I can't do? You first of all, you name the ones that are involved.
I just named some for you.
Okay, give me the names. You say about Benin.
I said the ones in the south. So a lot of them in the south side there were involved.
The kings, all the kings.
I didn't say. It's the way I said it.
No, you're not saying anything, man.
Okay.
I don't think you get my point. The
I'm
original point me and Abdul were making here. Hold on, calm down, Cyrus. That's the original point me and Abdul were making here is that I think we Africans have to be the one writing our own story and digging facts and writing based on facts, not the European writing the stories for us. That's the whole point here. So if we're going to dig into what happened during that time, we have to be the one to investigate on our own and give our own side of the story and find out who did what and who didn't do what. If some kings were selling their people and some were not selling their people, we cannot punish those. You cannot tell those people that were not selling their people to start apologizing or be judging them as people that were selling people because they did not.
What did they do there?
The one that did not did not.
What did they do? They were just there. The people were going.
If they didn't, they didn't. You can't be asking what they did. I have a question for you, Cyrus. Is somebody found guilty? Is somebody hold on, sorry, is he guilty until proven innocent or innocent until proven guilty?
The history already happened. Then they're guilty as charged. I don't know what else you say.
And I keep asking you with evidence. You keep and the only evidence you have for me is what white man says.
Hell, let me give you an example, man. You see, it's just like somebody saying in the government now you have today. You have all these like you say human trafficking, let's use that as an example, all this stuff that's going on. And you said that, oh, you want to absolve the government from what's going on. That the government, they don't know anything about what's going on. That it was some rich businessmen who were involved in human trafficking and all these organ stuff. They were the ones responsible. But the government, they didn't know anything go. That don't so in the future now when people are writing that the government they didn't have anything to that the government was involved. Don't say that though, because it's not true. That's not the history. Well,
so are you saying the Nigerian government? Oh Lord. So are you saying the Nigerian government involved in human trafficking today?
I'm saying they know what's going on and not doing anything about it.
So they're not doing anything really. So if they arrest someone, hold on. In the Nigerian law, is human trafficking legal?
Are they enforcing that law you're talking about?
Who's that been arrested that was not prosecuted?
I beg. You just said it was a record of people in
now if somebody now write in the future, hold on. If somebody now start writing book in the future that the Nigerian government were the one selling trafficking in human beings, you say, oh yes, it's true because it was
not trafficking, but they did not do anything now. And you're talking about the ones you're
What do
talking
you mean
about.
they did not do anything? They are
What
doing
did
what
they
they
do?
can now.
They do. Oh my
What do you
God.
know that they don't do? Do you know them? Are you there with them all day? Do
What
they
are
tell you they're
they
not doing
doing
anything?
there, man? Are they doing any task force there?
Guy,
Are
man,
they,
let me end it. Dude, I waste my time all night talking to you, man. I can't get nowhere.
well, I don't know why you want to absolve. I mean, even this
Nobody
history.
is absorbing. No, what we are saying is you cannot accuse people without evidence. Do, man, forget it, man.
Even this history you're talking about, the pre-colonial history, we have seen. I mean, just look at some of the kingdoms that were falling there. There was no European there or anything. Yet a lot of these monarchs, either they saw their sellout or their kingdom failed. This is the history is there. You don't need any Europeans saying it. They'll even tell you that themselves. So you don't. The fact is that is a fact.
It's a fact. Okay, good. Anyway, good luck.
Thank you.